Literally, like the second. Uh, we're live, by the way.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we literally went like we lost Slur like the second we went live, and that immediately fucked with the Discord icon picture. I'm sure he'll pop back any second. Hello
Probably.
everybody.
Yeah, we've been gone for a while. It's good to be back.
Yeah. Uh, you guys may noticing something. We've got different colors. We've got a flashing uh cover thingy. Uh,
Getting fancy.
yep. All thanks to our wonderful graphic designer, uh, who for some reason is just staring at a blank computer.
That's an
It's
artist thing, man.
it's just not even blank as in like as in just like a blank piece of paper. Blank as in the computer's just off. Oh, Slur's back.
Swear, why'd you bail out as soon as we went live?
Wait, shit, was that when we went live? Because I got back from getting my drink and I saw that my fucking internet was disconnected. Like, oh shit, I don't want that to be a problem. Better quick machine notices that something's wrong.
I hit the live button like pretty much the second that your computer disconnected.
But I don't know, maybe it's shy. Fucking
Unless it has you for like moral support.
see, I have to fucking stroke my monitor. It's like, oh, there, baby. It's gonna be alright.
There. It's like the little what are those the little creature things called in Sonic Adventure 2?
Oh, chows.
Yeah, the chows. There. uh
Oh, dude, you can yeet those things, by the way. They bounce.
God damn it. Now you got me thinking about just other things like Froggy.
Oh god, Big the cat is the best character in all of fiction. Fight me.
Froggy.
Froggy.
It's just, meanwhile, Ninja's just like, oh no, oh no, they've gone crazy. They've snapped. This is just how it happens.
Quick, be quiet. Maybe no one will know that you have no clue what they're talking about.
Oh, that's because you never
Wait,
played a
did you
Sonic
never
game, did
play
you?
any of the older Sonic games? Like
Not
for the
really. I wasn't a
Dreamcast
big
and shit?
big Sega guy, so I had
See,
the
the
original
Dreamcast
Nintendo,
was
and then I skipped straight to the classic PlayStation. So I missed like Super Nintendo and Sega and all that.
oh dude, I went straight from a Dreamcast to a PS2. Like that was my fucking glow up as a kid. It's like a whole new fucking world of technology. Like upgrading from 144p to HD in one jump with no interim.
Yeah, my first console was a PlayStation. Like, the PS1. My first game was Metal Gear Solid.
We know you're a fetus.
I just love. No, I'm more just. I enjoyed the fact it's like, oh yeah, what's your first movie? Saving Private Ryan. What's your first video game? Metal Gear Solid. May or may not have jumped off the deep end with that kind of stuff.
Well,
So
abuse
the
will pay
fact
that
that
to
you
you.
actually have a gun at your desk that you can hold whenever something you see makes you uncomfortable, that comes from somewhere. Good to know.
uh, so with this chain, we've got changes that are more than just visual. Um, I don't think I would be able to word this the best, so I'm going to point this to the other two people to explain this.
Okay. So basically, we can all agree that entertainment has kind of taken a fucking dive in recent years.
Yes.
And it can be very stressful, week after week, day after day, trying to analyze things that you just absolutely despise. And we will still try to do that from time to time, but we want to maintain the objective criticism while also trying to find things that are a little bit more enjoyable because let's face it, everybody really just wants to be entertained, including us. And we would like to be able to watch content that doesn't make us want to eat a bullet. So, let's talk about things we like. and analyze
Mm.
them objectively,
Right. And it's
which
kind
includes new things. It's not just old things we've already seen,
yeah.
such as
Yeah.
the subject of the day.
As hard as
Yes.
it may be to be believed, there are things being made in current year that aren't shit.
I don't believe
It's
you.
true. It's harder to find. They're fewer and further between. That's for damn sure. And a lot of them aren't coming out of Hollywood. Let's be honest. But they do exist. So
And I think it's worth kind of pointing out early that some of what prompted this, or it's been around for a while, but what really kind of pushed it over the edge, we're all pretty much in the same boat where our investment in Marvel and superhero movies, it died off with Endgame. Because we were like, it's been a decade, we got to see some cool cape shit on screen, that was
Yeah,
nice, but we're
we got
mostly checked out. And then the post Endgame stuff started coming out, and we saw where the whole thing was going. And even with our lessened investment, what we saw was just so disappointing and
yeah.
so bad that even though we weren't as invested anymore, it still managed to get under our skin, which is almost an accomplishment.
Yeah, with
And
something like
after
Falcon
a
and Winter
while,
Soldier, that like to me, like WandaVision was bad, but Falcon Winter Soldier like definitely made me be like, I'm done with the MCU. I'm fucking
well,
done.
I think that's an important difference because WandaVision was bad just from like a construction and an execution standpoint, but it wasn't like offensively bad. Falcon and Winter Soldier was offensively bad.
I don't know, there are parts, especially towards the end of One Division, that I thought were offensively bad. You know, the classic line of,
Oh, they'll
they'll
never
never
know
know what
what you
sacrificed for them.
sacrificed.
That's insultingly fucking awful and tone deaf for everything else that was in that episode. But it's also just the compound effect of, you look at everything that's already out in production and what's going to be coming out from Star Wars, from Marvel, from all these franchises, and we're just being shotgun blasted with shit.
And it's
It's
not even entertaining shit. Like
yeah.
another example would like so Falcon and Winter Soldier was bad, but the entertainment value from at least the first episode was just nonstop like nonsense. Like Falcon Winter Soldier literally starts with fucking Sam diving out of a fucking plane using Red Wing to use lasers and guns. He hops in, he fights Batroc, like some guys go in wingsuits. It's literally just nonsense. Like that's just it. Then you get to the later episodes with that fucking speech and it's just like, "Oh, this is just what a child thinks the world is run." Like
Oh, it was
Oh,
literally a
yeah.
child's interpretation of what a government is. Like, you control the banks, you can just change where borders are. You clearly have all the resources to give everybody everything. The only reason you don't is because, I don't know, you're problematic. And yeah, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but
but
maybe that's a
maybe that's a
good
good
thing. And
thing.
that
Oh
line
my
in
god.
particular. And
That
to be
that
clear, this is not some fucking SJW-ish rant. It's like, that's not our vibe. It's
yeah,
just,
it's just bad
for the
writing.
love of fuck, if you're going to have this kind of message in your property, in your story, that's good. I even admire, you know, taking a swing at trying to say something. But when what you have to say is maybe it's a good thing, I don't know what I'm talking about, all that matters is that my feelings are valid, maybe you should shut the fuck up.
Yeah, like I was constantly having this argument with like somebody from Ecom, and it was just like they were constantly saying like, "Oh, this SJW bullshit," and I just went like, "It's not even SJW bullshit. The show was just poorly written. Like that's just it." Uh, and I feel like we should still do like a short for Falcon Winter Soldier just to finally sweep it under the rug, and it's just finally out of us, so we can also have it with that conversation with Maxwell. A good example also would be like Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat for like the first 45 minutes was entertaining. I was laughing, and then we got to Raiden's hideout, completely dropped off the radar. It's so trying to think of
It's
like,
disappointing. And the thing with
yeah,
Mortal Kombat as well is everybody's going to say, oh, come on, lads. Were you seriously expecting a good story from Mortal Kombat? No, no, we weren't. And yet we
we
still
weren't.
came out of it thinking it was shit. So what does that tell you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, at least with Falcon and Winter Soldier, it's like I have no problem with people putting politics or a theme or a message into art. I mean, it's been something that's been around for eons. But there's doing it in a way that's well executed, and then there's doing it in a way that's just absolute shit. And that's
Mm-hmm.
what we got. You know, it's like if this is your message and this is something that's actually really important to you, this, like, if I was somebody that supported this cause, I would be very disappointed because you're making me look bad.
Right. Um. So yeah, we're starting to cut back on that a little bit, so we can. I think like another part of this thing is another reason why we started doing this format change is um I'm something we kind of noticed with things like EFAP is when they find a video that they do end up liking, they don't really use it as that much of a springboard for conversation as much as they do just to let the video speak for itself, which is like that can be a good thing. But when I go to like those podcasts, I want them to say something, so when they pause and then they just go like, I agree. Like an example would, I'm trying to think of a good example, that would be I don't want to say Donald's cooking videos because of course they're silent, they have nothing to say. I think it was like Tonald's video on death in video games. They were mainly quiet on that because they were basically like, yeah, he's speaking good points, and
Well,
I don't
but
know how.
you can say yes, I agree, and then use that as an
Yes,
opportunity to kind of weigh in, you know, as well, and kind of get everybody's opinion or chime in with some more information and add to it. You know, you don't have to just go, well, yeah, that was a good video, and I pretty much agree with it entirely. It's like you can do that, sure, but that's not incredibly entertaining.
yeah. Good example. Like, what could that look like? Is I think the episode when I redid episode 1 with these guys when we looked over the Hello Future Me the magic systems. That was a very well put together video. Granted, I didn't have much to say because I'm not the writer of out of the three of us, but there was still enough to get conversation going.
Well, and it's kind of like Slur was saying. You know, he brought up the example of like a positive episode of EFAP being like the Joker coverage and stuff. And I would agree. I think the big difference between that, though, and what I would have pointed to is like most people pretty much agreed with their Joker takes. But do you remember the Bly Manor coverage and how divisive that was?
No, because I have not yet to sit down to watch Bly Manor, so I've like stayed clear of that kind of stuff.
Oh man, like they were all pretty much in agreement that it was really, really good, but chat was like all over the place. Like some people were like, "Yeah, it's amazing," and everyone else was like, "What the fuck? This is bullshit."
Isn't it? Because
So,
it was the if I remember correctly from what I had heard, the argument was that it was insanely well written, but on the subjective level, it's boring as all shit. Is what people
well,
were
I
Kind
saying.
of,
think
yeah. When
it,
they
the
started looking for arguments as to why people thought it was bad, a lot of what they were getting back were things like, oh, I didn't find it scary, or I thought it was really boring. And then you have like, the usual minority in the fucking chat who are just like, SJWs, it had gay people in it. Like, those people, their
well,
opinion doesn't really count. But you just look at things like it's boring. Now, there are objective things you can point to, like in terms of just how the plot progresses,
Yeah, you could say
whether
like pacing and
people
that kind of
are
stuff.
engaging with the characters, whether the characters' motivations are really giving you anything to latch onto emotionally. You can argue why something is boring, but you weren't really hearing any of that. It was just, I thought it was boring, and then no elaboration, really. So it
the
didn't give
most
them a lot to
information
work with as a conversation.
the most information I was able to get from anybody was basically that because it was a, quote unquote sequel to Hill House, they were expecting more of that sort of traditional like physical horror, whereas Bly Manor is a lot of like existential horror. And so they didn't get what they were expecting, and that's why they were disappointed. And I'm like, that doesn't make it bad.
Yeah, that doesn't make it bad at
Yeah.
all.
They're two very different forms of horror. You know, it's not about the monsters and the ghosts in Bly Manor. It's about like wrestling with death and loss and grief and things that you can't touch.
And
Mhm.
even on a less kind of less abstract, less mind level, just in terms of how it's structured and the way the story unfolds, it plays out like much more of a mystery than I thought I was going to get into. I thought it was going to be more of a classic horror formula. Everybody did. And then you get in, and it's really kind of piecemeal giving you pieces of information. And as you're watching it, you're trying to put it together yourself and you're engaging with it on that level. And because it's well written and all of the details are consistent, your theorizing can actually pay off. And you can start to understand things ahead of when they're explained. And that's fucking satisfying. It's a good way to do mysteries.
Yeah, and I think we talked about this while we were playing Vermintide. It's one of those things of like how to talk about horror, because a lot of people think that horror, comedy, that kind of stuff is just subjective. When it's like, no, you can rate it objectively. It's very much possible.
Oh, yeah, it just doesn't give you quite as much to work with because generally you're going to make some description of why something structurally or tonally works as a joke, but whether or not you find it funny or how funny you find it is entirely up to you. And it's
Right.
important to kind of separate them when you're explaining it because you can't
Mm-hmm.
just go, no, you're wrong, it was funny. Like, that's a
Yeah,
very weak
yeah,
standpoint to take.
and it's. I would say like the hardest argument is the fact that it's that like these kinds of genres do like appeal specifically to feelings like the feeling of scared or the feeling of laughter. I don't know how you would describe that feeling. Just joy, I guess. Um, but it's just like you can still argue like, oh, the wording, the pacing of the joke. Like there's a reason why Hot Fuzz is a great example. How like certain like with the things of the cake, how all the cakes being handed out and how it's been staying in frame like and just as it enters, like that's how we get the punchline of it and seeing like Nicholas is just not having any of that shit. Like it.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, Hot Fuzz is kind of a masterclass in a lot of visual comedy just because of the way it's very snappy in the way it does its jokes. So
yeah, and
all
it.
of the timing, it's very clippy, and there's no fat on any of them.
Yeah, a good example. I actually Uh, see, I have yet to see like Baby Driver all the way, but I've seen certain scenes and just how Edgar Wright tells like just a story through that. Like, him trying to just get the coffee is you just see like through the background of like from the heart turning from black to red as after he sees the girl like he's very like Edgar Wright's very good with like background details. Like regardless
Oh, and
if you laugh
editing.
or
The
not.
way he will
Yes.
use editing tricks and transitions to like okay, going back to Hot Fuzz, you remember the scene where Angel is going from the city to the countryside, and you
Yes.
kind of see like this montage of his whole trip and how tedious and boring it is, and it's literally just I think it's like 4 to 5 little transition scenes, and that's
Yeah,
it. That's all. And just from that, he kind of delivers exactly what the journey was like without wasting a second of time.
I think Every Frame Painting brought this up. How like most movies, they do like the montage with the music, and they'd show like overhead helicopter shots of like the city they're moving to. Meanwhile, like there's hardly any music, if I remember correctly, in the scene where Nicholas is heading to Stanford. Like he's like it's very isolated, and yet it tells the story of like how far from civilization he's getting with his with the uh, range, not the range, the signal of his cell phone. Uh, it's really good. It's, that's all I gotta say about that.
By the way, a sort of prototype for this kind of direction we wanted to go would be our Shazam coverage, where
Yes,
we did look at videos we disagreed with, or a video. Who was it? I think it was Brown Table,
Round
where
Table,
we agreed.
Cosmonaut, and
Wasn't
We
yeah. Anyway, whoever it was, we agreed with their conclusion. I think we kind of had a similar takeaway of the movie. It's just how they got there that we kind of were able to talk about a bit more because their reasons were a little flumpy.
Speaking of Shazam, that's actually been our most commented video so far. Like
Nice.
people saying like Brown Table wasn't being disingenuous, and it was just like I'm pretty sure he was during that video. Like I don't remember it by this point
Yeah,
because
honestly, I would have to see the context again because once I've had the conversation, it's pretty much evaporated from my brain.
well, it's because when I think of Brown Table, I don't think of his Shazam video. I think of the video with the Dawn, or I think of our most recent example, which was when we talked about the Snyder Cut. How the Snyder Cut changed my life. Proceeds to never bring up how the Snyder Cut changed his life.
Oh, yeah, by the end of that video, I was just like, so anyway, how did it change his life? And we just laughed because what the fuck can we say? He never actually answered the question.
Yeah, and it was hilarious the fact that EFAP also ended up covering that video like it was like 2 weeks later, wasn't it? And
Yeah,
they
I think
said,
that was like what, last week?
um, yeah,
Or
I
the week
think
before.
so.
Last week was Winter Soldier stuff.
Mm-hmm. And right
Anyways,
now
I'm just
they're
gonna
they're
whip
covering
out for a
something.
audio test. You two just carry on. Back in a second.
No problem. So to kind of get the main conversation going, and to mainly do something positive to start. I think I was just eating dinner one point, and Ninja, you texted me that you were watching a certain TV show.
I sure did. So this show has basically been sitting in my watch later for months. Um, and I think a lot of people can probably relate to this, but you add something to your watch later, but you're just worried that it's going to be shit. And so you're like, man, I don't want to start it. I'm worried it's going to be crap. But then you start it one day finally, and it's fucking awesome. I binged all 8 episodes in like a day and a half. And, it's been a long time since a live action TV show of any kind has really held my interest. And so I was like, you know what? After watching all 8 episodes and get this, it being good from beginning to end, I was like, guys, you gotta check this out. We have to watch this.
And
And
we did.
so we did.
Yeah,
Oh, by the
I
way,
practically
overall stream audio could be bumped up a little bit, and I think I need to be bumped up just a touch relative to you two.
okay. So I
But other
can
than that, I think
I
we're
could
good.
solve
But
I
yeah,
could solve one
this
of those
show, it's
things.
good shit.
Yeah,
Do you
and
need
that
to be
was
bumped up?
refreshing as well. Being able to share this with the colleagues and having them both basically agree that yeah, I mean, other than a few minor nitpicks that we found,
Oh
on
yeah, I think especially in that last episode. By the way, you'll know what I'm talking about when I say during that last episode. Like I had a little thing that niggled at me, and I didn't articulate well in the moment what it was because in my own mind I hadn't quite nailed it. But it
Slur
was
who
the thing that was bothering me was something other than
Slur
what I
needed to be
said.
bumped up by it.
Slur. Okay,
Yep.
that's.
Yeah, Slur needed
Oh,
to be bumped up.
I think I'll bring you up to like 110, 115. See where that gets us.
And I think it's just because my mic is cheaper than yours, it doesn't come through as clear, so it just needs to be a
Yeah,
little bit louder to
and
compensate.
on the overall stream volume, that just might need to be. Everybody might just need to turn it up because there's only so much I can modify. Because pretty much with all the other sound levels, they're at max. So it's like, it's either I turn everybody else up through various means and then turn my own mic up or something else.
Is there not a master volume for the entire output?
No, because there's on OBS there's like mic, Discord, my computer sound, and then that's it. All of which are all at the absolute max. So I'd have to like bring you all up, and then bring myself up like manually through like my little Scarlet thing. But then
All right.
that risks. I could also probably run it, like increase the volume through voice meter, but uh, then we risk like fucking with voice meter potato.
I mean, once we're all roughly level, then people can control that volume on their end. It's not a huge deal.
Right. Uh, so let's see. So yeah, when we all sat down to watch Alice in the Borderland, I was really hesitant. I was trying to remember like what episode really got me. I think it was episode 3 that like finally got my it's like hook because I was interested when we started watching it, but I was just like, all right, this seems pretty much okay for the most part. Not even bad, just okay. Then we got to episode 3 and I was like, whoa. I um
3 is a big one. I'll give you that. 3 is like if you're kind of on the fence, 3 will hook you
mhm.
because it does something that most shows just don't have the balls to do these days.
Um
Not even these days, I'd say just in general, because the way you get introduced in episodes 1 and 2, you're being shown the premises. Like, we've got some Saw style death games, we've got a plucky group of people who are going to have to survive them and get through them and all that. And we're like, okay, yeah, we can vibe to this. Pretty nice
later we
basic
will be
concept.
getting
And then
into
it's episode 3 where you
spoilers.
realize they're going to be swinging big on this one.
In a bit we will be getting into spoilers, but for right now we're trying our best to remain
Yeah, we're
spoiler
talking
free.
around everything we're
Uh,
trying to say. It's kind of
Yeah.
Without spoiling
painful.
anything, if you had to put this on the scale, where would you put it?
Oh, it's up at about an 8 minimum, I think. 9 for some of the better episodes, easily.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty much at a 9 or a 10. I think alongside Firefly, this is probably one of my best live action series of all time. Like
It's
easily top
really
5 for
fucking good.
me. Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna give it a 9, and for the love of God, without spoiling anything, I really hope following seasons will maintain this level of
Oh yeah.
quality.
I really hope
Because
so too, because this was a absolute standout for me. Like I've watched a lot of shows on Netflix that had like good episodes or they kind of had ups and downs, but to have one that's good from like beginning to end and the writing is really strong, the character building is good, the world building is good. You just don't find that often.
yeah, because we all know the classic example of like something that started out strong and then just became shit. We all know Game of Thrones somehow still exists. And did you guys know the
Well, yeah, I
prequel
mean, Game
series
of
got a
Thrones, Walking Dead. It's like, man, these shows started out so good and then just went off the fucking rails.
mm-hmm. Bet it makes you really sad that the Game of Thrones prequel show got approved. It's gonna start
Oh,
like
did it?
film. Yeah, it's not Rain of Fire. That's a different thing. Yeah, the Game of Thrones prequel series got approved. It's gonna start filming like
Blood
pretty
Fire.
soon. Blood and Fire.
Okay, you
Thank
know
you.
how during the airing of each season you had community-based memes like Clegane Bowl, and
Mm-hmm.
eventually the meme overrid the actual script of the show because D&D didn't know what the fuck they were doing. And then Clegane Bowl happened and it was really disappointing. A prequel series about the unification of the territories and the Targaryens, that is another one of those things that came from the same place, and I'm guessing it's gonna be exactly as disappointing.
Yeah, it probably
That's just
is.
my prediction off the top of my head.
Um, so I think we can all say on a subjective level we fucking 100% loved this show, right? Like,
Oh,
Oh
I
yeah,
think it
and there's
holds up
actually
very well on
something
both
to
scales.
yeah,
for
like
just
it's
spoiler-free thing to comment on. This is a live action adaptation of a manga. So that comes with like a really good thing, which is the writing should be fucking pure consistent and into the second season and stuff. That's good. But there's a bunch of pitfalls that can come with it, and they
mm,
didn't fall into them. One is something like character design. Because, manga or comic books, everybody looks really extravagant and exaggerated and all this. And
yeah.
trying to adapt that into live action can very often come across as really cosplayish and
Well, yeah,
tilly
it's because
and bad.
especially depending on the anime itself, because like Full Metal Alchemist could have made the transition a lot easier because for the most part everybody did have these Like at the very least, the human people, they had very
Except it
realistic
didn't.
proportions.
Except it didn't. There is a live action Full Metal Alchemist, and it
Well,
looks
no,
fucking awful.
no, I was going to say if it had worked, if it because I know the live action exists. Like it could have had an easier time at the very least with the character designs, because for the most part the human characters are very well proportioned. It's not like something like My Hero Academia where Deku's eyeballs can sometimes take up more
It's
than
not
half his
even
skull.
things like the actual proportions of their body, because that's just down to the drawing style. I'm talking
Right.
more about just the more basic character design. So if you look at, because I actually did go into Google Images just to see what the characters looked like in the manga, and they were a bit more exaggerated, but the way they translated it. So you've got kind of your edgy
Is
ghost
there a
main
different name
boy.
by the way for the manga so I
No,
can maybe
I
throw up
just
some images?
Googled Alice in Borderland manga. It's
Okay.
the same thing. I think the most different looking person in translation was the Har, the leader, because in the manga he has an afro.
What?
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
fair.
only difference.
Yeah. See, what I would point to for a good example of like a live action manga adaptation is I don't remember the character's name, but basically the dad from Alita with his
Yeah.
fucking rocket hammer.
Yeah.
That was a good live action adaptation of a very exaggerated, anime manga type character.
Why does Alita
Everything
Battle
about that
Angel
movie looked better. What?
Why does Alita Battle Angel get so much shit? When I saw this movie and I was just like, this is literally just an anime on the fucking big
Oh,
screen and
I
I'm loving
don't
it.
know. I mean, there are some Tisby things about the world building and things like that. And yeah, fair criticism. But the movie overall is really fucking good. And I actually thought it was going to be awful because do you remember when the trailers first came out and you
Yes.
saw what Alita herself looked like? And it
Mm-hmm.
just uncanny valley as fuck.
And main character, not main villain guy who was not main villain guy, the guy who had the sword, where it was pretty much just that. I'm trying to remember the actor's name. He was in Game of Thrones for like a season. He was like the guy who the mercenary guy that Daenerys was quote unquote in love with. That got
Wait, are
like
you talking
replaced.
about the RoboCop guy with the metal goatee? Or are you talking
Maybe.
about somebody
He was
else?
the guy with the crazy blade that she ended up taking and making her own.
Yeah. I only had one problem with that, and that's mainly because that CGI did not look very good. Because it was literally just his face on a robot body. It's just like, oh, so there's no way that was gonna look
Yeah.
good.
I mean, yeah, there are some things like that, and like I said, especially in the trailer when you saw it without context, Alita
Yeah.
herself looks a little bit uncanny valley, but in the movie and surrounded by everything else with all the CGI and stuff, 90% of the CGI fucking works. There's a couple of things here and there that a little bit, maybe not that, but most of it, yeah. And the movie overall, fucking awesome. I
Yeah.
don't know why people really didn't like it. There's clearly something they're getting from it that was awful that I missed, or something they just didn't get that I had. I don't know.
Um. So in terms of how would we summarize this story? Like without going into spoilers, if I had to describe this story, Arisu, who is our main character, he's a bit of a slacker. He and his friends, they're like having a good time, and like they cause a car wreck. They go into a bathroom to hide from the cops, and then suddenly they're transported into a different into Tokyo, which has been completely abandoned. And
Well, that's
no,
kind of the thing is we don't exactly know.
right. It's left.
A
It's
lot of
left.
these things are left ambiguous.
Right.
It's part of the mystery of the show, and that's why it's kind of hard to talk about without getting into the spoilers.
Right. The most I was gonna say with the summary is that they then find these cell phones and they now have to like compete in these games, like which are basically like
Basically,
little
Yeah,
Saw.
I think I summarized it earlier by saying they're going through a series of Saw-like death games, and they have to
Yes.
survive and make their way into this world. That okay, We think that they've been teleported into this other world that has no other people and has these death games going on. The characters themselves think that everybody else was disappeared from the world and the death games appeared instead. That is one of the things I'd say it's a bit of a disconnect. And I think I pointed this out sort of halfway through the season that everybody in the show seems to have like come to the conclusion that everybody else is gone. All multiple millions of people around them in Tokyo just disappeared all of a sudden.
Yeah, they don't
Rather
think
than anybody come to the conclusion that no, it's us that disappeared.
Yeah,
Except the
it's
Har. He says it, but nobody actually acknowledges that he said it.
yeah, it's one of those things of like we would make the connection, or at the very least I feel like we would try to make the connection and be like, "Oh, what the did we get transported to a different place?" Because everybody disappearing, I think it was the ratio, wasn't it? It was like cuz only one person had her was just like, "Oh yeah, we all got transported, not the other way around." Everybody else was like
Yeah, it's
on
because he's the only one who said it. And then there was also other things like how we know not everybody went at the same time. And even in different places, you can still see when our main cast gets teleported to that world, they go through the world, they're looking for people. There's like, where the fuck did everybody go? And they'll see in a restaurant, there's food on a plate that's like still steaming, where there used to be a person. But then as they're exploring a little bit further, they're looking in cars, trying to find supplies, trying to find something they can use to get around.
and they
And
found
they
like
see
rotting
like
vegetables.
food in a shopping bag that's gone rotten and has clearly been there for a few weeks. So it's all these little clues for us and the characters that's just none of them make sense yet, but they're just more jigsaw pieces to add to the pile and to keep in mind.
Something I will on a non like keeping the non spoiler vibe. Something I've really liked about these games. It's not they had to constantly remind me this because I'm so used to like the later Saw movies because those were the ones I was the most familiar with. Uh, there's no like trick question type deals. It's like the
Oh
games don't
yeah, and
cheat.
this was a big thing while we were watching because as we're watching, because we're enjoying the show and we want to engage with it, we were trying to figure out myself and Wyatt were trying to figure out the games. Ninja has already seen them, and occasionally Wyatt would just default to like, okay, maybe this is actually this, and it would directly break what the announcers said the rule of the game was,
Right, and I had to keep
and
being
make
reminded that it's
like
like, oh no, the
they
games do not cheat.
yeah, this is actually a well-written show where the rules, as stated, will set up a logic puzzle that is solvable.
Right,
There is an actual, and you can think through it.
because I don't know if you guys
So
have
then
seen the
you
later
see
Saw
main character
movies.
do.
Because in the later
Yeah,
Saw
if you see
movies,
the
I
main
could
character
swear
think
those
through it
guys
and
cheat.
it's solvable, then it's satisfying. If the main character solved it and it was like the later Saw movies where they were designed to be awful and unsolvable, which, by the way, main Saw man accounted for and planned for as an ultimate trap for the person that
Oh
was
my
doing the
god.
games. And oh god, those
Yeah,
movies
they
went
get
off
so
the fucking rails.
yeah. But it also makes the more tragic games that much more tragic when you realize it's like, oh, there was actually a way to solve this. So it feels satisfying when they win and it feels bad when they lose.
Yeah,
And
Saw 1 being a prime example of that. When, like, the tragedy of it was the fact the solution was right there. It just literally went down the drain.
But I don't know if I'd put that in the same category because that was just a physical malfunction that fucked over the contestants rather than something that they tragically didn't figure out in time.
Hmm.
but the idea is that there's as they present the rules, you can listen to the rules and then use those rules to think about it and figure out a solution. There is no trick question. It's not some bullshit hidden answer. It's like, no, it is there. think about it, figure it out. And that's very satisfying when you do actually figure it out. You know, or you go, damn, I missed it. You know, I couldn't get it in time. You know, it's satisfying.
Without spoiling, which one was your favorite puzzle?
Um,
I'm sorry I keep saying like without spoiling because this is more for myself because I don't ever hold back for the most part when it
I
comes to
guess
spoilers.
it depends on like the criteria of what you would consider like the favorite. Like there were some really interesting concepts, and there were some that we didn't really get to see a lot of. But I would say probably the Hearts games in general were some of my favorites.
Oh yeah, just because they're so character motivated in how they
Yeah.
play out, they tend to really hook you in as concept. Like the hide and seek one, like just completely setting aside our characters. If you just put in people we didn't know and didn't care about, just as a concept of the way that game unfolds is really fucking interesting psychologically.
My favorite has to be the bus for reasons I can't get into until later. It's very video gamey.
Okay,
And
when
plus,
are we
like
going to get into the spoiler thing? Because this is starting to cripple us.
Well, I was gonna say like we'll give it like a few more minutes because we're almost the 45-minute mark, and then I was just gonna say fuck it. Now we'll actually just start breaking it.
Once we all say what our favorite is, then we can just go ahead and say, okay, so the show is really, really good. Go watch it if you don't want spoilers, and then we'll go into the spoiler section.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all given our input as the show overall. Fucking
Were you kind of on the
yourself
same
a favor and watch it because it's really good.
It is. It's fantastic. So were you kind of in the same boat for your favorites? You like the Hearts games, Slur?
Yeah, the Heart. I mean, at least that one Hearts games. I also find the we didn't really get to see many of the Spades games.
Yeah,
and
I
we
got
saw
really
like
irritated
two
with
Clubs
that.
games.
I kind of
Whereas
thought with
the
each
way they could do Spades games not just based on, you know, actual flat out physical endurance, because that wouldn't really jive with abducting random people. You'd have to do it so that there is a way to do it cleverly.
Well, but that
And
was
that would
kind
kind
of
of help
the thing, because the Clubs games are team games, the Spade games are physical challenges, the Diamonds are wits, and then the Hearts are the emotional ones.
Yes, but even though the Clubs games are team based, you need wits and smarts to figure out what it is you even need to do. So no matter which one you're in, and even in the team one, the fact that gym or a rock climber girl, her being able to get around the building so much faster was a massive boon. So no matter what it is your skill set or your specialty is,
that was a Spade game.
There's a way.
You're talking about Tag, right? Yeah, Tag was a Spade game.
No, it wasn't. Was it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Oh.
Okay,
so yeah, just completely misremembered that.
Were we?
It's just your man. Yes, that's it. He turned it into a team game by saying, "Let's work together." Okay, yeah, that's just me.
So did we see every example of each game, or did we only have like the games told to us, and then we stuck with mainly like 3 of them?
So the door game was Clubs.
Okay.
The Tag was Spades.
Okay.
The bus was Clubs. The water one was Diamonds. And then we had 2 Hearts games. And then there were a couple other ones that were thrown in there that we didn't see exactly which was which, like the Beast Hunter and the Human Elevator.
That was a Spades game.
Right, but we didn't get to see all of those. Like, we don't know what all of them were identified as, but we saw some of them.
Yeah, the hunting the beasts, that was a Spades game. The one where we just saw some poor bastard hanging on for dear life to like a pole, that was a Spades game.
All right,
obviously.
I think at this point, like, yeah, we've all said our opinions. We really love this show. We're gonna get into spoilers.
Yeah, highly
watch
recommended.
this fucking show.
Yeah, go watch this. Binge the shit out of it. Recommend it to everyone you know. It's amazing.
When it comes to my level of like watching TV, I normally just don't watch it that much in general. Like, I'm actually more glued to YouTube than pretty much any other service when it comes to watching stuff. So like watching this show was really fucking good. Like, I wanted to just binge it as much as possible. The problem is like with the 3 time zones that all 3 of us are in, we couldn't without.
We still managed to get it done in like 2 or 3 days, though. Like we
Yeah,
just chopped it
it
up into
was
like 2 or 3 pieces, and it
it
was
was
done.
yeah, it was 2 days, and then no wait no yeah it was 3 days because we watched the first episode just by itself.
Yep,
Yeah,
and then we
then I
did
think 2 and
episode
3
4.
we watched together, and then we just did a massive binge for like the last stretch.
And it had this it was very unique for me because like while I like a lot of TV shows, it's hard to keep me like super like glued to my seat because they're finally showing me Hunter x Hunter, and it's like while I'm enjoying the show, I'm like I don't want to say I'm not glued to my seat. I'm enjoying what's on there. It's also just like yeah, that was a good couple episodes, and then I'm ready to just do something else. With this, I was just like, so
See,
you
I
guys
don't know
ready?
how you do that. You're like a
Yeah,
monster, dude.
yeah.
I binged Hunter x Hunter in like a week.
I'm the weirdo. Like you guys complain about the fucking like the weekly releases of like Mandalorian, WandaVision, and Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I'm like, yeah, 1 episode, great.
No.
Because
See, if I find something I like, I'm just gonna keep going. Whereas if I find myself getting tired of it after I finish 1 or 2 episodes, that tells me that I'm not really getting engaged. I'm not losing myself in this story.
Exactly.
fair enough. I think it's just because I still have that sort of old school view of TV. So it's just the half-hour block to then watch the show and then move on to something else because TV we like my household was very much still like a TV focused thing. Like we would watch TV while eating dinner, and then once dinner was over, we all did our own thing. So like I really never got that attached to TV. Hence why when everything started moving to streaming, I just never got that glued to it. That's why I'm more like That's why my balance towards like TVs or movies, I lean more towards movies because I'm willing to
Oh
sit
no!
down
As
for
soon as
2.
I got my own laptop and I figured out how to like look at things online and download stuff, and I was just everything. I want to consume all the media, all the stories. Can't get
You
enough.
you make that sound like that villain from Crystal Skull. You just want all the knowledge, and then it's just beamed into your
Honestly, if
eyeballs.
you just take a very young teenage slur and just fucking historically any decent movie, any like bingeable TV show, a shit ton of anime, and just have that scene where it's blowing into my mind until I'm broken as a person. That's pretty much what happened.
So, yeah, we've now made our spoiler warning. If you still are here, or whether that be in the live or not the after show, when this is just a video, then now's your chance to go. We're gonna talk about spoiler stuff. Um, so on the favorite game, so I could actually talk about it. I really love the bus thing because I just love solutions where it's just like the answer is to kind of not play, where it's like, oh, you were in the solution all along.
Yeah, I think that the thing that makes you happy about that is that's the closest thing to like a trick answer in the entire show. And you kept
Yeah, I
thinking
think
there
that's
were
the only one where it was actually you were supposed to sit around and explore and think about it rather than in a panic just learn what the objective was and just fucking start going
That's
to
true.
try
They
and
had 2
survive.
hours to figure this shit out, and it's just like I I I loved how like I think it's also I don't want to say the smugness of like knowing the answer and it's like the characters haven't figured it out because normally that kind of stuff frustrates me when I see like a joke or like the solution from a mile away. That normally frustrates me. Uh, but just watching this of it and watching our characters like try to figure this shit out and then just out of nowhere a panther attacked. That was really good.
Yeah, and then they do the thing where something that happens in one scene isn't just there to look cool, it will pay
Mm-hmm.
off later. So when the panther attacked one of the people, he had a knife because everybody brings some kind of tool to try and survive these horrible games. he had like a pocket knife. And even though it wasn't going to do anything, just out of pure survival instinct, as it was pouncing on him, he was fucking lashing out and he was slashing at it and he was stabbing it. Obviously wasn't enough to save him because it's a huge ass fucking panther. But when we get there later on, the panther was wounded enough that it was either not able to chase them or it was dead.
Right.
They didn't hang around to find out which.
Oh, in terms of the consistency of the universe, it's fucking awesome how, like, we find out, like, what electronics do and do not work. Like, with the whole,
Oh, yeah. Anything with a computer chip, it would have been fried when they arrived there. Whereas older tech that ran either on, like, diesel combustion engines or just plain old batteries and things, those would work. And so they became incredibly valuable.
I was a tiny bit confused as to how the beach was running. Did they say that was independent generators? Because,
Yeah, when they arrived there, one of the questions they had for the Hatter as he's explaining everything is they have some kind of fuel generator for the resort, and they collect rainwater for their supply.
Smart.
Yeah. And that actually pays off later on when the whole place goes up in flames because they were stockpiling a shit ton of gasoline.
Yep. From a consistency standpoint, I also really liked how, like, if somebody got injured during a game, it always carried forward.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
like,
if somebody got injured, that became a problem later on.
the best one being, I don't remember. Oh, Shoto's leg being burned from the first game. That was a very consistent.
Oh yeah, that became a huge fucking issue. In fact, a lot of the next episode was like, okay, we made it through the game, but like this guy's leg fucking caught fire. That's actually a really big deal. We need medical supplies. It wasn't just to hit home like, oh my god, these games are so dangerous. Anyways, moving on. It's like, no, that man's leg was on fire. We need to deal with that.
Oh, also, the concept of, like, don't leave the fucking games or get the wrong answer, depending on the type of game, is you're gonna get a fucking laser shot through your goddamn head. So if you attempted to leave, this laser would just shoot through your brain and you'd be dead.
If you leave the boundaries of a game arena, or if your visa expires and you don't play another game.
Right. I was going to say, or like with the very first game we saw, when you got the wrong answer, you got lasered.
Yeah, but I think that was really the only
There's one thing about the kind of... I don't know, it just stuck out to me. It's an absolute nitpick, obviously. It doesn't change anything plot-related, but when you see somebody up close get lasered, it's a quick fucking flash and they're done. It's just a... and it goes through your head, you're done. Dead. But when they zoom out on the city and you see those lasers raining down, the implication being that there are dozens of people going through the same hell. Some of them are trying to escape the games and get lasered, or some of them just fail the game and get lasered. When you see those, the lasers actually hold for a few seconds. So they'll just go and they'll hold and then they'll stop. So the way they act from a distance is different from how they act up close. Changes nothing. Literally just an aesthetic nitpick.
Well, couldn't you say that it's them aiming the laser before firing?
Would it be though? Because
a lot of times, like the girl that got shot in the head, she was shot through the roof. So like the laser would have been pointing down towards the building. You wouldn't have seen that from the inside.
Yeah, but it would have only needed to start aiming once she did something that warranted being shot. Whereas the way we see it, the first laser we see is when she just grabs the guy's ID badge and flings it through the barrier of no return. She flings it through that and it is instant. There's no second to warm up her laser. There's no second to aim. It already is tracking everything.
Yeah. That's probably one of the cool visual.
In terms of a,
it is a neat visual.
In terms of a cool visual, I loved how when we got to the little control center, I got heavy Cabin in the Woods vibes watching the operators because they were cheering for the games and stuff. And one of my favorite moments in Cabin in the Woods is when it would cut back to the control room and just
Oh yeah,
like
the controllers in that movie are like they're the best part. Especially
mhm.
everybody has bets on what it is what it's going to end up being, and everybody's so jaded about this whole operation. Like, yes, what we're doing is horrific, but fuck it, it's a living, I guess. And then they just get on with it.
Mhm.
It's so fucking humanizing and funny.
Now that we're in the spoiler territory, I threw up the copyright banner so we can, they just have like some sort of visual representation while we chat. Um, who was everybody's favorite character? I bet I know yours, Slur.
I mean, okay, the second Ghost Main gets introduced, Ninja is immediately like, okay, this is Slur's guy. And I'm like, wait, what? This weedy motherfucker? Why? Well, don't do me like that, man. And as soon as you see him start to operate, how he's just this fucking ruthless, heartless snake in the grass, he will, in the game he was in, he immediately went to the top floor, went off to like a little corner, wasn't even looking for the right answer or anything. He was just observing everybody else. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's actually the kind of smart play I would try to pull as well. And then as the show goes on, he starts swinging for the fucking fences, man. I thought he was just going to be a side character. He's just this. He's another one like Arisu who's quite smart. He knows how to think things, but he's not a main character.
I was
But
going to
then he
say
starts making moves, and you're like, God damn,
he's
dude's
like Aris.
ambitious.
I was going to say he's like Arisu, but without the. I don't want to say without the morals, because he has certain morals. He's just willing to kind of put
He's
them
not
aside.
an idealist. He's not an optimist. He's more of a realist. He's more practical, and he's
Mm-hmm.
willing to sacrifice other people if it means getting ahead in the game. Whereas Arisu is not.
Right. It's like
Yeah, this
a.
was kind of the thing. The games themselves seem to be designed to be like humans will throw each other under the bus if it means their own survival, and the games are used to exemplify and exploit that. And he's just right there. He's in that mindset. He's
Bye, Slur.
Okay. Hi,
Welcome
sir.
back, Slur.
inaudible.
Does the internet of Ireland just not like you?
Apparently, I just
Stop using the damn potatoes. Get a modem.
Or at the very least, if you're gonna use potatoes, line them all up so you could just immediately replace the battery.
But yeah,
Ooh,
I
potatoes
don't even
are
remember
awesome.
his actual name, but I knew, having seen the whole series, I was like, dude, this is Slur's guy. I
Right.
knew
I
he
mean, he
liked this
he
character.
ended up being that. I'll give you that one.
Yeah.
Because he's apart from just being ruthless and just being a very good contrast to the main character, as you see someone who just whatever it is about them as a person that's fucking broken, they are very well suited to this fucked up world. And again, competence. Anytime you see competence in modern TV, it just gives you the warm fuzzies.
And
You'll
he
love to
makes
see it.
those little gadgets that are really fucking effective too.
Oh yeah, he
Like he
actually has
has
this
and a little
handmade battery
flamethrower.
powered taser.
Yeah.
I Oh man, like Tag was such a great fucking game. Mainly because I feel like Tag we were having just a little too much fun with, in the sense of like, get out of here. What? It's
Well,
just
I
like,
mean, that is the game that opens up the world and the cast a bit. It's because when you get introduced to a bunch of other people, and not just other characters that we're going to learn more about, just in general as to what other kinds of people are taken in by the games. Because you got just some random granny, a real estate agent guy who's weaselly enough that it makes sense he survived other games before, but in this one, he just gets fucking BTFO'd.
um,
Well, and
they
I liked that Karabé and Arisu used the game of tag to try to get more information. Like that's the whole
yes.
reason that they were playing, because they wanted to help Chota, and you know, they had to leave her behind so she could take care of Chota. So they're like, okay, we'll go. We'll try to meet more people. We'll try to find a doctor. Maybe somebody here knows something.
Yeah, and then they did that, and they recognized immediately that there are people here who've been through other games before, which pays off what they saw after the first game, which is that random dude just saying he quits. Like, that was a very tiny thing, but it told us a lot. It told us these things have been going on much longer than the main cast have been here. There are some people who've been through so many that their mind just can't take it anymore. It also shows you what happens if you can just announce that you quit, which tells you that the controller is listening to the things you say, not just watching you. It's like, it's a lot of little things in that one tiny event.
Oh yeah,
The show
Uh,
doesn't waste time at all.
and there's
yeah,
not a lot of exposition either. Like you would think with so many different things to explain, there would be just a bunch of exposition dumps, but there really aren't.
Oh yeah, I
yeah.
think the only exposition dump we get is from the Hatter himself when they get to the beach. And that's just explaining what the beach is, how it works, and
I
his
mean,
own theory as to how the game works. And this is important
there is a
because he
tiny
doesn't actually know how the game works. He just has his own idea, and that's an important distinction.
right. I was going to say there's a tiny bit of an exposition dump, and it happens in the first episode where Karabe is immediately like, "Oh, you're like you need to stop wasting your time with us," and like basically gives him the Goodwill Hunting speech.
That's
Um,
not exposition.
Yeah, that's just.
uh,
I mean, maybe the speech goes on, it's a little bit wordy, but it really comes back a few times. So everything he was saying did end up being quite important.
mm-hmm. I was gonna say like even in the first episode, we're immediately uh, shown like through a lot of visual means, such as we know Arisu like isn't just one of those like fake gamers we see in like most other medias. Like I'm a gamer when they don't
Oh,
even
he's a
like
hashtag real gamer girl?
Yeah.
like, and it shows how he's a lot smarter with this kind of stuff because he was basically playing a Rubik's Cube game, literally in this scene where everybody's like on their phones, and it's just like, oh, it actually shows like his level of intelligence and that kind of stuff.
Or
Uh,
how puzzle games specifically are his jam.
yeah. Which meanwhile, but that's why I was just like, oh man, I would suck in so many of these games because I'm not a puzzle gamer. I like whenever I like my favorite kinds of puzzles are literally the ones where I can literally just break it. Like Breath of the Wild, you use the gyro controller to get like a ball through a maze. I just flip the controller around, use the back of the puzzle to just shoot the ball into the thing, which is technically an answer. It's just that's like not how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, you were playing the Adventures of Lunk. It is a different game.
Yeah, I play. Like I can understand puzzles. Like I love Portal, but I'm like if you were to like sit me down and like do like an actual, well, not an actual puzzle game, like one of those like DS style puzzle games, I wouldn't be able to play it to save my life. I'd be
I
like,
mean, there have been
what?
a few puzzle games over the years that I've really gotten into, but they're few and far between because they're so hard to do well.
Mm-hmm. I
Or
can
they're
play.
hard to do in a way that's not just very just on the surface, because you've got the thing you mentioned, like the DS games, like the brain training stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That should get real boring real quick. Unless you're the kind of person who does Sudoku puzzles for fun, that's not really going to be your thing as entertainment.
Right. I mean I'm kind of decent at trivia, but then it's only like basic trivia, like when River and I play this game called Trivia Crack, where it's like it's got history, chemistry, geography, like basically the kind of stuff you do at like a bar. Uh,
Oh yeah, like a pub quiz.
yes.
Yeah.
I'm quite good at that stuff just because things like Trivial Pursuit are basically a blood sport in my family, and I always want to win.
So we kind of talked about like some of our favorite games. Were there any that kind of stood out to you as being like either your least favorite or the ones that you would like least like to be a participant in?
One
Yeah, I
of
mean, the ones I would least like to be a participant in, most of them. As for least favorite, I think for the exact same reason as it's why it's favorite, it's my least favorite is the bus one.
Oh,
Because it
because
was
of the
kind of a
whole trick.
trick answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was completely within the bounds. It didn't break anything. It was everything was well within line. It worked. That's not a problem. It was just it was the most trick answer of all of them, and that's kind
Yeah.
of why it's like, not a
Well,
big
it's
fan of that one.
it's the way it was worded was vague, and the participants misunderstood what they were supposed to do. So by
yeah,
the
I
time
Yeah,
they figure it out, it feels like they were tricked.
Yeah, it's
And
why.
even with that in mind, because of the way these games usually go, you are right there with them in terms of it doesn't matter if it's vague. Even if we only have a vague idea of how this works, we need to fucking move because hesitating in these games is often death. So you
Yes.
get why they do it.
Oh, absolutely.
I think my least favorite game. Uh, uh, hmm. I kind of didn't like the light bulb one, but that's probably because, like, I don't want to say the light bulb one was too
Die.
easy. I was gonna say that's probably the one I would die the most in because I'm just like, what
You'd
actual
have been
puzzle
that pig
stuff?
that touched the fucking wire.
No, I wouldn't. I would not have done that. I wouldn't have done that. I would have just been like, hey guys, somebody else got the answer for this. I'm completely clueless. I'm not gonna be like, oh, you don't touch the election. Wait, what? These? It's like, no, I wouldn't. I'm not that stupid.
Yeah, that,
Like, I think in the moment when we're watching it, I was kind of like throwing out like my ideas of where I thought they were going to go as to solving it, and then the guy comes up with something on his own in classic anime style. It's out of complete left field. It's not something normal people think of, but it works within the boundaries of the puzzle itself. So you're like,
yeah,
okay, you know what? Fair.
my solution, I feel like also would have worked, which was like somebody goes in the room, uh, uh, one one knock if it turned on, like two knocks if it didn't, like, but that's just because like I thought of the cooperative aspect of it. Meanwhile, it seemed like pretty much only.
you were forgetting one of the rules. If someone was in the room when the light bulb turned on, the door would lock and could not be reopened.
Oh, that's right.
So
So
you
it would have been a
basically need to have
sacrifice.
someone there willing to sacrifice themselves to save everybody else, which honestly, the way these games go, that's actually valid as a way it could have played out.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate because I just realized, oh wait, that would mean I would have had to sacrifice somebody, and unless
Well, I
like,
mean, they could have sacrificed the girl that just touched the wire anyway, because
I mean, honestly,
hey
yeah,
lady,
because like,
lady, there's a prize in the room. Oh really? Slams the door closed and starts flipping all the lights.
no, as soon as she's going out to touch it, you just grab her hands, like, okay, you were just about to fucking die anyway. Let's call that a mulligan and kill you a different way because you're already done. Your number's up. This is it for you. Let's be
what
honest.
What's funny is when we were watching the episode with that puzzle, I made the joke of like that's exactly the kind of person that Eli is when he plays video games because he's just the I wonder what this does, and it's why I've watched him die so many times in video games. It's like, yeah, what did you think was gonna happen?
Yeah, he's the one who's just like, I wonder if there's fall damage as he's already jumped off the cliff, and you're just like, bruh.
He's the kind of guy that also just shoots the quest giver. Like right after, like either right before we're about to finish the quest or right after we get it. And it's just like, oh, could you maybe stop? Like he mainly does this in my games, like when we're playing like Ghost Recon Breakpoint. He'll shoot a lot of the quest givers, and then it resets the like I have to basically reset the entire world because the giver needs to be alive. And he's like, I wanted to see what would happen. You shot somebody, they die. Stop it.
See, that's the kind of thing where if it's something like D&D where you've got someone who can pull things out of their arse at the last minute and it's not a pre-programmed game, you can roll with that. You can be like, okay, so our players are going for massive chaotic energy, and you're just like, okay, they've killed the quest giver, they've clearly gone evil, now they're going to be recruited by the fucking Lich King or whatever, and they've, quote, unlocked the secret campaign. And you can just roll with the punches that way, but in most games, it's just a fucking stupid idea.
Yeah, isn't that how you basically become like a murder hobo, as they're called in certain D&D campaigns? Because
It depends. It's like sometimes, yeah, that's what it will become, but that's only when the narrative isn't accommodating it. Because where the narrative that the DM is trying to run is still that they're the heroes of the land, they have to defeat the big evil bad guy or whatever, and they're not actually changing it to suit the fact that these guys are clearly fucking evil marauders.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
There's a bunch of different ways it can go. It depends on the people involved. There's no clear-cut lines for this.
right. Um, what's an so one of my favorite just representations of the puzzles had to be when we see What was the big general guy? What was his name?
The Goonie.
I just call him
Aguni,
General
thank
Guy.
you. When Aguni just punches a fucking tiger.
Oh
I
god,
laughed
yeah,
my
it's fucking
I laughed my
massive
ass
chat
off.
energy.
Bad
laughed my-
motherfucker.
When Ninja and I were having like right after you left during our final viewing, Slurm, Ninja and I were just chatting, and we're just like, how much does a tiger weigh? Oh, at most
Oh,
600
a
pounds if
shit
that's a
ton.
man. If that's a male
Like,
tiger.
if you ever go to the zoo, if you've ever seen a real life tiger up close, the first thing that you will feel in your blood and guts is primal fear that these things are fucking massive.
Yeah,
They're
and
just
like
unreasonably big.
So to see him just punch
This
like
thing wants to eat me.
yeah, so to
Yeah,
just
if
see
I was in that side of the glass, I would be food. This is not a good feeling.
yeah, that's why watching a Goonie just punch it just made me laugh because I'm like, that's at
To be
most
fair,
400 pounds of
just
stuff.
punch it. Like,
Yeah,
he shot it several times and then punched it.
yes,
Oh yeah,
but
it wasn't just killing a tiger with his bare hands, because
well,
that would
right,
have raised questions. He unloaded some bullets into that thing first.
right, but still, that punch sent like a 400-pound beast like 10 feet flying. It's like that punch would not have been that. Like, I'm not saying like it wouldn't have worked. It's just like the physics of that was just like so ridiculous. Then you've got like anime man with a katana. the second we
Oh,
saw
see,
the
that was
second
the
we saw
most
him,
anime-ish character, and even to like the other people, because I said this earlier with the character designs. Going from a manga to a live adaptation, it's so easy to make everyone look cosplayish, whereas
Mhm.
everyone in this show, sorry, 99% of the people in this show are reasonable. So even the people who look kind of emo-ish and edgy and stuff, it matches their personality. They're clearly just dressing a certain way, and it's never excessive. Like Ghost Main guy, he's just wearing a white hoodie and he has dyed hair. It's not that ridiculous. Even in the post-apocalypse, whatever world they're in. But then you've got this one motherfucker with not even like Yakuza tattoos, but basic fucking
Tribal
American
tattoos.
college student tribal designs all over his fucking face. And he's
And
wielding a katana
and he's
like it's a
bald.
baseball bat. And he does this thing where every time he moves around, it looks like he's never interacted with humans before. Because when he tries to walk normal, he kind of waddles, and the rest of the time he's hunched over and crawling around like a goblin. It's so weird.
When we saw him, I immediately went like, this guy enjoys the fact he's here. like
Yeah, he's like, he was just like, oh my god, finally a place I belong.
Yeah, everyone else is like terrified and trying to figure it out, and he's like, I'm free.
well, it's because the guy,
Actually,
if I
yes, that's
remember,
actually his character. I'm free. I finally taste life and whatever the fuck.
yeah,
Whereas,
it's
what was his backstory? He used to like write Wikipedia articles or something.
he basically was a writer. He said like he felt like his life was like was just meaningless. And then when he finally had that taste of death, basically after he went through his first game, he immediately was just like he started like training essentially. And he's like, I belong here.
Okay, you remember that scene though? Okay, he survives his first game. He's like, now that I've tasted death, I finally feel alive for the first time. So I'm gonna go down to the subway where there's this guy who used to be a tattoo artist in the normal world, and specifically the request he says is, I want you to give me a brilliant tattoo, a wonderful tattoo, something so wonderful it would have been amazing in the old world. And what he gave him was fucking guy liner and tribal tattoos on his face.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't even the
I think he
stereotypical.
said it was something that would be unacceptable, so that he could
Wait, did
never.
he say unacceptable or did he say acceptable?
No, I think he said unacceptable
Hold
because
on.
the idea is he never
I'll
wanted to go home.
hold on. Let me.
This was his home now.
I can just bring it up. Is it in the finale or is it in the second to last episode?
It might be in the penultimate.
Yeah. Because it's when he's facing the dreadlocks.
Oh no, it's the second to last episode because most of the last episode is like the explanations and stuff. So it's the
Yeah, it's the resolution of the Ten of Hearts game.
Yeah, literally him. Oh,
boy.
I wish I could just keep the thumbnail up because it's just like he's got his mouth slacked open too. Like the man's like, you enjoyed this just a little too much.
Oh, he was all about it.
We find a guy who was like the lackey of a Goonie. He was basically like, I don't want to say he was just bullied. Like that's kind of the only thing we get out of this.
Kind of his backstory is that he was
Yeah.
bullied, and so now he's bullying others.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's very simple, but it makes
Right.
sense. Like it tracks now that he's in any amount of like power and
He
control.
immediately abuses
He's
it.
abusing the fuck out of it.
Yeah. But honestly, I liked how we were getting these tastes of like backstory, and like every time I was seeing one, I kind of had that Jake Peralta like, cool motive, still murder. But it's like you're not.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the thing
Yeah, that's
where
the
the
point,
point of these flashbacks isn't to make them sympathetic. It's not really to make them likable even. It's literally just to kind of give you a bit of background information as to how this person
Yeah.
arrived at being this person.
Yeah, it's like, how did this person end up just wanting to murder everything in front of them? Oh, they were bullied. They basically bullied to the point, like, when you, like, this guy was literally having, like, a ball swung at him, like a bat would swing a ball at his face, and he'd get hit right in the nose. Yeah, you're gonna develop some fucking anger issues towards other people, and the second that you got any amount of power, he immediately abused it. And so, when he was told to just gun everyone down, he's like, oh, finally. Oh boy, here I go at killing again.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's see. Let me go back. Let me go find Katana Man. Oh yeah, and certain backstories I absolutely loved. Like, I can't remember Dreadlocks lady's fucking name, but then what?
Queena.
And like you find out like that she was actually a boy, and like
Yeah, she's trans. That she's
Mhm.
a trans character in this story, and we even commented at the end of the episode where that was revealed as like, okay, you hear a lot about representation and positive versus negative representation. I'd say this was fucking fantastic representation because at no point is she presented as like a freak or a sideshow or anything like that. It's always she's presented as a beautiful fucking woman who's badass as all hell. She can fight. She's not great at the Diamonds games, but you know, she's witty enough to hold her own and survive, and she knows who the people are to be around, who not to trust. Like, she's got the street smarts. Like, she's got a lot of character to her, and none of that has anything to do with being trans. She's a great character who is trans, rather than a character who's supposedly great because they're trans. It's everything I've ever said on this topic before, and she's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love it. It like legit makes me happy, like cause our side, I don't want to say we're all accused of, like I don't want to say we're all accused of it, but like we get pretty much accused of being like racist, transphobes, like without them even really knowing us. When it's like, no, we if it's done well, we love this kind of stuff. It's just for the most
this
part,
is
it's
where
not done
nuance kind of enters the picture because there's always that crowd who are just so vehemently anti-SJW that anytime they so much as see like a black woman or a gay person or a trans person, they start foaming at the mouth. Those people do exist.
Yes,
it's
they
just
do.
we think their opinions are just as invalid as anybody else. So to lump us in with them just feels unfair, and that's where you get a lot of Twitter shit flinging.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like when I was called a racist just because I didn't like Falcon and Winter Soldier, I'm like, no, that's not it at all.
Oh
Chief.
yeah, you can talk for hours about how the writing in that show just doesn't work, and everybody else is like, oh my god, why don't you just admit that you don't like black people? It's like, bruh, are you fucking serious?
Well, and I'll be honest, man. I mean, I did not even see it coming. I thought up until the reveal that she was trans, like I had no fucking idea. I was like, man, she's one of the hottest chicks in the show.
Yeah,
And then I was like,
and they don't even do the classic thing where they'll make this character look more masculine to tip you
not
off,
at all.
and then just kind of strut it in your face like, what? Is that a problem? Is what she's invalid because she doesn't pass? Like,
Oh, you mean
no,
Genlock?
dude, what?
You mean
Yeah,
Genlock,
basically.
where they fucking have to, like, explain what being gender fluid is, and I actually lose my fucking mind because I'm just like, oh, you don't need to explain this.
No,
You
I
can,
thought the reveal was very well done, and
yeah.
you really didn't see it coming because it's not something that was foreshadowed, nor did it really need to be.
Also,
Like Slayer said, it's like she was already a great character that just happened to be trans, and it fit the background, it fit the story, it explained
yeah,
everything, it made sense.
and
It didn't feel like it was, oh, this person is trans, therefore they're going to be awesome. It's like, no.
it also, like, it had a lot of, like, there was just a lot of, I don't want to, nuance is the wrong word, but I loved what the explanation of the backstory. It's like, oh, when he was just, when she was still a boy and trying on, like, makeup, the dad was, like, losing his shit because the dad was just kind of that stereotypical
Well,
Japanese father type deal.
But not even stereotypical Japanese. It's
traditional.
also specifically because he ran like a dojo. Because it's like he was very much on old school masculinity shit. It's like you can kind of connect the dots given very little information as to why he is the way he is and why that situation played out the
Yeah.
unfortunate way that it did.
And but the mom had, like, no idea what was going on. So when the kid ran away from, not didn't even ran away, they just left home and didn't come
They were
back.
kicked out. The dad
Yeah.
actually says, "Don't you ever fucking come back here," which
But
I know of a
then,
few trans people in my real life.
yeah,
Unfortunately, that
yeah,
is the
that has
reality.
happened. There's been but then when you, like, after the transition and she sees her mother's immediately like, oh my god, you've become so beautiful, like, and it's like, yeah, it
Yeah, just
shows us, like,
heartwarming moment of validation for that character, and they get to reconnect with their mom, even though she's in a really bad way, and it just pays off something else that was set up earlier when she's trying to endear herself to Arisu because Ghostmane is like, okay, this person could be useful for us. Do me a favor, get closer to them so that we can kind of feel them out. And she's very much like, her and Ghostmane are, they're kind of a team the same way that Arisu and Rock Climbing Girl are. So she's kind of going in there, and the way she does it is really clever. The way you try to warm up to someone or try to connect with them is you reveal a little bit about yourself. She opens up a little bit, and that invites him to do the same. It's like, huh, good character writing. This
it's why,
person, you can tell that they're a little bit sus because they have a ulterior motive for trying to get closer to him. But she's very smart about how she does it, and the way she does it tells not just him, but us more about who she is as a person. It's like she's got this sick mom she wants to get back to. And when we get more about her backstory, that pays off even bigger because we understand why that mom is so
oh, let me
important.
turn the
It's just
subtitles on.
good fucking writing.
By the way, in case anybody's interested, Ghostmane's character's name is Chishiya.
Ah,
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Did they ever actually say it in the show?
I think it was in the subtitles, and I think a couple people said it, but not a lot. Not like Erisu or
okay. Something
character.
so awesome that I won't be able to live in the original world.
Yeah.
So I will say, like, yeah, I guess you wouldn't be accepted in the original world because, like, face tattoos are incredibly, like, frowned upon. But in terms of, like, awesome, that's a matter of taste, I guess.
I mean, hold on. For us, absolutely, yeah, it looks like edgy boy nonsense. It's clearly some basic ass tribal tattoos. But I absolutely 100% believe that that character thinks they are the
That's awesome.
coolest shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's what I was going to say in terms of, like, it, like, whether or not a tattoo is awesome, I would say is completely subjective because, like, I have a Mandalorian, like, a Mantisaur skull tattoo on my right arm. While I think this is fucking cool, somebody would say this is just basically equivalent to putting, like, a Punisher skull on my arm. Like, I basically just did, like, the basic thing. So it's like, yeah, like, it's, that's why I'm like, not acceptable. I get it. But to you, like, this guy probably thinks this is the coolest shit in the world. To me, this is the lamest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, and that a lot of it is just down to personal taste. Because I know for me, any tattoo that, a band name or anything related to a multi-billion-dollar franchise, to me it always feels really consumey. But I
Mm-hmm.
completely understand that, consumey as it may be, these fucking franchises, these bands, this music, these artists, whatever, they can mean a lot to people personally. It's not mutually exclusive. So
Right.
I get it. It's just not to my personal taste, and that's subjective. So, you know.
Mm-hmm. I was about to fucking say something about tattoo. Oh, it's why subjectively I've learned to kind of like calm down about Jacksepticeye's tattoo because he's got like the Bloodborne Hunter sigil, which is cool, but it's upside down. And depending on who you talk to in the tattoo community, that's a gigantic no-no. Like my
Wait,
tattoo
upside
artist.
down where?
So, okay, so tattoos, if it's like a symbol or something, it's supposed to be pointing away from you. So when somebody looks at it, it's right side up. But if like say like on the Mantisaur skull on my arm, if the jaws were pointing towards my elbow, it'd be considered upside down because then I would if I bent my arm, it would be right side up.
Okay, but that doesn't that go absolutely backwards when it comes to, certain areas of Dublin? There are people who get the names of their kids and the date they were born tattooed on their arm, and they'll tattoo it so that when they look at their own arm, it's right side up
I don't know the
because it's for
rules.
them. It's a personal
It
I don't
thing.
know the rules
depends
of
on whether
text.
the tattoo is for you or if it's for other people. If you're trying to show off, like, hey, I'm part of this nerdy fandom, then you want the sigil or the icon or whatever to be right side up when viewed from a distance. Whereas if it's some kind of a personal reminder or something that he wants to look at and be inspired by, then he wants it to be from his
Yeah,
perspective,
which
right?
is perfectly fine. Um,
Okay, but shouldn't all tattoos, in theory, be for you? It's the way
uh,
that you're
it's
choosing to decorate
Yeah,
for
but there's a
them.
like,
lot of people that do it so that it can be seen from a distance and viewed that way, whether it's for
yeah,
them or not.
yeah. The problem
Mm.
is just how you view tattoos. Like a lot of people in the tattoo community, they have the mindset of your body is a canvas, so don't you want other people to see it properly? Uh, uh,
Yeah, I can get that.
So that's why, like, I've learned to calm down with Jack's tattoo being upside down because it used to bother the ever loving shit out of me. Because my tattoo artist, kind of when I wanted to get this Mantisaur skull tattoo, I was like, no, I want it like facing me. Like my artist ripped me to fucking shreds. So I was like, all right, fine, I'll get it the quote unquote correct way, and it looks good.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. If it ends up looking good when you listen to the artist who's actually going to draw it, then fair
Yeah.
fucks.
Yeah, that's definitely why I was like it was an opinion of authority, and that's why I was just like, all right, fine. Cause I'm trying to remember, he compared it to if you wore your shirt upside down, like if you put your whole body through the neck hole, and it's like
You've
now
just
that
got
I
your legs to the armholes or some shit.
yeah,
It
uh,
just looks like some really high-waisted shorts with your fucking dick and balls hanging out the neck hole.
yeah. So uh, I like face tattoos. I've never been bothered by them. I just know that society in and of itself, does not like it. Isn't it like it's a common thing here in America at least. If you have a face tattoo, like your chances of employment like drop down to
Yeah,
like a
most
certain tier.
employers frown upon face tattoos or tattoos that can't be easily covered up by a work uniform of some
Yeah,
kind.
yeah. Because if I just wear a long sleeve shirt, my tattoo's covered.
I mean, over here, face tattoos just aren't that common in general. Like, sometimes people will have tattoos across their chest or along their back and their shoulders that'll come up a little bit on the neck, but it's very rare to find anybody with anything on their face.
This just made me think about like another tattoo thing, and it's just like what areas are considered like appropriate to put certain tattoos, like depending on which sex you are. Because I remember I wanted to get like a Devil May Cry tattoo across my back, and my friend was like, "Back tattoos are for girls," and now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, is that real?
Is that a thing? I mean, okay, it depends where on your back. If you were gonna get like a hot boy Dante on your fucking a lower back like a tramp stamp,
No, yeah, that's
little feminine. But
No,
just
it was
your back in general, that's not necessarily a girl thing.
yeah. The more
You'd show it off more as a girl because just the way dresses and things work, but
Mhm.
I don't see that part of your body is inherently feminine. I think that's a bit weird.
Yeah, the more I've thought about this, I'm like, oh wait, that makes no fucking sense. Because then I think about like all the characters that like have like massive dragon tattoos across their backs, or like in the case of Dante, it was the Nephilim symbol from the reboot, which that Dante may have been a massive edgelord, but I actually did like the design of his tattoo because Rebellion came out of it. And I was
By
like,
the
oh,
way,
that's
if your
cool.
next tattoo isn't a Devil May Cry tramp stamp, I'm gonna be real sad.
I'm just put DMC like like right across like on the like it just get the three letters. What does it stand for? You'll have to find out.
Dick my cloaca.
uh, no. Have you ever thought about getting a tattoo, Slur?
Thought about it. I've never really found anything that really felt important enough to me, or I felt strongly enough about to want it engraved in my flesh, that I went through with it. So it's just kind of one of those things. Yeah, I've given it some thought here and there, but I've never come to the thing. I was like, oh, that. I definitely want that. There's never been a eureka moment like that, so I've just never gone through with it.
Fair enough. I like tattoos.
What about you, Ninja? You inked?
No, I'm too indecisive for all that shit. There were a couple of top contenders though. I have thought about the Bloodborne Hunter's Sigil. I have thought about the Curse Mark from Berserk. The Jigsaw puzzle piece from the Saw series, like on my back shoulder. And I've also thought about something from Hunter x Hunter, like possibly the Hunter Association logo.
So,
But
oh, the associate. I was gonna say, oh, you mean the license, which is just three X's? So it's like, no, that's not. That's probably not what
no,
you're talking
not
about.
exactly. But yeah, I'm kind of with Slur in the fact that it's just like every time I think about something or consider it, it's just like I eventually go, yeah, but do I want it that badly? And there's so many times where I had thought about something, but then it's like, oh, I'm so glad I ended up not getting that because like the thing that I really liked turned to shit or something, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm glad I dodged that bullet.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of an example of this because now people are like, oh man, you love the Mandalorian. I'm like, I mean, it's entertaining, but it's written shit.
See, I
Yeah,
guess
that's another thing you get when you try to you tattoo yourself with a franchise that means a lot to you. The fact is, the franchise didn't stop when it meant something to you. It carried on.
Yeah,
And the implications of that change with time. It's like people who got tattoos of Metallica in the 90s, that carries a very different meaning now than it did then because people's
because of
opinions of
Lars.
that band have just changed.
Yeah, it's why man, people named Khaleesi. Oh,
Oh god. I've
they're in
mentioned this
for a.
before. I don't know if it was on air or not, but I worked in a place where just doing a lot of document review for school registration stuff, working for the government, and the amount of very young kids with names from Game of Thrones is fucking heartbreaking.
Oh yeah, I was reading a comic. I think it was Litterbox Comics. Where they were just like it was a Valentine's Day thing. They were like their kids making Valentines to pass out to the class. They found out like that somebody was named Hermione and Kylo, and she was like, we
Oh
gotta schedule
no.
a play date. And I
Oh, no.
immediately thought like, if I was a parent, I didn't like if my kid was filling this out and was like, okay, so you've got a Kylo and a Hermione. Could you just take it easy on that kid. They're going through enough shit already.
Like, imagine you're actually the teacher and you're just going through the role of your new class. You know, the year's just starting. You're going, it's like, okay, we've got Ashley, we've got fucking James, and we've got Kyle, and you're just, wait, hold on, I misread that. Kylo.
Here.
Okay.
And then, no, you'd immediately just be like, oh no.
It's like, bruh.
Do you got a
No.
nickname? Do you got something else I could call you? Because I don't want to call you.
Oh, everybody's gonna call him
Kyle
Kyle Ben or some other weird shit.
Yeah. Ben Swallow.
Oh my! I mean, yeah. I mean, take it from someone whose name is also tangentially related to Star Wars. That shit, he's gonna be hearing it for the rest of his fucking life.
Oh yeah, I dated a Luke, and he like
But I just didn't say it.
I made the joke. Yeah, that's right. Sorry.
I mean, you've said it times on
You
air
said it.
already.
I've said it
It's
enough
fine,
already
but,
that it's
yeah.
like and whenever I made the joke, it's like, hey, it's like for starters, he was like he snapped at one point and just went like, it's from the Bible.
I mean, it's also just a name, but yeah.
Right.
But nobody
Well,
quotes the Bible at me. It's
right.
like every new person I ever met, it wasn't the Bible that they were going to use the same exact joke from every single fucking time, you know?
Well, it's like my middle name is biblical, Jacob. Like isn't
Oh.
it?
How hard for you? I'm sure
Well,
everybody who's ever found out your middle name gave a shit. Like, that doesn't count, dude.
No, well, have you never heard of the naming convention where it's like, okay, first name it can either be like it's normally either biblical or something or like personal, then the same thing for the middle one, I guess, but it will mainly be possibly biblical, and then the last name is kind of just whatever because it's the family
That's
name.
the convention where you're from? Because, as far as I know, the first name is just something the parents think sounds good. The middle name, because it never comes up and it's so unimportant, is usually something
From
sentimental. And
from
then
my
the
part of
last
the
name, you
Bible
have no
Belt,
choice.
from my part of the Bible Belt that I was from, like that's. I could have sworn. Everybody says that Kansas is part of the Bible Belt. As like Rivers
Aren't
trying
you
to.
too far north for that?
I don't know. Like so.
It's like I've
from
always
that,
just
from
in
that
my
area,
own frame of reference, the Bible Belt was the American South. So I don't know.
Somebody Ninja, look up where the Bible Belt is. I might actually just be wrong on this. From just the area I did grow up in, when we were coming up with names for Rory, there would be like, all right, you need to name some like part of it after like a Bible thing, and that's what happens with his middle name, which like was Lucas. I originally like because they were like, oh, like Luke, and I immediately went like, no, because it's George Lucas. We were trying to almost rebel against that. Either way,
I'm going to put an image in the chat.
I already get enough shit because of my first name because they immediately make cowboy jokes at me.
Is Wyatt a big cowboy thing?
Wyatt
I thought
Earp.
Clint would be the thing.
Wyatt Earp, the founder of like not the founder, but one of the biggest cowboys of all time.
Who the fuck is Wyatt Earp?
Tombstone?
Nope.
He was a cowboy.
Fair enough. I guess.
Doc Holliday?
It's an American.
Yeah, it's a...
Yeah, this is some burger nonsense. I don't know what you're on about.
Yeah, they see a little bit of Kansas and definitely a lot of Missouri. And since my ex-wife was from Missouri, like that's pretty much, yeah, that area of the Bible Belt. I was correct.
I feel like we might have gone a little bit off topic. Didn't we have something?
What if we're talking about these Japanese people
It's so
swinging
quiet to
swords?
make things go off topic.
Oh, fucking heaven forbid.
Yeah.
One of these days, like
At least we haven't got him on the 40K yet.
Oh yeah,
So one of my
don't worry.
favorite
I'm
things-
sure
just
some
something-
reference to it will come up eventually. It always does.
Wyatt can always manage to jam 40k into any conversation.
So we recently showed Slur Astartes. Not
Wait,
Slur, we
no.
showed Ninja Astartes. We showed Ninja Astartes. It was pretty good. And then we had like a whole conversation about like
There need to be more voices.
What?
oh,
Astartes,
was the fact
I didn't like
the lack
it.
of
Didn't
voices?
say anything about the lore.
Oh,
I was still very
yeah.
confused.
Oh, I thought you were talking about lack of voice acting because like Glib from
That too.
from
I
Morning
don't-
Nonsense was losing his mind over it, and it was like they don't need to talk.
No, they don't. I just thought it was, the funny thing that would be like the go-to thing that people would bitch about. There was no voice acting. It's like, dude, probably made it in his fucking basement by himself.
Well, okay. On one hand, yeah, it's a really silly thing to throw out there because it's clearly a visual animation. Everything you need to know is conveyed through what the characters are doing and all that shit. On the other hand, the way Space Marines sound is a pretty iconic part of their whole
Yes,
vibe.
Dawn of
It's like their
War,
voices,
Space
they
Marine.
carry a very specific kind of connotation. And if you watch what is it, the Space Marines versus Furries, that little fucking webtoon,
Avenge me, brother! Avenge me!
nails how they sound. And it's just good shit.
That's
And it's just
pretty
a
much my other
satisfying,
point of
meaty
reference
kind of voice.
for Warhammer stuff is that short. So
I mean, it tells you a lot
also-
about them, and most of it is accurate to how they act. So
And
yeah.
and I was gonna say like they don't need to be like shouting every 20 seconds. Them being silent and just doing their jobs is perfectly fine in my opinion. Like,
But also shouting every 20 seconds is kind of just how they communicate. So
though that's it's memed by that point that Space Marines only communicated in just depending on the
it's like,
on the
hello,
occasion.
battle brother. Yes, honorable battle brother. What is it? It's like, honorable battle brother. We must go to the place. Yes,
Brother,
battle
I
brother. We
am
will go to the
pinned
place.
here.
It's like, yeah. I mean, that is just kind of how they talk.
find a way to weasel 40k into the
You
conversation.
did this. You did this.
You
and
did this.
Like you told. It's like, oh, mention 40k.
Yeah,
So about that thing.
Yeah. You're in the weeds, though. That's
Yeah,
let's get back.
let's
So,
we
get
actually
back to
have
where
a
it's
good
supposed
show to
be.
talk about. Let's do that.
oh, 40k is not good enough for you.
You
Okay,
know
hold on.
what I meant.
To
Tism.
bring us back in, what do we actually think of Arisu as a protagonist?
I like him. Only a tiny bit of a personal gripe is the amount of shit he gets kicked in, but it's very in character because he's not the fighter. That was Kurabe. Did I pronounce
Oh
that
yeah,
right?
even just
I
the
would
guy that got to
honestly-
play him is such a scrawny weed of a teenager that up against basically anybody, this guy's getting pummeled.
I liked him more in the beginning than I did towards the end because I feel like towards the end and kind of the second half, he becomes like generic anime protagonist where he's like, I will find the solution and I will end the game or I will punch God in the face. And he kind of just becomes this sort of generic inspirational hero archetype. Whereas in the beginning, he's a lot more conflicted and he doesn't know who he is. And he's kind of a lot more interesting. But like once his friends are gone, he just sort of accepts this. He becomes more of a role rather than a character, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I can see what you mean, but in terms of how we see it happen, because generic as all hell, and how they get there is really just the dressing. But the way they get there is he comes back, and the only way he's able to pick himself up and make himself go forward is to give himself some kind of lofty goal. Something in the horizon that he's always going to march towards so that he's able to march at all. So in terms of that, it makes sense. It's well written in the context, but the destination of what they built up to is something we've seen a lot of before, so he does get to be kind of generic in that way.
Oh yeah, like I don't think that it's poorly done or that he becomes like a bad character by any means. It's just I preferred him in the earlier episodes where like his friends were relying on him to kind of come up with the solutions to these puzzles and kind of watching him figure that out, and him puzzle solving was a lot more interesting than him trying to like inspire people, I guess.
I honestly I don't know how I feel with the Four of Hearts. What was it, Four of Hearts or the one with the wolves? wolf and
Seven.
sheep. The seven.
Yeah, there
Seven
was a
parts.
7 parts.
I kind of don't like how fast absolutely everybody turned on each other. I was kind of thinking like, oh, there's not even
Well,
gonna be like a minute where they trying to
that's
find
and
a
that's kind of the
solution.
thing about that game is as soon as I saw that all four of them were the only ones who checked in, I was like, oh fuck, this is going to be bad.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
I immediately thought, I was like, okay, we're losing at least one important character to us, and that's gonna be like a big thing. Obviously, didn't predict how it actually went, but you know. But that game, I don't think everybody turned on each other instantly. It's like you actually had Arisu and um, burnt leg
Shota.
guy. Yeah, him.
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
trying to find
me
the
and fucking
solution
names,
together.
man. I swear. So you had Arisu and Chota. They both wanted people to like work together, but the problem was you had the girl who'd been through a Hearts game already and knew exactly how fucking brutal this was going to get. So it made absolute sense that she was like immediately fucking survival instinct. I know where this is going. If I want to live, I need to start fucking turning ruthless real quick. And then immediately following her, you had absolute Chad lad. He's just like, oh, I've seen her immediately get the thing and run. No hesitation. I'm getting that bitch. Because not just from how the rules are explained, which lays out how brutal this is going to be, but from the way she acted, he's just like, oh, I see where the winds are blowing. If I fall behind, we're all gonna die. I need to get that bitch now, not just for myself. So you have her turn immediately, which made sense. You had him immediately follow. You had burnt leg now.
Shota.
You had him being shut up. You had him because he couldn't run at all. He was kind of stuck, but also just who he is as a person. He obviously didn't want to turn ruthless. He
Right.
wanted to, be the heart of the game. He wanted to be like, hold on, the game is designed to make us act this way. The fact that you did it is breaking my heart. So that played out perfectly fine
Mm-hmm.
for his character. And Arisu, he very clearly wanted to try and figure it out. But by the time he got any handle on the situation, it had already run away. It was too
Yeah,
late.
he had run away, and not to mention, like, he was like, not to mention he panicked. Like, he thought about just flat out cutting the wire, but then had the like thought of the lady who from Tag who just got her head blown
Yeah.
off.
It was like
So
he saw that
he
these bombs were no fucking joke.
yeah,
So
and he
if he cuts the
caved.
wire, it was too big a risk.
Yeah, which is fine. Like a character caving under stress is perfectly reasonable
Well,
because
and I liked the dynamic going into this game because you have these three very, very close friends who clearly don't want any of the others to die. You know, you have Shibuki, who has already survived a Hearts game, has already been shown that she's willing to sacrifice other people if it serves her means.
right,
She has already flat out said she doesn't trust Karabe and Arisu, and she's kind of weaseled her way into Shota's graces. So it's like there's this whole like trust, untrusting, but then her actions show that she's clearly out for herself as soon as the game starts.
right.
She has no issue leaving them behind to die. And that's why Karabe's like, fuck this shit, I'm going after her. He's like, you can
So
die if you
yeah,
want to, I'm gonna live.
so she acts instantly. Karabe immediately follows, and by that immediate point, it's runaway. It's like Arisu no longer has the reins on this situation,
Yeah,
so
he's lost
his
complete
usual thing
control
of
of it,
trying to figure it out just ain't gonna cut it.
especially with how
So
high
I'm
stakes it
curious
is.
because I think one of the videos we picked out is actually like the solution to this game. Do
Oh
you feel like there was a solution that we didn't see? Because to me, I don't think there was.
no,
There's
because
one that I thought of when we were watching, because remember when Arisu has the wolf, he's running away and he's got himself alone and hidden for a while so he can try and figure shit out. He tries to dismantle the bomb, and immediately I'm like, aha, a reflection. This is a potential solution. This is something where his big braininess can come in, because we know Karabe's already chasing him at this point. So if Karabay catches up to him when he's in there, he can be like, wait, hold on.
Help me get
There's
this
a
thing
way
off.
for us to both live. And if he said that, Karabay, even though he was fucking enraged, he felt betrayed, he felt like he was fighting for his survival, all of that shit, completely understandable. But if Arisu said in that moment, I figured it out, I have a way for us to survive, I genuinely think Karabay would have calmed down. Karabay would
Well,
have been, okay, tell me about it. What's the deal?
right, but I guess my question is, so the solution was basically to help each other take the collars off?
No. The solution was to duplicate the wolf card. It's like if you look at another, because remember, it was based on those goggles they were wearing. It was like a laser thing. If you look at the face of another person, it will transfer the wolf card. Whereas if you do it through a reflection, there's a chance that you can make it bounce. There's a chance that you can duplicate it. There's a
Okay.
solution where no one has to die.
Oh,
I was going to say, because all we were shown is that only one person could have the wolf designation at a time.
Normally, when they were in the opening area for the game, where
They were in,
all
like,
we
a
have
big-
is them with their headsets looking directly at each other, that's when it bounces across. Now, I have nothing in the show to guarantee that the wolf card
Yeah,
could be
it's-
duplicated by
yeah, it's
reflection.
all
It's
speculation.
literally just my own headcanon, my own theory as to a way that it potentially could have been done through cooperation instead of turning on each other, which is fucking T for T how Hearts games go.
Well, yeah, it's hard to say because the only other Hearts game that we get to see is the 10 of Hearts game,
Where
and
just
there
everybody-
was a solution where most people didn't have to die, but it's just from everything that we're shown of the hide and seek game, it's not like we were shown there was a way out that they just didn't take. Like they were really trying to figure it out, and there just wasn't a solution.
Well, that's
Like-
the thing. The other Hearts game, the 10 of Hearts, we were shown that just because of the way the game was set up, if people cooperated instead of turning on each other, which, you know, that's the whole idea behind the games.
Yeah,
that's why they're so
it's to
head-fucking,
fuck
why
with
Hearts
you.
games hit so hard, is because they will prey on human nature, and their thesis statement is base human nature is to turn on each other rather than cooperate, and that's what's sick, that's why people are dying, blah 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 blah. So in both Hearts games, you have in the 10 of Hearts a guaranteed solution where if people work together to solve the murder instead of turning on each other, nobody had to die. So I'm kind of taking that template and applying it backwards to the other Hearts game. There is a good chance that there was a solution to that game where no one had to die if they worked together instead.
I kind of thought dismantling it was the solution, but then again, I thought like,
But what does
No,
that have to do with
fucking
hide
with
and
the
seek?
equipment will get you killed. If
Yeah,
not
that's
by the
what-
bomb
that's-
itself, then by a laser.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it would
what-
have had to be something that fit with the game of hide and seek, because that's the thing. Like the solution always has to do with the game.
right.
So hiding together rather than hunting each other down would fit into that template.
Right. Was tag was really interesting only in the sense of like it's the one where we know that there are basically opponents because with the games we have seen so far that well we only had seen one game by that point was that the only obstacle was the gas and then the doors. With tag you straight up
You're
had like two
referring to
people.
dealers.
Yeah, the dealers.
Yeah,
thank
dealers.
You.
You had other people who were playing a different game, asymmetric to the one you're playing, and they had their own criteria for winning and losing.
Correct.
Mhm. And I really liked that kind of stuff and showing like you had Ghost Main who was just observing everything till he could see the solution. Then Arisu was just like, "Hey, no, we could actually like just call out what floor he's on, and like we could all just escape
and
out
he
of this."
turned it into a kind of a clubs game.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and those are kind of the moments where he really shines as a protagonist. Whereas, especially towards the end, when you've got so many other characters that we want to see do stuff, he kind of takes a back seat up until the point where he's literally tied to a seat.
Yeah. For like an entire episode, basically.
Yeah, pretty
Mhm.
much.
What other games. We've pretty much talked about most of the games, haven't we? Have we
At
missed
this
any of
point,
them?
yeah, I think we covered most of them.
Yeah, we've covered most of them. There was the bus, which we talked about. There were those kind of minor ones that we only got snippets of. The Diamonds game we talked about a little bit, and then the Ten of Hearts, of course, is the big one.
So yeah, I think we're actually
Any
good to jump
speculate?
into some coverage.
Not only that, I was also going to before, because I know one of these videos is going to be about theorizing. What do you think the face cards could possibly be? Because they're going to be the really high difficulty shit.
Well, yeah,
Well,
we get them at the end of the show,
Like for,
where
Yeah.
their location is announced by those big blimp things. Now, I
Right.
don't know if the blimps mark the buildings below them where the game takes place, or you literally have to go up to the blimp, which will be an arena unto itself. I don't know, that's season 2 shit. But yeah, now that we get it explained at the end that you play for the number cards first, and the Hatter was actually correct. Assembling all of the number cards is the way to go, but assembling all the cards isn't how you get out, it's how you progress to the next stage. The next stage is then obviously the face cards. Assemble all the face cards into what you've compiled so far as a deck. Shout out to Ghostmane, because it's thanks to him that you have a deck at all. And once you have, I think, a full deck, you will have cleared the game, as the rules have been set out so
That's
far.
the insinuation.
So what did you guys think of like one of the administrators just turning out to be what they think is currently the game master? When they went at
What
the
do you
very, because they
Well,
said
I think what he's talking about is the chick who showed up at the end was one of the executives from the beach.
yeah. What did you think about that?
Yeah, I thought that was a little odd. I mean, it
Hold
fit
on,
into
I'll
what
bring-
we've been told in that episode where there are actual plants in the game. There are people in the game who are put in there by the administration
Right.
to basically fuck shit up. They're there to get things going. The dealers. So the person we saw in the beach I think that's just
No.
another dealer. And I think whatever AI super ultimate mind behind everything, I do think it's some kind of AI, whatever the fuck. I don't think it's an actual normal person. I think that was just using the face of one of the dealers. I don't know if that actual person is the mastermind.
We will have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to
Yeah,
see.
that's season 2 shit. None of us know.
I'll throw the cover back up for a second while I get the videos ready. All in all, I really do love this. I love this show so far. I really hope it continues to keep the streak going, man.
I mean, it should. Like I said, one of the advantages of it being based on a story that's already completely written, I think.
Oh, so it is over.
That...
So it's not like the fucking.
Oh, I don't know. That's
Okay.
the thing. I'm tempted to do what I do with some anime where I catch up and I think, this story's really good. I'm going to hop over to the manga and just read
Today
ahead,
I'm going to
which I could do.
So this is the first one. It's like how to beat the Seven of Hearts games in Alice in Borderland, the real answer. So
Okay, let's hear what he has to say. Maybe, I think, turn the video volume down a touch.
okay, I'll do
Like
it
a
on,
third of its YouTube player volume.
I'll do that on OBS. That should do it.
explain how to beat the Seven of Hearts game in Alice in Borderland. Many have offered their suggestions as to how to solve this trial of death and anguish, but none do I believe have actually figured it out. And there's no trick here. This isn't clickbait. I will offer you what I strongly think is the answer. Of course, spoiler
Strong
alert in
promise.
this video, don't watch it.
Okay.
Okay, so no bullshit, none of Wyatt's thing of, beating the back of the game so you can yeet the thing to the end goal. It's like, no, actually solving the problem. That's our premise.
If you don't want things ruined for you. Now, for those of you who need a reminder, Alice in Borderland tells the story of a group of disaffected friends led by avid gamer Arisu, living in Tokyo, who find themselves thrust into a parallel realm in which they are forced to compete in a series of sadistic death games in order to survive. Along the way, they meet a host of other characters in this world who help and hinder their journey through it. Now, before I get into the games, I need you to remember this. As I bring up in all of the videos I've done on this show, Alice in Borderland is, thematically speaking, strongly focused on despair. As in, the hopeless, endless suffering that people experience in life. Much of which is further catalyzed by a misunderstanding about the purpose of their lives.
I'm sorry, hold on. Like, number one, that was kind of a big hot take. But also, is anyone else bothered by the edgelord hoodie? Like, I know it's a very subjective
he's
thing.
just looking like Ghostman himself, so I don't know if that's intentional or if that's just this dude's aesthetic. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
I don't like the. It's not even an edgelord. He just looks messy.
I mean, hey, if it's his own vibe, then fine. Has nothing to do with product placing. But just going to what he's saying is one of the big themes is despair, which
he's not
in
wrong.
a way, sure. But I think it's more about, you know, like I said earlier, a lot of these games will exploit an assumption that humans will default to their worst nature. It's that when you present this game, people are going to default to betrayal, deceit, and throwing each other under the bus. When all the time there was a solution that if they were better people, they could have arrived at. That's kind of how a lot of the games work, especially the Hearts games. So, just hope and despair, I think, is maybe a bit shallow? Not necessarily wrong. But,
sometimes it's even flat out talked about, like the Aguni and Hatter's conversation in the club.
Well, yeah, for Hatter, he wanted to create a place of hope, and when he did so, he became obsessive, and that hope turned to despair, a place where people are like being killed off and thrown into dumpsters because they go against the grain. It turned into a murder cult, even though it started off as a place where he had the purest intentions. He wanted to create a place of hope in this hopeless world, and it just turned into this facade of hope over a place where despair and the worst aspects of humanity reign supreme.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he's not pulling from nothing here. I just think there's a lot missing.
Yeah, he's kind of a good point, but you're missing something.
Let's see where he goes.
Just as someone might say, misunderstand the purpose of a game. Now, we see a total of 6 games play out during the course of Alice's first season, and as we learned from a participant, there are 4 types of games, all based on the suits in a deck of playing cards. Diamond games are battles of wits, spade games are games involving physical prowess, club games are team battles, and of course, heart games are games of betrayal and involve playing with participants' hearts. Now realize that I didn't say something like, club games require teamwork. I just said they're team battles. We have to be very careful not to extrapolate beyond what we're told in the show, lest we will misunderstand the rules. And as far as I can tell, in each type of game, there are many different skills, tactics, and other elements that can potentially be either useful or detrimental to a respective game's outcome. Each playing card also has a number, of course, which corresponds to its difficulty level, with, as it seems, higher numbers meaning greater difficulty. Now in Alice, we are privy to 2 Hearts games. The first being the hide-and-seek game in the Botanical Garden.
Before he moves on too much, I do want to throw out, like, the fact that he's very careful with the language around how he describes the game. I appreciate that. Because a lot of things, like, the way things are worded, they are very important in the show.
Yeah, that's
just
true.
Because
that's
it's
why
the club's game. Because the girl, the one who dies in the 3rd episode, fucking names. Yeah, her. It's like, we see from her that even though she was in a club's games, she was playing it like a Hearts game. It's like, you don't require to do the suit to get through the game. It's just, that's what the premise is of its actual creation.
Right.
So
and
yeah,
that's why
it's a very important distinction to make early on.
Tag was originally like a battle of physical prowess.
Well,
that
I think that's why Slur. I think that's why Slur was confused, because even though it was a physical challenge, it required 2 people to solve the game. But they didn't outright say that. So you could have easily made it a clubs game and called it a team battle, but it wasn't, because it was a quote unquote physical challenge. It required, it to be a spades game.
Also, even though it was a Spades game, he solved it by making it into a clubs game. It's like he
Right.
didn't follow the suit, and that actually was to his benefit.
Come on, player, why aren't you working?
Second being the witch hunt at the beach, the utopian oasis where inhabitants of parallel Tokyo can seek refuge and trade for their allegiance to the other members of the beach and commitment to help collect all of the playing cards. It's the Hearts games that have been the focus of most of the debate surrounding the show, as these two that we saw were less straightforward than the other types of games and resulted in outcomes that didn't seem ideal. Well, then again, I suppose that's a matter of taste. The Seven of Hearts game has proven specifically impenetrable for aspirant solvers, as the conclusion of that game resulted in the deaths of 3 of the 4 players. The game took place in a botanical garden. The 4 participants, which included the 3 amigos Arisu, Chota, and Kurube, as well as their new acquaintance Sayori, entered into a hall abutting the garden, which provided them with the equipment they would need for the game.
I will kind of say, thank God there wasn't a 5th person who just showed up out of nowhere, because they would have had to find a completely different game within the time limit. It's like, oh, there's only 4 of these.
Part of the thing is, like, I always thought that the idea was there are some games that are just designed to where not all of the participants are going to get out.
Right.
Oh, absolutely. We get that multiple times throughout the show.
Right.
Right, but I felt like this was the first game that kind of cemented it.
I kind of thought that, but I didn't, I've never thought that there was, until this game, that there was, oh, infinite people can join, it's just only a certain people will leave alive.
No, what I mean is, this is a game where it's said from the outright, basically, that only one person is making it out.
Right.
No, actually, that's not what it says. It says only Wolf will leave the game. Or
It's
when
only
the
one
timer ends, only the Wolf will survive. It doesn't say one person. And this is where my whole theorizing comes in, because we do get it cemented in other games, especially Spades games, that not everyone is getting out. That's just the way the game is going to go. But Hearts games, because they are so particularly fucky, I'm paying super close attention to that wording. Does that make sense, or am I just pulling things out of air?
I think it makes sense, I guess. It's just, I don't see a solution that allows more than one person to survive this particular game. That's kind of the whole thing about this, is it's a game designed for 4 players. So automatically that means, it's going to be very intense, very high competition. Especially when, from the outset, it basically implies, I guess it doesn't outright say it, but it implies that 3 out of the 4 people are going to die.
Oh, it absolutely implies it. But we see it in other games as well, that what it implies and what it actually says, there's a distinction. The 10 of Hearts games implies that one of the people in that room is a murderer. But what it actually said was that the person who killed this girl needs to go in the fire. That's the difference. And that's how it gets you.
It's true. I'll be curious to see what he has to say is the real solution.
Mm-hmm.
This one being called Hide and Seek. Over loudspeaker, a voice instructed the group to each put on a pair of goggles, which included a collar that affixed around their necks and locked in place. The voice then laid out the rules of the game. They were as follows. Number 1, one person will be the wolf, and the other 3 will be the lambs. 2, the one found by the wolf will become the next wolf, a transfer process which is initiated via locking eye contact while wearing the goggles. 3, hide well so that the wolf does not discover you. 4, whoever is the wolf at the end of the game wins. And 5, the game will last for 15 minutes, after which the collars around all of the lambs will explode. And good night. In other words, this is kind of like a game of reverse tag, where you want to remain it. The wolf lives and the lambs die. Which of course did indeed play out, as Arisu the wolf lived and the other 3 participants were killed by their headsets. Thus, we arrive at the point we're at today, with all of you kind souls debating how they could have attained a better outcome. I've scoured the internet for suggestions, and there's a range
What?
I still have my theory. Like, there's holes I could poke in it.
I feel
more if
like when he
really thought
recapped
about
the
it.
rules, though, it implied that only one person can be the wolf.
Oh, it implies the absolute fuck out of it. But that's where I was really hammering in that distinction. What it implies is not the same as what it actually says.
But if
At
it's
the end of the
stated
game,
in the rule that
wolves
only
live,
one
lambs
person
die.
can be the wolf,
No, it
then
says at the outset of the game, one person is the wolf, 3 people are the lambs. At the end of the game, the wolf will live, lambs die. It doesn't actually explicitly say that at the end of the game there will be one wolf. Like, this is where the word
it
fucking
does.
lawyering shit comes really into play.
Hold
You
on.
wanna
just
go back to
roll
the
him back
episode
because
and
he said it.
yeah,
I
okay, hold
mean-
on. Go to the episode itself, and we can
Yeah,
just
I'm going to
listen
the
to the
episode
rules
itself.
verbatim because I think that's going to be
Throw
stifler.
the cover back up. Okay. It's episode 3, right?
It is
Mhm.
episode 3.
Okay. Loading. Oh shit! Better throw up the copyright cover. I just flat out we were.
Too far.
Jeez, that's a fucking. Sorry. Let me go with the actual.
Go back to the rules.
Yeah, it's this point.
Okay.
Let me see if I can. Please wear the goggles and proceed. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, it's where they talk about game hide and seek. Okay.
One person will be the wolf, and the other 3 will be the lambs.
Okay, that's at the outset,
The one found by the wolf will become the next wolf.
right?
Hide well so that the wolf does not discover you.
But to me, the wording of that implies that only one of them can be the wolf.
Oh,
Whoever
that-
is
you're-
the wolf.
I'm agreeing with you that that is the implication. And what
No,
I keep calling
I'm
that
saying it's
is that
not
what it
just an
implies,
implication,
essentially.
it's flat out the rule. There can
Yeah.
only
No,
be
one
one wolf.
person will be the wolf, the other 3 will be the lambs. There's nothing in that that states that that has to stay the same through the whole game.
But we never see more than one person have the wolf, even when they're kind of sort of vaguely cooperating.
See, and this is kind of where I'm admitting that it is just my own theorizing. Based on the other Hearts game, there is a solution where no one has to die. And that being part of how Hearts games work, they prey on that instinct.
I
to
guess we're
betray your own
missing the
survival.
third, thing because 3 makes a pattern. The only other Hearts game we know about is the one that Shibuki went through, and we
she
don't
won
get
it by
all of the
sacrificing
details.
everybody else, and
Yeah.
we don't know in her game whether that was actually necessary or if it's
Right.
just
We
what
only
got
know
around.
that she sacrificed everyone else and made it out. We don't
Mhm.
know what the actual rules of the game were.
Yeah.
So it's
but
hard
yeah,
to
the
say
way
it's
the
a
rules
pattern.
are stated, it says one person will be the wolf, 3 people will be lambs, and then we actually see that physically happen, where one
Whoever
person
is
the wolf,
the wolf,
3 are
not
lambs.
whoever is a wolf. It says whoever is the wolf at the end of the game wins.
Whoever is the wolf, yeah, okay.
Then there's just me where it's like this kind of stuff just stumps me. Like I said, I don't want to say like I'm just stupid.
Well,
It's just
that's what makes it so shocking to me. Is like up to this point, all of the games they've played have been basically cooperation is beneficial, helps
Yeah.
save lives, helps reduce injuries. This game is like, nah, fuck that shit. Only one of you is making it out alive. Deal with it. And the fact that they all happen to be such close friends makes
that's
it
what
that
makes it-
much worse.
Yeah, that's what makes
Whereas
it
if it had
worse.
been 4
True.
strangers, it still would have been, very, very, high tension, but it's like it's even more so because of the emotional weight attached
But
to the 4
even then,
participants.
if you call back to the first game they go through, the clubs one, the way it's presented and the implication of the situation they're thrust into is that you have to sacrifice people on a 50-50 chance each time. But it's
No,
only
that was
when,
that was Shibuki's assumption.
Yeah,
You
that
didn't
was-
have to
But see,
do that.
Yeah,
that was her assumption, but it's also just when you're looking at the game until you figure out that he's following the layout of the building. That's what it looks like it has to be. It's only when they figure it out that you fall into the same pattern as the other games, where cooperation is beneficial. Trying to figure it out will lead you to a solution that's less easy, but better than throwing each other under the bus.
Well, and I think if you actually count the number of doors that they had to go through, they wouldn't have had enough.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
every door required you to sacrifice somebody, you wouldn't have made it out of the building.
And
Right.
that actually is consistent with other games as well, where there are plenty where there are no survivors. And we see that kind of in the montage of the dealers
Human Elevator
helping
is
games.
is an example of that one, because the whole
Yeah.
thing is just literally just hold on to that damn thing. Which my first thought immediately was, I know, like, I doubt that guy would have had the upper body strength to do it. Would be to like climb on top of the thing, or to just at the very least anchor themselves in a way to like hold
But
on
see,
to like a
that
fire
would have been a
pole.
valid way to overcome a physical challenge.
Yeah.
If you're physically strong enough to be able to pull yourself up and climb on top, you have conquered the physical challenge.
Right.
So,
Like,
the games
it's like,
themselves, they allow you the wiggle room to think your way around them, or to
Mhm.
overcome them in ways that aren't blatantly obvious.
I think this is why, like, there's some solutions, like, my normal way of thinking when it comes to puzzle solving, which is always just sometimes just flat out go around the puzzle, it just isn't valid here.
Yeah, no. But
'Cause
even then, in that Spades game, the human elevator you were talking about, if one person is strong enough to pull themselves up, they could then help eat the other
Yes,
people who are trying to hang on.
exactly.
So there's also a way in that game for everybody to survive.
Yeah, like some of like the physical games seem to be straightforward enough, where it's like, oh yeah, that's the solution. That's how you could get everyone else to survive. It's like with the light bulb thing. Like that's unfortunate. Like I don't know how I would have solved that one without just shoving somebody in the room. Then there's like the heart situation. I don't think I'd be able to solve because again, I just try to. This just shows like, oh yeah, this definitely shows how I solve puzzles, which is just like, I break the puzzle. It's like that's not how you're
Yeah, and
supposed
then
to
the
do
puzzle shoots you in the head with the space laser, like, nope.
that.
And you're
Yeah.
just like, oh, never mind.
How do you play Portal? Well, I use the infinite momentum glitch to go through the walls, clearly. It's like, that's not how you're supposed to... It's the solution. Like, it's a solution, I mean. Like,
Yeah, but if you no-clip through the ground because you broke the environment and you just die, well then, that's
then
what you get, baby.
Yeah, that's a fair enough type deal. It's like when I made the thing with Breath of the Wild. Oh, I choose to just flip the maze over and just use the bottom of it to just ramp the ball into the slot. what what would you phrase that as? Like refusing like to play the game? I don't want to say refusing to play the game or just playing it wrong, because that is technically a solution. But it's almost like refusing to play by the rules. No,
I would call it out-of-the-box belligerence. It's not just thinking outside the box, it's willfully going outside the box to say fuck you to the game because you don't believe in yourself to just solve it normally.
well, with things like the Breath of the Wild thing, it's just the gyro controls are just so fucking tismy. I'm just like, fuck this, flip it over, ramp it. Because I've solved those things the normal way. It's just like, nah, the gyro controls aren't stable enough because I would be holding it still and sometimes it would just move itself. It's like, yeah, the technology just isn't there.
Anyways, this guy has ideas.
Yep. Oh, wait, that's the show. Let me throw the cover back up.
Here it is. Clear condition. Whoever is the wolf at the end of the game wins.
Yeah, we just said that.
Now, I know it does say the wolf, and to us that actually very
implies
clearly
singular.
implies that there's only one, yeah. But multiple people can be the wolf. It's like, I'm reaching, I know, I get it. But if we're gonna sit down and say, okay, based on the other one, let's suppose that there is a way for people to, instead of betrayal, turn to cooperation and get everybody out alive.
I was thinking maybe
Within those parameters, my theory of using reflection, it's all I've got. That's the hat I'm throwing in the ring.
I thought, like, oh, maybe constant switching would be the solution. It's like, wait, no, that would just mean whoever it switches to at the very last
Yeah,
second
then you're just
wins.
leaving it to chance as to whoever gets out. And yeah, I mean, you're not going to be having everybody turning on each other. Everybody's just like making peace with the fact they will probably die and just one of us is going to live. And that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a solution, and it would have worked, sure.
But I almost would say that kind of goes up against what the game master would say is the nature of the game.
Doesn't matter, and that's the thing. What
Right,
the game master said that as the nature of the game isn't always the only solution, and they completely
Right.
allow for that.
Correct. So, am I on Netflix or on YouTube? Okay, YouTube. And then throw the main screen back on.
Range of them, but none of which I think are satisfactory. The most common suggestion is that they should have used the principles of reflection to outsmart the rules.
Hey, literally what we were just talking about.
We see Arisu, when he's the wolf, suffering quite reflectively face a glass window as he ponders the abominable situation he and his friends have found themselves in. Well, some clever viewers have averred that had he calmed down for a second, he may have realized that he and the other participants could simultaneously look into the window and somehow use reflection to lock all eyes at once, and thus all become wolves. Similarly, some other people have suggested that they could have used the video chat and/or video recording functions on their phones to all make eye contact with the wolf at the same time.
Oh,
now,
I don't think that one would work at all.
That one wouldn't have
No.
worked.
It's very clearly a signal coming from your own headset that sets the trigger. The
Yeah,
recording
that's too...
wouldn't work.
Yeah, well, not recording. I think they were talking about... I think he's implying either a recording or straight up like a video chat, and the video chat would not have been possible because those phones can't make outgoing calls.
Yeah, they have no service.
It's clearly a signal coming from your headset that locks with the other one.
So
reflection, I think, is still in the ring, but that other one, absolutely not.
Yeah, meanwhile, my solution, just cut the wire. It's like, oh no, that's not the solution. Why put the pliers down?
Arisu thought of that first, and he didn't have the balls to go through with it. If you were in that game, you certainly could try. And maybe it would work. Maybe you're a fucking burger meat in 3 seconds. Who knows?
What if it turns out that really was the solution? Click the release. It just releases. Like, oh. I think we all would have actually been really unsatisfied with that, because then that would have been a whole, like, don't play the game type deal, and that's not what these things
that
are
would
about.
have presented it to us that the solution to some games is to physically break the game itself, which, whatever mastermind is behind the games, is presented as being more powerful and more intelligent than allowing that.
Yeah. Simply breaking the game is not possible.
First issue with these types of suggestions is that we don't actually know if the transfer process will work unless eye meets eye, though it's possible.
But that's exactly how we know what happens.
Well, no, he says we don't know if it works without that, and that is true. We've never seen it work in circumstances where that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's not like we
and
saw
I've admitted that a few
in a
times now.
puddle.
I've got nothing solid to base that on.
That's
Yeah,
technology.
if there had been a moment where, like, let's say when Karabé was chasing Shibuki and like they locked eyes through like a puddle and the wolf transferred, then I'd be like, okay, reflection has something to do with it.
Oh, absolutely.
The only thing that I got out of the reflection scene with Arisu was he was trying to use the reflection to see the back of his headset.
Yeah, he was using it purely practically. He was just using it as a reflection, which is fine. That,
fair enough.
It doesn't break anything.
Manipulated.
Which is why I'm like, I don't think it has anything to do specifically with the solution to the wolf thing, but I can see where people would get that idea.
Yeah, it makes enough of a functional through line that it could, like, kind of work. Whereas
and a part of this is just my faith in the author that, okay, he's presented all of these games and he's presented the idea that there's ways to do it where no one dies, and because every other detail in the show is so fucking consistent, it allows for that kind of theorizing. So anybody like me who's going through these and combing through the details, we're like, okay, there's obviously the chance that there was no solution where everybody lives. That it was just, as stated, one person's living, everybody else is dying, eat a dick. And that's fine. That's the default assumption. It's only when you go, okay, but what if though? And now we're getting into theorizing, and because of this author being so fucking good and everything else, we're like, if there is a solution, if we're going to pull wild theories, it's going to be based on something we've actually seen.
I guess the thing that makes it very twisted for me is that with all the other games, there's no guarantee that anyone is going to make it, and there's also no guarantee that anyone has to die. So the twist with this one is you're guaranteed that one person is making what? So there's no situation where all four of them die. But there's also no situation where... No, because whoever's the wolf is going to live no matter what, whether they wanted it to be or not.
Not necessarily.
What if they killed
Arisu was in there as the wolf and he cut the wire and his head exploded, there's no way for anybody else to become the wolf.
Assuming that
Therefore,
it didn't
everybody dies.
Assuming that it didn't just immediately transfer over to somebody else just because the wolf just died. Like,
again, we're going into theory nonsense, but the only time somebody was given the wolf without it having been transferred is at the very outset of the game. There's no circumstance anywhere else in the Hearts game where somebody is given the wolf. It's always transferred.
By reflection. But still, I don't think these strategies would work because the first stated rule of the game is that one person will be the wolf and the other three will be the lambs. So while I would love to see these theories tested, I imagine that somehow they would all fail, as there can only be one wolf at a time. The other type of solution I've seen proposed has to do with removing the headsets, which the characters do try to do unsuccessfully at times. Now, first off, I definitely think
he said the same thing that Ninja did, which I'm really fucking getting pedantic about the wording and everything, I know, but it says, there will be one wolf, there will be 3 sheep, and then there is. It doesn't state that that equilibrium has to stay the same throughout the whole game. And this is where the fuckery with the wording comes in, and we're getting into theory territory. So he's taking Ninja's entire stance. It's like, it says one person will be the wolf. Only one.
But if that's his argument, then he's basically in the same boat as I am, where there was only one winner from the outset of the game.
I was going to say, I don't know. It feels like with the Hearts games, there's kind of almost, I don't want to say there's no room for interpretation, but for certain with hide and seek, the rules are just kind of just solid. That's just it. One person.
Okay, but with Witch Hunt, there absolutely was room for interpretation.
I know,
fact, that interpretation was the solution.
That's the problem. Yeah, I was like,
right, but I would argue that the rules for Witch Hunt was more vague.
Yeah,
than the rules for this one. Like, these were very direct instructions.
Yeah, it's not like the rules
to a very small group of people, whereas Witch Hunt was a very vague group of instructions to a very large group of people, which is what caused the panic and the chaos.
I mean, it was very vague instructions, which obviously allows more room for that interpretation nonsense. But the interpretation shit can come in at any point. Even if you have very specific instructions, so you have very narrow avenues where the interpretation can come in, you still have those narrow avenues, if you get me.
Yeah.
To put on the headsets in the first place. After all, the game didn't start until the collars were locked in. I imagine that anyone without a collar at that point would have not successfully registered for the game, or perhaps even would have been killed right there. Breaking or subverting rules does not seem to be a good recipe for triumph in Parallel Tokyo. Remember,
yes, this is true.
Yeah, that's correct.
My way of thinking does not work.
The participants are actually being watched by live people. They don't need to outsmart a computer, they have to outsmart humans who will know what they're trying to do when attempting to subvert rules.
That's true, because if this was an AI, then...
Right, so that kind of throws out your theory with... if they had removed the helmets, they probably got lasered.
Yeah,
Mhm.
my theory is like double out the fucking door, because somebody would have seen that and would have just been like, no, boop.
That said, proposals of this type most often suggest that they could have broken the headsets off. After all, the voice never said, don't take off the headsets. It only said the collars on the lambs will explode at the end of the game. And there was an entire table full of tools at their disposal that could help them cut the collars off.
No, none of them are fucking. Hold on, no, I'm gonna fucking rewind on that one, because if you look at the tools, almost none of them could have actually gotten through it. The only one would have gotten through the wire was the pliers, and assuming it just did the thing, it would have just blown them up.
And there was
They
an
are given
entire-
different grades of pliers or wire
on.
cutters as well.
Hold on,
So
let
if you
me
pause on the
move it.
screenshot of the thing,
Let me move it.
table
Hold on.
full of tools.
yeah,
Okay, so we've got
so you
screwdrivers.
see different grades of wire cutters down across the bottom. It's like
Wire
not
str-
all of these are strictly weapons that you use to kill people to take the wolf. A lot of them are just
But
tools.
most of them are.
Oh, most of them absolutely.
Right, I think, hold on, maybe, because that's a wire stripper, that's not a wire cutter, but
Mm-hmm.
no, it doesn't have the same thickness that it would use to strip that type of wire without damaging the wire itself, so possibly causing the collar to come off.
But
This
also
is-
keep in mind that there are only 4 headsets on the table, and look at how many tools there are.
Yeah,
It's
so
even
I
scissors-
think they
there's
left
even
some room for
scissors.
experimentation. It's like a lot of these are not strictly weapons. Like, you've got obvious things like the fucking hatchet and the saw and all those screwdrivers and shit. Like, these are things that, in a cruel, twisted way, they're there as like, ha, you're going to want to kill each other during this game. But then you've got things like the pissy little wire cutters in the bottom left. Nobody's picking that. It's put there as like as a little visual thing to us, is like, you're going to try to fuck with the headset. Here's the tools to do it. Fuck around and find out, motherfucker. Go ahead.
I
Because that's
still
one of the
maintain,
things that people are going to
though,
think of.
that if he's going in the direction of the goal was to remove the collars all along, then I feel like that breaks exactly what Slur was saying, where the goal of the game is to physically break it, and I don't like those implications. So I feel like if anybody would have removed the headset, they would have been immediately lasered.
yeah,
tampering with the headset in any excessive way, I think, would have gotten you killed.
yeah, like that's why we keep that's why I'm super reinforcing, like, my way of thinking would not have worked. Just simply breaking the game will only get you killed.
At their disposal that could help them cut the collars off. Some people even suggested that the tools could have been used to disconnect the collars from the goggles. Thus, the wolf could still wear the goggles and be the wolf, and the lambs could remove their collars set to explode. After all, the voice never said explicitly that removing the collar was against the rules. But then again, no voice specifically warned that walking out of a game would result in a participant's death either. No, it's something the participants in Parallel Tokyo find out the hard way. It's illogical to try and remove the collar based on precedent. The characters should know by now that trying to subvert the games is unlikely to end well. But American Ben, then why is there a table of tools there?
To kill each other. To fucking, like...
Well, see, this is what I was just saying. A lot of these are obviously implements to use to try and kill each other. But a lot of them aren't, and that's where
especially
people are
that ice
confused.
pick. They could have mafia'd somebody with these two.
Screwdrivers are much more efficient with that. They've got a proper handle you can use as a shiv.
No, I
It's a
know.
whole thing. Never mind.
I know, but it's like I was mainly making
Also,
a reference to, like, it's in the
Fucking
1930s
Turobay
mafia.
didn't pick that massive fucking sawtooth thing on the far right. Are you serious?
I'm surprised he didn't pick up a hatchet. He's just like,
I mean, the
fuck
hatchet's
this,
the
I'll go-
obvious one to go with, honestly.
Like, I'll go Nicholson on a motherfucker.
People on message boards asking this, minus my name, of course. There must be some reason. Well, I don't know. Why did the voice introducing the witch hunt game say this? The voice
that was
wasn't
just
being dishonest.
clarification.
Oh my god, so it was specifically to make sure, like...
I would say
Yeah,
that was
just
more of a
explicitly
definition
stating that.
thing.
Yeah, it was clearing up the gender ambiguity of the terminology of the game.
Yeah,
It's like,
because
even though the game is called this, it doesn't come with some of the implied restrictions of that name.
I think that's why even you can
Well,
even hear it
because
in the
most people
background.
forget that witch is a gender-specific term.
Yeah, that's why when when
Yeah.
it's said, some of the people in the background even kind of chuckle for a split second, like, okay, fair enough.
Here, I suppose the witch didn't need to be a woman, but it was a woman. The hints, rules, and tools provided
What?
with each.
What the?
Yeah, it's like, that's just, like I said, it's clarification in the rules. It's not necessarily a woman.
Part of
But
me
it
thinks
was, and that's irrelevant. But the fact is, the way the game is organized, it didn't have to be. It wasn't necessarily going to be one. The fact that it turned out to be one is irrelevant.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why.
I
this
think
guy's
he's
using-
trying to imply it was some kind of a misdirect, but it
and
wasn't.
he's also
Or
trying to use
it's
like.
implying that they're given things that will not necessarily narrow down their options. It's like, they will put other things in there that if you follow them, they just won't lead anywhere useful. The
Oh.
witch is not necessarily a woman, so you can accuse men as well. And they
Also, I
can and
think,
do, but it doesn't actually lead them anywhere.
Also, I think like it has. I don't know if this guy's trying to do this, but I think he's like using like all this clever wording. It's like, oh, but that's what it like. You think that's the solution? It's just like, oh, come on, quit it with the fancy wording. Fuck off.
I mean, he's
on this.
building up the mystery of his own reveal. It's fine. It's just a presentation thing.
Each game are not necessarily there to help the participants find a victimless solution. They are, however, sometimes there to make them believe there is one. And then sometimes they're seemingly there to add to the potential for chaos. The tools in hide and seek do both. They give false hope amidst a desperate situation that there is an answer that is good for everyone. But of course, what would we in the real world know about that, right? Now we get to the
fuck does that mean? I'm just stop.
Yeah, hold
He's
on.
he's being vague and mysterious. He's setting up his big reveal.
But meanwhile, it's only pissing people like me off. That I'm just like, fuck it, shut up and just say the thing, you asshole.
I would prefer if he had said his thing and then used context from the show to like back it up.
Yeah,
But I feel like he's basically burning down the clock, and we don't even know what his fucking statement is yet.
Yeah, we're 7 minutes into a 14-minute video. I'm like, come on, say
But,
the fucking thing already.
The initial intro of that stuff where he sets up what the current prevailing theories are and said why.
Yeah,
they
that
don't
was good
work,
stuff.
That's fine. Yeah, that's on point.
Fine.
No problem at all. It's just that this little bit feels a bit padded.
biggest mistake that people make with games of hearts. All of the suggestions I've listed so far involve working together. Teamwork, if you will. People seem to automatically think, man, they just need to work together in order to arrive at the best outcome. But that's more of a clubs game thing.
It's also the Ten of Hearts game. If they did that during the Ten of Hearts game, it would have led to victory. That's what these theories are based on.
Correct.
Yeah, this this seems to. I actually think this might be the only game where the rules are the strictest. Because I'm trying to no, the first game they ever played was super strict because it was just 50-50.
Or it's
No, it wasn't.
presented as that.
It's
until they
presented as
realize
50-50,
That's right,
it's
but it's
laid out
not.
the building.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
So
I
the
think
way
this,
it's presented is not always the way it actually is,
Right,
which is a lot of what I was talking about earlier.
Right, but I think this may actually be one of the only games where it's like, no, this is exactly just how it is.
And that's kind of where we're running into the contention, because I'm saying, it's like, if this is the only one where that's the case, doesn't that raise your eyebrows a little bit?
Yeah, that is kind of making me be like, that's a little weird how this is like the only one where it's like there's no room for any sort of interpretation. So would that be like
And
a
that's
sort of...
why I'm getting all fucking word lawyery and pedantic, and I'm
That's
really
why
scrutinizing the details, and it's like, okay, if this is the only one where that's not the case, that's really weird. So let's
Well,
look
and
at better
apparently your
theories.
theory is one of the more popular ones.
Apparently.
That's why I'm wondering, would this necessarily be a flaw? And if it is a flaw, is this more of a flaw on this game, the later, the Ten of Hearts game, which is more vague and up to interpretation, whereas where we see with the previous Hearts game, they're
I don't
not
know
up
if it's
to
a
interpretation.
flaw in either case, because we've seen in other examples that there are some games that are just flat out unfair. That's not going to break the consistency of the show in any way. It's like, if it turns out that the rules are absolute, there was only one way for one person to live, that's just how the game worked, that's fine. It doesn't break a single thing. Completely consistent. It's just because of the way the other Hearts game works, it makes us look back on this one with a new set of eyes where we're like, maybe. And that's when we get all the theories.
No, games of hearts are about manipulating people's emotions. They don't necessarily involve working together. Hearts games get people to turn on each other because sometimes that might be the best way for an individual to survive. Is it never true in the real world that society forces you to hurt those around you in order to survive? Or even just rise, succeed, or whatever? On the contrary, I would posit that very often one's success comes at the expense of someone else, and thus despair is made from earthly dynamics.
Oh my god, this says a lot about society, am I right, guys?
I'm fucking losing my mind because I'm just like, okay, yeah, we get it. The real world
he's
is
in
based...
the weeds here. Like he's not fully gone yet, but he's venturing into the weeds here. Like he started off so good. He brought up the most common arguments, for this game, and then he's kind of dismissed them, and now we're just... I still don't know what his fucking point is, but
yeah,
now
I
he's
feel
talking
just
about
here
society.
in the middle.
Also, that whole
In the middle of this
pessimistic...
video, he's in the weeds a little bit.
Also, that whole pessimistic view of, like, life is a competition, and you're, like, constantly needing to basically do whatever it takes to get ahead, regardless of if you're not even in a competitive environment. Like that's one, it's super pessimistic. I would know. I was pretty much raised like this. And it's just like, no, you literally do not need to trample over everyone that you come across. It's a lesson that I've had to be learning through this show, actually. Not through Alice Borderland, but through YARP. It's like, oh no, I shouldn't be treating, like, every single person I've been trying to get on this show as, like, somebody to just yell at for 20 minutes. And it's like, so this whole, like, pessimistic view...
I'm glad you learned that lesson eventually, but
it takes me...
still concerning.
Shut up, character growth. This, like, cause I don't know why he needs to go into this whole, like, oh, humans, like, they constantly need to, like, batter each other down to get ahead, and it's like, no, not always. This is...
Honestly, I think this is just a bit of self-indulgent padding in the middle of the video. It's not the worst thing in the world. I just kind of wanted to get to the point, that's all.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It's just like, get to the fucking point, because now you're just wasting my fucking time.
Like this. When I first went back to try and deduce the solution to this game, I found that one line in the rules stood out to me above the rest as peculiar. If it's good to be the wolf, then why would the voice tell them to hide from the wolf? Sayori even notices this contradiction. Now, some people have noticed this paradoxical sequence of stipulations offered by the voice, and such people have thus been led to assume that the answer was for everyone to hide from the wolf, and this way everyone would have lived. Of course, this is clearly wrong, because the collars on the lambs will explode. However, it's half right as well. The lambs were supposed to hide from the wolf, who ultimately, because of the high level of anguish in the game, may very well come looking for the other players in order to transfer his wolf status to them and sacrifice himself. However, hiding would not result in the lambs living, no. It would still result in their deaths, just as the simple rules describe. There were two possible outcomes of this game. 3 lambs die and the wolf lives, or all 4 players die. Yes, the answer, and the dark truth, is that Arisu and his friends beat the game. Arisu almost lost it by removing his collar and weakness when he was the wolf, an action that would have resulted in his death and after another few minutes, the deaths of the other 3 as well.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. It's like, oh, my
Okay.
solution doesn't work because assuming the wolf just dies and no one becomes the wolf immediately, he just killed all of them.
Yeah. Okay, so his whole thing that he's been building up to is the solution, and
Was what
hold
we
your
were
fucking
shown.
arse to your seats while I blow your mind, is the thing that happened.
Yeah,
I
Oh,
basically.
think he's
okay.
basically saying your theory crafting is pointless.
Okay, that's fine as a thing to go out. If you
Fair
went through
enough, I
these
guess.
different theories and said, okay, here's why they just don't work, that's fine. That's
Then
something to talk about, sure.
then like what are we gonna spend the next 4 minutes fucking doing?
But the fact that is that he just says like, okay, how to beat the Seven of Hearts games, the real answer, and he's concluded that the real answer is the one we saw. Shut the fuck up. It's fine as a take, I guess. Sure. It doesn't feel like it needed 14 minutes to be said.
Yeah, that's why I'm actually like I'm not losing my mind over here. I'm just more like, are you kind of wasting my time now?
Let him
The
finish,
group
and we'll see.
can win. They can win by keeping one person alive. Who says that winning necessarily means that everyone lives? Does war work that way? The implication
The whole purpose behind war is reducing casualties.
I wouldn't say that.
Well,
Yeah, no, I don't know if that's a
well, hold on.
historically congruent
Sorry.
take.
Let me rephrase that. When like a good example would be World War II. We entered the fight to stop the Nazis, and the Nazis were trying to basically take over
No.
the world.
We did not.
No. You entered the war specifically to protect your financial interests.
Because Japan socked us in the back of the fucking jaw. Like, we were isolationist. We were avoiding the war.
Yeah,
Then
we
the
you got
wanted
only
dragged into it.
the war in any way whatsoever beyond just resources was because you could no longer avoid it. It had physically arrived.
I was attaching the idealistic / like the altruistic view that we've looked at it from like
That's
a
what
modern
you
day
see in
perspective.
propaganda films.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, that's what.
whole-
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I almost. I basically just quoted like "fight the Nazis" and "smack Hitler across the jaw."
Uncle Sam wants you to buy war bonds today.
Yeah, it's like when it's like, oh wait, no, that's not actually like that's that's not how it went.
No.
I don't know, like that's the problem when it's like the altruistic view versus like the actual like practical thing. When it's like, oh yeah, that's not how it works.
Well, if you're in the middle of a war, any strategic decision you make, a lot of what's going to drive it is reducing casualties on your side, increasing casualties on the other side, so that the war can end as soon as possible. War is expensive. It fucking destroys resources. It's bad all around. So everybody directly involved in the fighting of the war wants it to end as soon as possible, with them having the upper hand. So in a way, technically, yes, they're trying to reduce their own casualties. But A, I don't know what that has to do with this Hearts game. This is not war. And
well,
B,
you could say like
just
it's a personal
very shallow
war.
reading.
That's what he.
I don't even know if I'd go that far.
I don't know. It's also like that's why when we do a lot of modern fighting isn't just us running across like trenches and fucking shooting each other and shit. We normally have like surgical
it's a lot of guerrilla warfare. It's like indirect combat has become the new norm.
Yeah,
there's like a lot of it's indirect, a lot of it is hearts and minds shit, and a lot of it is just policing. It's a lot of peacekeeping, quote unquote.
Yeah, that's why like for the most part we won't have like that. I don't want to say open combat because firefights still do happen, but there's no like tanks just charging into a fucking like into a town, or at least not that much as opposed to like World War II where like people were just running in straight on for head fighting. I don't know.
I mean,
it's a lot more surgical, is what I was trying to go at. We like a lot of sneaking behind enemy lines and taking out like the leaders type deal, like with what we did with SEAL Team 6 and taking out Bin Laden.
But even then, you get into this kind of things like, why is there still war in the Middle East? Why is terrorism still a problem? It's because everybody goes over there into the Middle East. It's like, oh yeah, we're peacekeepers. We're just here to make sure that nobody dies and stuff. Whereas a lot of the local population are like, the peace that you're trying to keep is a status quo where we get shit on. So eat IED, motherfuckers. It's like, this is not an end to the conflict just because you put a different label on it.
Right.
Of the voice telling the lambs to hide is that the winner should be selected by the participants. Perhaps they should choose the person most worthy of going on. Karube is the one who first has this epiphany. I believe that he actually solved the game because he's tough-minded. He decided that Arisu was the best choice to be the person who survives and goes on, and he thus calmly acquiesced to his fate. Sayori, of course, would not be able to accept a selfless fate, but fortunately, Chota had a similar realization to Karube, and he's surprised with his inner, okay, and outer strength, holding Sayori down and not letting her go after the wolf. Remember, it seemed like Sayori was slowly grooming Chota to be her pawn, but in the end, Chota held strong, because Arisu most deserved to go on. It's funny, I wonder if Sayori hadn't had sex with Chota, a move I'm sure was intended to be used to control him later, if he would have felt too unfulfilled to make his latter sacrifice in the garden. But alas for her, Sayori allowed him to check that off his bucket list, and in doing so, perhaps doomed herself. Yes, I know the end of the game seemingly produced a horrible outcome, and it did, but there is a spiritual triumph that was.
Sorry, I just realized, like,
My problem with his logic is that he doesn't mention that towards the very last seconds of the game, Sayori seems to accept it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's doing her kind of dirty here. It's like, yeah, the things he's saying are accurate to her actions in episodes 1 and 2. She's underhanded. She's clearly somebody who's, in her past, used sex to get the things she wants in life, even if it fucking sucks for her. This is a sacrifice of herself that she's willing to make to get what her ambitions are in life.
It's why I kind of
That's
like
her
this.
decision. That's fine.
It's
But
kind of why I
yeah.
kind of dismissed what she said, which is like, I've worked too hard to get where I am, and I immediately went like, you slept your way to the top. Well, it's like,
I mean,
that technically
not
is working
without
like,
personal cost. It's not like
right.
she got some dick, feels good about it, and she's just getting on with life. It's like, no.
Yeah, she literally said, I
clearly a
slept with
personal
someone I
sacrifice.
hated.
Right. That's why. I was like. That's why I'm not like, oh. For a moment, I had that thought. I was like, oh wait, no. There's a lot of like personal sacrifice she did have to go through to get to that point.
Yeah, and then towards the end, she kind of overcomes that nature, and she fucking resigns herself to die in the arms of the only person she's formed an honest-to-God connection with. It's, I don't know if sweet is the right word, because the situation is horrific, but she does kind of get some personal resolution and peace.
Right.
Though admittedly, that's a rather meaningless consolation bearing in mind the probable finality of death. Amidst all of their mental anguish, the group avoided the worst option and came to terms with death while allowing the strongest player to live. Remember, Arisu is Alice. The software in the goggles remind us.
Oh, fuck off. I didn't see that. That's,
Wait, hold on. Wait, what?
No. Fucking what the hell?
Okay,
That's
we brought this up when we were watching that the whole Alice in Borderland, Alice in Wonderland. There are some very superficial ways that Alice in Wonderland as a kind of aesthetic theme pokes through. I never noticed this shit.
I didn't notice that either. I didn't notice this either. In all honesty, I thought I was overthinking it when I was trying to basically relate it to Alice in Wonderland.
Technically, his name is Ryohei. Arisu is his last name.
Well, this is also another thing where we get into the Japanese pronunciation.
No,
I never drew a connection between Arisu and Alice, even though that actually is how they pronounce that name.
Yeah. Because if you look at like his family, his like when he's leaving his house, it says Arisu residence. And whenever he's dealing with his dad or his brother, they always call him Ryohei.
Mm-hmm.
It's just his friends and everyone else that acknowledges him as Erisu, which is his family name, and that's kind of common in Japan for them to do that.
Yeah.
Although it's a little weird because I thought if you reach like that personal level of friendship, you do say by their first names.
It depends on
I was going to
context.
say the
But
only
then,
example
like
I know
being
through
older, like teenage guys, they would probably just like use each other's more proper names,
right.
while
It's
also fucking using very informal ways to speak and then just treating him as like one of the lads.
right. That's why I was about to dismiss myself by saying, well, the only example I know is My Hero Academia, where Midoriya rarely even uses their last names. Like, I'm trying to think. So Bakugo is disqualified because he uses his own nickname of Kachan.
Well, that's the thing as well. It's like Kachan or any like diminutive name ending in Chan or Chun. That's very much a young kid thing, and it
yeah.
only makes sense for Deku because he knew him as a fucking toddler.
Right.
Nobody else really calls him that.
Right. I'm trying to think because doesn't he? No, he doesn't say Tenya. He does say Ida.
Hmm. And even then, everybody calls Bakugo Bakugo, not Katsuki.
Sue wanted to be called Sue. He's doesn't he call he doesn't use Uraraka's last name anymore. He says her by her first name now, doesn't he?
I'm not sure. I think everybody still refers to her as Uraraka, or her hero name.
All right, my thing might be wrong because yeah, never mind. It's just that might be really weird. The
Then
idea
bear in
that,
mind
that
as well that like girls will use the more I don't want to say childish, but the thing that's more common for kids where they'll use a shortened version of their first
right,
name and Chan. Girls will do that up into a higher age than guys will because it's, guys versus girls. Guys want to be men when they're fucking 7 years old. Girls want to be girls forever. Stereotypically.
right.
Of this. They read Orisu's name as Alice, and Alice must survive Wonderland. And this game was intended to get Alice, aka Arisu, to either pull off the headset and die, or go and find the lambs and work together in a way that would be more likely to lead to all 4 of their deaths than if the lambs were to stay hidden from him. Your rules may stipulate that winning means getting a happy ending, but you don't make these rules. The Game Master does. You know, in reading all of the
Again, another reason why my mode of thinking it doesn't work because it's in defiance of the Game Master, which only would get people like me killed.
Yeah, and even someone like me who's working within the rules as stated and crafting theories, I don't know if I'm necessarily convinced because we had this discussion ourselves. Just between myself and Ninja, Ninja holds very much the same position as this guy where, it's the wolf. There's only one. The rules as stated don't allow for the theory, therefore the theory doesn't pan out.
Right.
Which
Also,
I completely get as a stance.
This definitely does show sort of like a view of like tabletop games. Like when we were having a conversation about D&D on multiple streams, there's the viewpoint of like everybody's trying to work together towards like a narrative, or the whole players versus DM type way of thinking, and it's just like, oh, I guess I accidentally have the like with my spiteful nature of like
It
playing against the
doesn't
game.
have to be one or the other.
I know it doesn't have to be one or the other. There's just like of the ends, there are sort of those extremes, and that's why that way of thinking doesn't work, because it's just spiteful against a literal god in this instance with the person with the space lasers who designs the games. Like, that's why this spiteful way of thinking doesn't work.
I mean, relating that to D&D is weird because D&D by design uses both. It's like during narrative portions and everything, everybody's telling a collaborative story. And then the DM says, okay, we've had a lot of fun and I love you guys, but now I must break you. And then the boss fight starts.
Right, it's just when you, like, this is why I want to play D&D as an adult, so I could actually fucking, like, experience, like, a proper
I feel like
game.
you've just been through some really tismy D&D campaigns,
Yeah,
so
that's
every
why...
time you make a D&D comparison, I'm like, what are you on about?
Yeah, because as I was explaining to to Ninja how I have that one friend that's just like, no, it's this game. You are against the DM. They are actively trying to kill your players. And it's just like, well, I guess, but why not form like a narrative as well? And I was somebody
But
who
no,
was
yeah,
like,
if the DM really wanted to just kill the players, you end up with rocks fall and everybody dies. It's nothing. When one of you has the powers of a god, focusing on that is immediately Tisme.
mm-hmm.
Because they could just end it before anyone even rolls the dice.
Yeah, they could just have a dragon just be in the first room.
Pretty much, yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to remember, like, because then when you have instances of the other side where it's like, yeah, they're trying to make these narratives, but then they never stick to them. And then the whole party just becomes murder hobos. And then you have instances like with those videos I was showing before the stream began, where it's like, oh, yeah, you're all just a bunch of murder hobos. Oh, this guy's monologuing, but the players are also monologuing. Like, I've had a lot of instances of those type of games, which is why, like, I'm like, let's do a proper D&D game, quote unquote proper. That was a tangent. I'm just gonna hit play.
Proposed game solutions across the internet, one assumption that almost all solvers make is that there is a victimless solution to every game. There must be. For some reason, humans are conditioned to believe that all decisions involve one answer that results in negative outcomes and another that results in positive ones.
You're literally showing one that literally had, like, if the players had just sat down and done nothing, they would have all lived. You're showing one that is exactly kind of my point, which is don't play the fucking game.
Well, yeah, this one and the light bulb one are ones where everybody could have lived. The only reason everyone didn't live the light bulb one is because one of them had brain damage.
Yeah. And that's why it was, as Slur was saying, you basically didn't like this puzzle because not because of my solution, but because the solution in general was pretty much just not to play. It was to just get in the puzzle.
Not just that it was
there.
to not play, it was more that it was the one of all of them that had the most trick question-y feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, this is an optimistic belief, one that is reinforced by many movies and TV shows throughout history.
And many
However,
of the other games within this show, and that's kind of the point.
Yeah, that's why the heart games don't, like... Even though... Well, that's the problem.
As weird as it is, I almost would have felt better if he had gone with the whole reflection thing. Because, like, basically him kind of saying, what you saw was the solution, is like the least possible video he could have made, especially stretching it out into almost 15 minutes.
I
mean,
feel like I could
that is an issue unto itself, but his position that the solution to the game is just what we saw and that's that, it's not invalid as a position.
Yeah,
I respect that.
And you can maybe make a point on theory crafting and how, like, sometimes the solution is just what it is. Because...
Or you could point out that what I'm basing my theory crafting on is literally just one other Hearts game. It's not enough to establish a pattern. A lot of what I'm drawing on is my own headcanon and things I'm coming up with. It's not based on anything on screen, and therefore you can't use it as a solid basis, which I've acknowledged.
The truth is that sometimes there are only better and worse answers, and sometimes there's a very fine line between them. Sometimes all roads lead to some amount of pain. That is the truth of life. And at times it's futile to try.
Okay, first of all, I don't know about that, but I was just like, don't fucking lecture me, guy. Like, that's the truth about life. All of us lead to pain. It's just like, okay.
I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily incorrect.
It's
but
not incorrect,
if
but
he's
it's one
trying
of those
to draw
things
parallel to the things that are kind of themes of the show, I think he's on shaky ground.
It's like, just related to the show, because now he's going all societal again. It's like, life is just pain. Like, it's like when you listen to Jordan Peterson's, like the whole, that's the price, pain is the price for being alive type deal.
Oh my god, the solution to the Seven of Hearts game was to clean your lobsters.
Just gotta do the Red Skull thing, man. You gotta clean your room.
Try and cheat
I don't know. I've never enjoyed, like, as somebody who has experienced some level of pain, it's like, no, pain is not just the solution to just life. Like, it's
But
just
no,
pain.
life is kind of different. Life is you can make all of the right decisions or all the smart decisions and still end up being kind of fucked.
yes.
That's just
That's
how it
that's
goes sometimes.
that's the part of, like, in all reality, we live in a world where not everything is under our control. Like,
Yeah.
you could live the perfect life, and then a meteor could strike. You had no control over the meteor.
No,
Get
yeah,
around-
you don't even have to go to that extreme. You could be somebody who eats right and works out every day, and doesn't drink or smoke or do drugs or any of that kind of stuff, and then you get hit by a fucking bus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, I know. I went to the super exaggerated thing, but it still applies.
Around suffering. Sometimes you have to accept it and realize that at times you are going to feel bad. You can't feel happy all the time. You can't win all the time. Such a state would imply a lack of improvement anyway. However, in every moment, you can learn. You can experience, you can feel, you can make progress.
I don't
What
like that
is
he
going
presents
on?
those as being mutually
He went
exclusive.
full autism.
Yeah, and it's making me angry because it's almost like he's preaching at me, and I'm getting angry. It's just like, don't tell me how to live my life.
Yeah, he just kind of dug into
Yeah, I
like
think he's
low
in the
emotional-
weeds at this point
Yeah.
where, like I said, my main contention, if I was to be specific, is that he's making them mutually exclusive. Where if there was a solution to every game where everybody could live, there would be no improvement. Whereas what we've actually seen in this show is that being forced into positions where Arisu has to figure out what that is what's driving him to improve. In fact, his whole character thing at this point in the show is that he's going into these games with the intention of trying to get as many people out of them as possible. He doesn't care about preserving himself. He cares about beating the game in ways that more people survive.
Not only that, by this point, like, his overall motivation is to now just find the game master and just finish the games, so it just stops.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty noble goal, like, because people are just being kind of toyed with and killed unnecessarily for somebody's joy. Well, we don't even know if it's for joy. We definitely know that the dealers are kind of getting something out of it when we saw, like, the video. They're fucking making
Well,
bets
We saw
and
the
shit.
dealers are getting something out of it where they have a much greater chance of survival, but they also have their own stipulations and rules and risks of
Right.
death. And then
Right.
the only person who's getting anything out of it is the game master, who I still hold as some kind of like AI or whatever. And they're kind of got the GLaDOS thing, where they just want to play as many games as possible.
As many games as possible. That would murder as many people as possible. Because, yeah, GLaDOS, just by the point that one of the spheres was destroyed, you almost, like, she immediately is just like, oh, now the room is filled with deadly neurotoxin.
Despite how you're feeling. We might say that Alice in Borderland puts the viewer in the same position as the game participants. You're frustrated and stumped as you fruitlessly try to solve the game in a way that it cannot be solved. You have to think like the game master, who clearly has no issue killing players. In the tag game, players were going to die no matter what. There
Well,
Okay,
no,
so hold on. This
no,
is
fuck off on
accounted
that.
for within the games itself. It's like you have Ghostmane, who literally is in that mindset. He's going to retreat to a corner. He's going to watch other people, knowing they'll probably die off, and he's going to solve the game for himself. He's complete gamer mode. But we've also seen from Arisu's perspective that what he's doing isn't fruitless. So presenting it this way, that what Arisu's thing is fruitless and he's wasting his time, if he was more along the lines of the Game Master, he would be more successful. That's Ghostmane's perspective. And we've seen from the end of the show that they need both.
That's why I think, like, they're gonna clash heads in season 2 if they keep running into random people, because Ghostmane's just gonna keep trying to sacrifice them. He might even keep trying to sacrifice Arisu and everybody else.
I'm calling it now. I think that Ghostmane is going to end up in a position where he's convinced that he's going to die. And he's going to be at peace with it because this is just how he's been playing the game. that
Right.
Arisu's going to end up saving him, and that's going to be kind of a core of their conflict, or the juxtaposition between them, because he's playing the game. He's playing the game with rules as written. He's not really looking for loopholes beyond ways to advance himself, and maybe dreadlocks. He likes having dreadlocks around. She's very handy to have.
Oh yeah, she's super useful. She's very charismatic. She's apparently, a really good fighter that we didn't know right away, but we found out. So it's like, yeah, she's
fucking black belt in
super
karate.
useful. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
would
she's
assume
very
you know,
physically
like,
capable. She's very good with people. Whereas
Yeah.
his whole thing, pretty much the only hand he has to play is that he's very good at figuring out the rules of the game and ways to navigate them. So
Well,
him
he's
and
smart,
Dreadlocks
but he's
need
not
each
as
other.
personable, and he's not as physically imposing, which is exactly why she's the perfect partner for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, she can get around. It's like she was
He's
absolutely
literally
perfect
covering
in
up his
tag.
weaknesses.
It's like that's why she was so perfect in tag, because
She wasn't in
immediately.
We're talking about
Fire Lady?
Dreadlocks.
Oh, I was.
We're talking about Queen.
Sorry, I was because we bring up Arisu. I immediately thought of rock climbing.
No,
girl,
we were
and now
talking
she
about
is also-
Ghostbane.
Okay, yeah, Dreadlocks is still is indeed like the perfect counterpart for him.
Well, unfortunately, this first video was a little disappointing. I was hoping he would say something a little more meaningful, but I mean, I get his train of logic, and I agree with the assessment. I just don't agree with his rationale.
I also
that
just
led
don't
to
like.
that decision.
I also just don't like being preached at because I'm like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
the
no, I'll figure-"
presentation's a little off. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's a little.
towards the middle and the end there, he went a little bit, we live in a society, which I think he
Yeah,
was in
and
the
I-
weeds, but
and I
it's not a huge thing.
Yeah, because I don't like being preached at. Like the whole life is about pain. I immediately then just go fuck you. It doesn't need to be. That's why we're trying to make it better, or at least
Which is
some people.
Aritu's whole thing, so
Yes.
it also contradicts what we're seeing in the show. So,
Should we even finish this video, or should we just fucking
I mean,
move
we'll
on?
let him finish himself.
He's got
It's
like a
like a
minute
minute.
left. All right.
Yeah, just let him finish it out.
Sorry, I was talking while standing, so I was reaching around my mic to hit the play button.
Was no victimless solution. The purpose of the games in Parallel Tokyo, whatever it may be, is not for everyone to live. That is not a prerequisite for winning.
Okay, hold on.
And you-
If you're rolling back a few seconds, I think I see what he meant about tag. Even if every single one of the tag
Oh, okay.
players had made it through, then
somebody
the two taggers would have died.
Yeah, I get.
Yeah, because
okay.
they're playing an asymmetric game with different rules.
Okay, yeah,
Right.
that makes sense, but that's I'm like
It's a little odd to point out that way. Like, it's an odd comparison game, but I see where he was going with that.
right. It's one of those things where it's I don't want to just immediately be like, "Okay, so." It's because it is something to think about, but when it comes to your group of people versus two people who are trying to kill you.
Yeah, my issue is that, basically, if you say that the taggers were on red team and everyone else was on blue team, in theory, blue team could have made it through with 0 casualties.
Yeah. It's just a weird way of wording it.
Yeah, it's just an odd comparison, but okay.
The purpose of the games in Parallel Tokyo, whatever it may be, is not for everyone to live. That is not a prerequisite for winning. And you may say, wow, what a harrowing situation. Yes, this is what is being conveyed to you. The struggle that reality presents us with, and the despair that we feel in attempting to confront a world around us which is filled with inevitable suffering one way or another. But my friends, don't feel overcome.
Not your friend.
See, not everything about the games is yet known, and the characters you think you know, you may not. You should perhaps even ask yourself why I am here right now.
You're trying to. Oh my God! Stop it! No, now I am just done because now he's just like, why am I even here? And it's just you're making a fucking video, you jackass.
I mean, he's in the weeds a little bit. I think he's getting too much into
He's
his
getting too much into the
character, whatever that
presentation
is.
type deal, which I don't want to say like my solo videos when I get back to making them are gonna lack like presentational flair, but I'm not gonna do this like I like the most, because like in his speech patterns I almost kind of like with that last bit compared it to Moff Gideon. You may think you know what you have, but you do not. That's what he sounded
You
like
know
to
what he
me.
reminds me of? You remember when Riker did that show, Fact or Fiction?
Yes.
A lot of his presentation style reminds me of that.
God, when was the last time you looked at a newspaper?
I don't know.
I loved like, have you seen those compilations of fucking Jonathan Frakes just asking you rhetorical questions? Do you believe a haircut?
I've seen compilations of it, yeah.
Do you believe a haircut is a sign of luck? It's like, do you believe in the
Wait,
power of rock
what?
and roll? Like, oh, I'll show you after the end of the stream. Yeah, I don't like the way I don't want to make it sound like if I were to do my solo videos, I'd basically end up doing what Jim thinks objectivity is, where I would just be like, this is a movie, it has this happen in it, because that's a false dichotomy. Like, it's not either you've got nothing but presentational flair, or you've got or you've just got bland, boring robot. Like, there is an in between.
Absolutely.
I just think
And people throw the word objective around both positively and negatively in ways I find individually kind of wrong. So I kind of avoid the word myself a little bit just because of the connotations. You can say what you mean without defaulting to tainted words. Just be specific with your language. That's literally all you've ever needed.
So do we want to go with the how to beat every game or the ending explained? I think I'd rather do the how to beat every game.
Yeah, how to beat every game, because the ending, I think we got it. I don't think we're going to hear much that we didn't figure out for ourselves.
It's also season 2 theories, so I'm willing to like show that one last if we even cover it. So let me...
Yeah, okay. Before we get into this next video, I'm just going to need a quick little break. I'll be back in about a minute.
That's fine. How you doing, Ninja?
It hurt to like have someone basically agree with me and still be like, I'm still disappointed in the video we just watched.
You're gonna be doing solo videos later. How do you think you'll find your sort of in between, like of the between presentational flair versus absolute robot?
You can have presentation and you can have emotion in your, you know, in your video or in your monologue, in your speech, in your script, but there's meaningful emphasis and emotion, and then there's just like fluff and trying to be flowery with your words or trying to pad your video. And that's what I think was really frustrating us, is like he was kind of getting into this character and he was trying to kind of build up the mystique of like what he was saying was like going to be dropping some major truth bombs on us. And it's like, but then you didn't.
Yeah, you didn't say shit.
And yeah, also, you basically just said, hey, the guy who wrote this is smarter than you are, and the thing that he presented to you was the only viable solution to the game, which is quite possibly true. And that's pretty much the same argument that I was trying to make. Mm-hmm. I just would have used, like, I would have basically came out and said that from the get-go, and then I would have said, and here's why that's the case. And I would have provided examples from the show saying, like, here are the rules of the game. Here's what were presented during the game. You know, here's why these, you know, other fan theories wouldn't work or wouldn't be viable. And then that's it, you know. But because he tried to make it this whole big reveal, it kind of fell flat.
Right. And I would also like to clear something up. I don't think I'm an idiot. I feel like I function better when my puzzles have like clearer rules. Like, such as, in all honesty, the Seven of Hearts. like the solution of that is pretty clear because it's very set rules. It's like when I play games like Portal, it's like, oh yeah, the momentum system, how just the portals work, and the items, like what surfaces you can put a portal on versus what you can't. Um, I feel like I eventually would have gotten the light bulb situation. It's the fact it was timed, because one, I don't like being timed when I do puzzles. Uh, and secondly, you can't do trial and error when it means you're also playing with your life. Because
Yeah.
a good example of like a solution that was like the light bulb thing is the Batman Telltale game. It had a puzzle similar to this, and my solution was literally just trial and error until I got it right, and I ended up getting Batman killed like 16 times.
Well, that's kind of what's presented in that puzzle as being the problem, is everybody
Yeah,
basically says, just guess, figure it out, and then, but that's not the solution. And that's
yeah,
where, like, it requires you to think about it first. Slow down and actually, even though you
yeah,
are timed, you have to just stop, take a breath, figure it out. Don't
yeah.
just, because that's just it. It's like Slur was saying, with so many of these games, hesitate to kill, but
Mhm.
you can't lock yourself into that mindset for every single game. Some require you to stop and think.
Yeah, that's
Rushing
why.
will actually get you killed.
That's actually why, like with the bus, they had kind of not all the time in the world, but they had those 2 hours to actually kind of just figure it out.
Well, and one of the things that tipped me off was the wording of the rules, where it said like endure, which could mean, hey, this is a stamina based challenge and you have to run. But the other thing was, it was announced that it was a clubs game, and I'm like, long distance running to me would be a spades game.
I immediately just went like, oh, it's getting higher, so it's like I'm because since I've played enough video games, I immediately just went, oh, it's the further you're getting from the goal. Uh, because yeah, I'd
Well,
agree, it
but
would have been a
the
spades game
assumption
if
is
it was
it was kind of like, the hunter exam, where it's like they were told, they assumed they were supposed to run, but they didn't know how far they had to run. They just assumed
right.
on running. But it's like, well, that's not really a team game at that point. That's just a physical challenge.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's like
Um,
if you go back and rewatch the scene a second time, you can see it on the bus.
yeah, you can.
Like when they're all getting on the bus for the first time, you can see the word was there. It's just like, oh, damn, they didn't see it.
I I like this show. I was mainly just saying all this stuff because I was like, oh, I don't want to come across as an idiot. I may be an idiot, but I'm educated in certain things. I am not educated in other things. I'm not exactly a puzzle solver.
Well,
Like
but
if
that's just it. You would have to understand, like, if the three of us, for example, got sucked into this world, we would very quickly have to determine, okay, what are your strengths? What are
yeah,
not your strengths? You know what I mean? And try to play through those, because like you would probably be better at like the physical games or the team games, whereas I would be better at like the team games or the diamond games. It's like everybody's good at something. Nobody's probably
yeah,
going to be good at all of the different types of games.
right. It's just I'm immediately thinking like if I was stuck in Arisu's shoes post episode 3, I'm like, I'd probably die because then you'd put me in the flooding room. Challenge like I'd cave under the. I wouldn't even cave under the pressure because I probably would have come up with the light bulb situation. It's just unfortunately timed and also I did think it was a little weird how the water was already flooding before like they even got into the room. So that's not necessarily them getting shot in the foot with it because I believe the game had technically started as soon as they all got in there. Let me throw out the cover and because I'm curious about that. If I what episode was the is the come on? Why won't the borders go away? There it is. What episode was the four of spades? Not four of spades. Four of diamonds. It was six,
That would have
wasn't it?
been probably episode 5. I think 5 or 6.
Let me throw up the copyrightism thing so they can follow along. Okay, here it is. So they get in. So the game, like, they're all selected. They're all told about the waterproof. One guy came in that was like, oh, the room's already flooding. And they're not even in the puzzle yet. No, yeah.
Yeah, the water had already started at that point.
Yeah. The game has not closed off. That's why I kind of went like, that's a tiny bit of shooting your, like, the players in the foot. But it's like, not every game is quote unquote fair. Well, they are fair in a sense.
Well, they still had enough time from
Right.
from basically the time that the game has said all the participants are in, the game has started. They had enough time to solve the puzzle. The fact that
Mhm.
there was already water in the room just is what dictated how much time they had.
Right.
Because if the water had started even lower, then they would have had essentially more time to figure it out. And it's like, no, the game
Right.
was set for a specific time duration.
Mhm. This is also another instance of like, oh, just leave the room. It's like, wait, no, laser. Don't
Well,
just.
and the other thing about the Seven of Hearts games and like the whole like person was supposed to survive is like it was a difficulty 7, which up to that point we hadn't seen before.
Right.
We had not seen any game that was that difficult. The only thing that kind of you can compare it to is the 10, where in theory, if everybody had solved the puzzle, they could have made it out with only one person dying.
Correct.
But because the game was played with so many, 58 players, which up to this point had never been done before in a single game, and these were 58 people who up to this point had been working together and spending time together. So now it's a betrayal thing, you know what I mean? And they
Mhm.
caused the chaos and the confusion. So it's like, yeah, there was a potential that they could have made it out with 0 casualties, but it was not a very likely scenario.
Right. And on that, oh, like, I'm still just thinking about that last video with that whole like life, like. I know I'm boiling him down to possibly a bad faith interpretation with the whole like life is pain type deal. It's just I don't like hearing that shit because
Well, it's a very nihilistic view, which is something that you know how like the Rick and Morty fan base gets shit
mhm.
for being like really toxic, fucked up people. That's one of the things that often gets ascribed to them. Is like, well, yes, but I feel like people that kind of take that approach are missing the point. Because if you actually watch the show, yes, Rick is a nihilist, but his actual dialogue, hey, nothing matters, and that's beautiful because if nothing matters, whatever we decide to pour our time and energy into is what matters.
Right. It
And
is,
it's
but
like if you just go around going, "Hey, nothing matters. I'm a nihilist. Whatever," you missed the fucking point.
right. It's why nihilism needs to be kind of like properly explained because when you just look at like a base definition of nihilism where kind of just nothing matters, it ends up making like a it can make like a person depressed or it can make them angry. Uh that's why like if I had
Sure.
but that's why you gotta have it like actually like you gotta think about it and come up with your own shit basically. Like what you were saying, if nothing matters, you get to find out what you truly care about. I like to consider myself a realist, but I try to obtain an optimistic goal because because I understand the world is shit. I don't want the world to remain shit, however. Like that's why
Right.
that's
And that's the thing where, optimism and idealism are good things, but they also have to be balanced out just like the
yes,
nihilistic aspect.
exactly.
You need a little bit of both.
That's why I hate like that's why I was getting so mad because it's just like because it immediately then almost makes me do the like life is all about pain. Oh, then try to fix that then. Like it almost spites that
Yeah,
reaction.
I'm not a big
The
fan of those types of, simplified analogies either.
Right, it just really fucks with me because I'm just like, no, like there's a give and take that needs to happen. Like, don't just tell me life is pain because you're not doing anything.
Well,
Then
it's like, again, you can compare it to Rick and Morty. There's the whole Mr. Meeseeks, existence is pain. And you could say, yes, but the sentence existence is pleasure would also be equally accurate.
yes,
Because both sensations let you know you're alive.
mm-hmm.
So, it's just neat little things like that, but that's the idea, is that entertainment, shows and movies and books used to kind of be those springboards to make us have these kind of discussions and to talk about these kind of things and explore these ideas. And now it's like, no, we're just going to preach what we want you to believe. And if you don't believe us, you're the fucking enemy. And it's like, oof, no, that I don't want any part of.
Right, and it's like one of those things with like Star Trek. In Star Trek Discovery, they basically, the writer pretty much said that all the Klingons were Trump supporters. And everybody gets mad, and I'm trying to remember, because if I remember correctly,
but here's what they don't understand, right? Everybody assumes, oh, well, you're just anti-left. And it's like, no, I would be equally upset with the status quo if this was coming from the right.
Mm-hmm.
If this was, you have to believe in Jesus and you have to be anti-abortion and you have to, be X, Y, and Z, or you're an evil person, I would be just as upset.
Right. This
But
is why
that's not what's happening.
I was about to say, like, Star Trek has always been political. It's just the differences in the subtlety and how well written it is. Because I was going to say
and how
previously,
it's presented. It's presented as like, hey, there's this sort of political idea with two, opposing viewpoints. Here's what both of those viewpoints are. What do you think about it?
Right, and I was about to bring up the fact that I'm pretty sure in the original series the Klingons were the Russians, and that it was a big Cold War analogy, especially with Star Trek 6, because Star Trek 6 was basically a big allegory for the Berlin Wall going down and the end of the Cold War. So it's like, it was always inherently political. It's just you had to like do it correctly, like so you can get the conversation started. Who was in, like, how, like, the conversation about the Prime Directive. What are like, this is the reason why we do this, or like, here's the reason why we should break it this time. It's that unique stuff, and then you've got Star Trek Discovery, where main captain lady has to be like, well, we can't help your race because of the Prime Directive, despite that this character's alien race was already being interfered with by another spacefaring race. Which basically, anyone who knows Trek knows that the Prime Directive is thereby null and void. They've already been, like, stuff has already been interfered, so it's like, now you gotta correct it.
Right.
I think the main thing that changed was when you start conversations, some people might come to wrong conclusions, and we can't have that. Also, you guys had a whole conversation about nihilism stuff, and okay, when you have the Rick and Morty fan base where there's like, edgy nihilism, nothing matters, lol. You get the same thing. This whole shitfest, you had the exact same thing like a couple hundred years ago with Nietzsche. Nietzsche is credited with like being the father of all nihilism. He's not. He's the one who coined a lot of the terminology. He's the one who laid out a lot of the definitions, but he was using it as a warning. It's like in Nietzsche's work, nihilism was the threat. It was the big thing. It's like, if we're not careful, this is where we're headed. And then everyone's like, oh yeah, he was that. That was his thing. It's like, bruh, no, fucking read it. Then you get your boy Camus, who came in like, hey, absurdism. I found a loophole, baby. It's like, to search for meaning in an inherently meaningless universe is absurd. But we're gonna do it anyway. And that's the loophole.
Meanwhile, like, I've kind of always liked in terms of just a philosophy thing, I've always liked Diogenes, because his whole thing was basically like I don't.
Diogenes was like, the meaning of life is to shitpost, and I dig it, but it's not exactly constructive.
He created the school of cynicism, is basically which is basically, well, like, it's like how, I'm trying to remember who said like the chicken thing, but Diogenes basically brought in a featherless chicken and went, "I give you man." He
No,
basically
that
was
was
just
Plato. Plato said, it's like, okay,
like,
if we're gonna start trying to define things, um, man is a featherless biped. We're gonna start like boiling things down to what they're not, so we can whittle them down to what they are.
and
And Diogenes' main counter was, if you start narrowing things down that much, you leave them vague enough to be open to ridiculous interpretation.
yeah, which is
Hence
why,
the
hence why he walked in and just threw a featherless chicken on the floor and went, "I give you man."
yeah, pretty much.
And but the guy was so fucking like even supposedly Alexander the Great went up to Diogenes, and he, like, his first thing was like, he's like, "Hi, I'm Alexander the Great. What can I do for you?" And he immediately just went, "You're in my light." And
I mean, yeah, Diogenes is based throughout the ages, so it's a whole thing.
and,
But
and
don't try to use him as like a basis of like
right.
how to live life either.
No, I don't. I
His whole
don't, because
thing
he
was
he he gave
rebellious
up.
dysfunction.
Yeah, because his whole thing was like he lived in a barrel. He had no worldly possessions other than that barrel. Sometimes he wouldn't even do that. Sometimes he'd just be naked. Um,
Yeah,
it's
he was
like he'd
basically
shit
the
and masturbate
original
in the in
and
the in the
god of all
streets.
hobos. So
Hmm.
yeah, he lived in a barrel, owned nothing, and wanked in public.
It's
He, what if I don't though? Answer to basically every other philosophical question.
yeah, which is basic. I that's why in my own head I call him like the father of spite, because I'm just like, fuck you, no.
I mean, it's not completely inaccurate, sure.
That's why, like, this just shows how kind of, I don't know that many philosophy stuff. That's why I tend to stay out of those conversations. But when I do come in, I normally just bring up Diogenes. I'm like, "I give you man, slap."
Neat.
uh, by the way, Slur, you also watched Star Trek stuff, not the most current stuff, but you watched TNG.
Yeah, I've seen
Since
TNG and a couple of the movies, and that's it.
what I'm trying to remember, like, so with the whole like Star Trek was always political. Weren't the Romulans? They were. The Romulans were a stand-in for something. I know Romulan ale was a
Well,
stand-in for
okay, if you're
Cuban
gonna go
cigars.
into political stuff in Star Trek, you don't have to go as far or as blatant as different people being direct representations. The
Right.
Federation itself had a very clear social structure. It had its own idea of what utopian futuristic humans were
Mm-hmm.
like. And there are a lot of things in it that are anti-capitalism, where the accumulation of wealth is no longer what humans strive for because we've evolved beyond that competitive mode of living. Our technology, our social structure, all of that, we were that way for a long time and we grew out of it.
It's why I really
So,
hate
just as a
theories.
statement, you've got this idea of, okay, what we see as modern day capitalism is a thing to be grown out of.
Mm-hmm.
That's political as fuck. It's not the same as waving a fucking hammer and sickle. And that's where a
Right.
lot of people start to get into the weeds.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of people say like, "Oh, the Federation is fascistic," and it's just like, I don't think you know what that means.
Yeah, and then you get the other side where it's just strictly communist, which is
I was
also
going to
not true.
say, isn't the most relatable kind of form of government that the Federation would be? Wouldn't it be socialism?
Yeah, social democracy is
Yeah, that's what
what
I
it
thought.
would
I'd
be
be
closest related to.
Yeah, because they have a president. They have
Yeah, and they
they
have the
the
fucking main
Federation
cast are all
Council.
part of a very clear military hierarchy.
Well,
It's
there's a
not
difference.
communist at all.
Well, there's a difference between the Federation and Starfleet. Starfleet's its own entity now, and we're getting in the weeds of that part, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Uh,
and even then, the rank that each one holds within their own structure, it relates to how they interact with each other. So even
yeah.
within the show, it becomes a thing.
Mm-hmm. So, um, I'm trying to think how many Ninja, I don't suppose you were keeping track whenever you were asking us like what we thought the solutions were. Like like were you keeping track of like if we were like how many of us were right on a certain thing, or were you just like you may or may not be correct?
I don't think you completely nailed any of them.
Yeah, I don't think we
I
did. Except
I
the first,
I
or the
I
10 of
nailed
hearts.
the
We nailed that one and then dismissed the correct answer for different reasons.
Yeah.
right. I got the bus one right, but that's only because I just did the default thing I did, and I almost don't want to count that one.
If you did, you must have been muted because
I
I don't
was
remember
muted.
you saying anything about that answer
I
before it happened.
I
Yeah, I remember
was
him coming back and saying he was muted that whole time and claiming that while he was muted, he nailed it, and we were both just like,
I
okay.
did
Yeah,
I was
okay.
straight up just went like I swear I was like, oh, it's this thing, and I was like, oh, damn it all, they couldn't hear me, and I fucking slammed my unmute button. I'm like, hey guys, I called it.
You
Damn
nailed it.
it.
Yeah, totally. But I got no proof of that, so
Yeah,
He's like,
yeah,
yeah.
it ended up
I
doing
had
that
a
shit. It's
girlfriend
just
with the
like,
right answer, but she lives in Canada.
yeah, it
Yeah.
ended up turning into that shit because it's like, fuck me, I was muted because I was talking to you guys and wondering why you were never responding. I was just like, okay, I guess we're just gonna focus on the episode. I was like, just one was like, did they just hate me out of nowhere? It's like, I was like,
If you're ever wondering that, the answer is yes.
oh,
And also that you're probably muted.
Yes.
we hate you. Plus, you're muted. It's like, oh,
Plus you're muted.
it's just one of those things like, okay.
Everyone in Japan has disappeared, and now you're trapped in a deserted city and forced to compete in deadly games where every mistake is fatal.
I mean, okay, not every mistake, but absolutely that one.
Yeah, that was a bad one. Like, what the fuck?
It's like that one random girl who doesn't
had
even
to
have a
stop
name
that.
in the show just gets consistently shit on anytime anybody does any coverage of it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we had to
She
stop
kinda
the
earned that one.
episode. We had to stop
Oh
the
yeah, you
episode and
guys were
laugh.
fucking rolling. Like it But I can't blame you. Like it's like, well, yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
Like, what the fuck did she think was gonna happen?
It's like it's almost like that sort of like what were you expecting like moments kind of stuff, because like I partially have that reaction like Saving Private Ryan, the guy who's the bullet pings off his helmet, he takes off his helmet and then is immediately shot in the head. It's like, yeah, you took your helmet off, don't take your fucking helmet off.
It's like you were just shown why it's valuable. Why did you take it off?
Yeah, and my dad got fucking mad at me. It's like, why did you laugh? And I went like, you should have kept his fucking helmet on.
Everything in this world is designed to kill you, but we can outsmart it with 5 simple rules to stay alive, and by the end, I will show you how to beat every single death game that they have to face. I'm going to break down the
boy.
mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the death games of Alice in Borderland. We meet this guy Arisu, who's living life one game at
So hold on on something I would like to point out. When he says like how to survive and he shows Arisu pushing the motorcycle, no, that was how to make up for a fuck up they had.
Yeah.
Well, technically it was pushing Arisu more towards survival because
Right.
if he had stayed at the goal with the other
They
two,
would've
he basically
died.
would have died.
Yeah. It technically
Yeah,
works,
but even
but
at that time, he was still incorrect. It's like he was pushing that bike all the way back under a false assumption. It was only when he got there that he realized, oh,
yeah, it's a
the
hindsight.
bike
They
was a
were
fault.
correcting a fuck up. Yeah.
yeah.
a time.
And even then, that would have gotten them killed because I'm assuming the water would not have even touched the bus if they had not moved it.
No, it probably would have.
Yeah, it would have. It may not have been as strong. It would have lost a lot of pressure along the way, but still, it would have hit it.
The idea is the bus was the only thing large enough to survive the impact.
Right.
Yeah, large enough and watertight enough to survive.
Yeah.
I was more just
Because
thinking
all
like
the other
when
cars were too close, they would have been swept away, and you'd have been tossed around like a carrot in a blender.
Well, I was more just thinking about like how when they were, God knows how close to when the water broke out. I was thinking like, oh, with the amount of like rolling the bus did, there was no way any of them were gonna survive that. Like it's I'm not sure because it just blacks out the second that
Well,
it
I mean,
does its
did
first
the
flip.
bus roll that much, or did it just get pushed onto its side and along the tunnel? Because
It
the
looked
bus
like
is quite fucking heavy.
they. I think it rolled a couple times before it then just cut, and then it shows them waking up, and it's just like, a car rolling is a pretty big deal, even if it's pretty heavy like a bus. I'm not sure.
He looks like a loser, but looks can be deceiving. He's an experienced gamer, which makes him a strategist. He reads textbooks on math. He's familiar with mechanics, and this
Hold on.
Okay, just because
that was a fucking
Just because you
not
play video
all
games,
gamers are strategists.
He's an experienced game for, therefore strategist. I mean,
if he was playing
that's
Total
actually not
War,
inaccurate because we know from the intro that puzzle games are his thing. Solving puzzles is something he does regularly enough that his logical skills are quite well adapted.
Yeah, but if
that's
it was just
accurate, but that's not quite the same as gamer, therefore strategist.
Yeah, the evidence still has to point at it, because say like those textbooks in the Rubik's Cube, and if he was just looking at his phone texting and didn't play the little Rubik's Cube thing, I would have then just went like, okay, so he just plays COD. That doesn't immediately make him a strategist. Or their version of whatever the hell that was.
digital dexterity
Generic game number 75.
is impressive. Now this might look like a useless hobby, but these games train your brain to make fast and practical decisions in high-pressure situations. Also, being told you're a disappointment every day by your family is going to put a serious chip on your shoulder, and sometimes you just need the right scenario to unlock that part of you. He joins his friend Karube the bartender and Chota an IT guy. All of them have had some bad luck today and wish they could hit the reset button on their crappy lives. Karube here imagines what they would do in a zombie outbreak and is convinced that his friend Arisu has the most potential.
What are they saying? Karube?
What did he say, Karube?
Karubi or something like that. It's fucking weird.
Karube.
Yeah, I think that's just the difference between English and Japanese, where the emphasis of different words is placed on different vowels.
Oh, like
The
how...
emphasis?
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to
You mean
say,
the
like...
emphasis?
I was gonna make the joke of like, oh, like when we've been watching Hunter x Hunter, and it's like, oh, it's gone, but for some reason the dub just keeps calling him Gon.
Well, no, that's different. They changed the slant on the vowel in his name so it doesn't sound like a different word that already exists in English.
Potential to survive. This guy seems to understand everyone's strengths and weaknesses, and this immediately makes him a leader when things go bad. He does have a massive weakness, however, and that's situational awareness. As they run out of the road, the IT guy hears a loud boom from what looks like strange fireworks. The noise gets the attention of everyone else on the sidewalk, including the station police. Thinking they're in trouble, they hide in a bathroom.
No, what got the station police was the fucking car wreck. That's why everyone was looking at it. A fucking car wreck just happened.
I think this guy lacks a bit of spatial awareness.
I think he's snapping it to the timeline. We're not even getting into how to solve the fucking puzzles yet.
This doesn't bode well, but we'll give him his chance.
Come on, guy, you gotta work hard. Oh my god, I just realized this is the half-hour video.
Oh no. Oh my god.
Our season 2 video. That season 2 video will probably not happen.
Yeah, probably not. But, you know, random theorizing about what's going to happen in season 2, I don't know.
I was
if
more
I'm
gonna.
get a lot out
I
of
was
it
hoping we were
anyway.
gonna use it more as the springboard for like, what do you guys think is gonna happen? And plus,
I mean,
it was more.
it's kind of set up exactly what's going to happen. It's like the face card games have been revealed. Whether they're in blimps or in the buildings below the blimps, they're going to go, they're going to play the games. There's probably going to be some other shit introduced during that season that's going to change things up. And from there, we can't predict anything.
Pretty much.
Alright.
Bathroom stall. The lights go out mysteriously and don't come back on, and everything outside has gone quiet. What just happened? The friends leave the stall to find the entire city is completely abandoned, and what's even creepier is that their phones aren't even working. This is seriously unsettling.
What? How is that more creepy than everybody disappearing? Oh, my phone doesn't work!
I'd be more creeped out if my phone did work, and I'd be like, alright, let me call
You walked
somebody.
out of the bathroom to, like, an abandoned version of your city that was previously bustling, and you're just like, huh, that's
man,
weird.
I
You
can't
take
play
out your
my
phone, you look at
apps.
it, there's no signal, and you just start screaming.
Oh man, I can't play my Candy Crush.
No signal.
You just like perfectly cut screams. Oh!
The important thing right now is to stay calm. There's a lot of information out there because we have a whole city to ourselves. We don't know what else has disappeared, so I would scout the city to look for food, fire, water, animals, and any signs of life. We won't find all the answers, but at least we can confirm what we have to work with in this new reality. That night, a nearby building lights up with a message welcoming players to a game and guiding them to the GM building, the only place in the neighborhood with any power. Okay, we obviously shouldn't trust any of this, so I'd first want some protection. Japan has stricter gun laws, but
Oh my god, no. Do not do this fucking thing. No, do not
Okay, I
basically...
feel like we're already in the weeds.
No,
honestly.
do not do that fucking theory crafting like the, like, how to survive such and such, and, like, first thing is get a gun. Like, I fucking...
I mean, it doesn't hurt in a lot
doesn't-
of situations, but
Yeah, tag
this
would have ended a lot
kind of
faster if they
feels
just shot
tacked
him.
on. And I'm hearing a lot of in the language he's doing is like, well, what I would have done was da-da-da, and I would have got a machine gun, and then it would have all the games. It's like, If
Yeah.
this is where it's going, I feel like we're setting ourselves up to be angry, and I don't like it.
I'm gonna hear him out till, like, Rule 5. If Rule 5 turns out to just be this, like... To just be, like, then wear, like, tons of armor, get a tank, and it's just like... Oh, then I don't want to listen to you anymore.
you can buy rifles.
Rule
There's a shop right
5, become Hitler.
Oh no, don't even point out, like realistic locations. Fuck off.
Okay, this actually isn't completely invalid because it doesn't just take place in some random fictional city. It takes place in a place in Tokyo, a place that
Yeah,
we know
so you
exists.
could go to
We
such
obey
and
the
such.
laws of its map, its districts, the resources that are in different places. It's not completely in the weeds, but the fact is, we see them go out and scavenge for resources. It's a thing they actually do. But they
Just-
focus on the resources they need to live within the time limit they have before they have to go to a game.
Do you guys... Okay, so this is just a personal thing. Do you guys prefer when a game's taking place in a quote-unquote realistic environment, like New York being the classic example? Do you prefer it's when it's closer to a one-to-one, like Division 1, where it's like it's trying to be a one-to-one replica of New York or Washington, D.C.? Or do you prefer, like, I'm trying to think of what an example would be of, like, the complete opposite, where it's like, it says it's this, but the layout makes, like, no sense if you've actually been there.
I mean, to me, there's no discernible difference, other than maybe New York because I've physically been there.
I've also
But
been to
it's
New
all
York.
going to be just generic American city. Cool, I don't care.
Well, it's like,
It's not going to make a difference to me.
Donkey was saying, like, how excited he was that he was in Seattle in Last of Us 2 because he lives in Seattle, I guess. So it's just like, I've been to these places, and it's like, I bet you fucking haven't, because this isn't like this doesn't probably look like anything like Seattle. I don't know.
There's other examples we can draw from because you've got the Assassin's Creed games, and like Assassin's Creed 2, I think you go to Florence, and it will do
Yeah.
like a good recreation of what Florence in that time period would have looked like, down to the architecture of the famous buildings which you end up climbing.
Yes.
It's a lot of really neat detail, and I can appreciate it. It doesn't really make a difference to how good the game is.
Right. It's just I was immediately thinking back to, like, Division, where Division does take place in a I've heard they say, like, it takes place in a 1-to-1 recreation of New York City, but then I immediately thought, like, well, first off, it can't because of all the brands all over the place, and then secondly, I'm like, there's probably a lot of area you still can't go to, though. So
Okay,
why even...
hypothetical. Say there was a game that came out and it was set in Dublin, and I play the game and I'm going around and I'm just like, bruh, this ain't Dublin. You've nailed like a few aesthetic things. First of all, it looks grimy enough to be Dublin, but the layout, where different things are, this is not accurate. Is that really going to change how good the game is in any significant way whatsoever?
For some ways, it's how it's advertised. Like, Ubisoft games do a big thing on this, and they're like, we, like, went to all this work on doing this, and, like, for some things, it's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Division 1 is still okay at best. Shit and others. Like, launch Division 1, where all the enemies were bullet sponges. It doesn't matter that it was a 1-to-1 recreation of New York. That's why I was saying this was super subjective, because it's a very minute detail. So when he's saying like, oh, I could get a rifle at this realistic place, and it's like, this realistic place probably doesn't exist due to brand consistency.
No. It's not even that. Like, you don't even have to get this tismy in order to make this argument. All you have to say is we're already shown in the series that the beach acquires quite a few guns. The difference is the people at the beach put an emphasis on that, and most of the other survivors in the world do not. Because of the mindset of Japanese people, firearms are not the first thing they would think of in a survival situation. They don't need them.
And like I said, we actually see them scavenge for survival supplies within their time limit, and they do that. They find fire and food and water and medical supplies. It's like they do the thing he's talking about. They just didn't try to like pull a pro gamer move and get a machine gun.
Yeah, it's not like you're playing Rust where it's like, all right, I gotta get my camp going and I gotta get an AK-47 by like my first hour.
Right here called Shibuya Firearms Inc., only 5 minutes away from them. I'd also grab a battery-powered flashlight and a backpack before investigating what's out there. They arrive to the location, but nobody is there. Now, I would scout out the perimeter of the building before entering. We have no idea what this is, and we might find out more from our surroundings. They enter the building
I feel
and
like the majority of this is him using hindsight to make these decisions.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of what he would... It's like, you know that thing you do when you're a kid? And you watch like an action movie.
Yeah, you're like, I would do this thing.
What I would have done is like I would have got a knife and I would have killed this guy like that, and I shot this other guy like this, and
I was going to say he's kind of doing that gamer thing where he thinks he can do this thing just because in video games you get a chance to try it again. Meanwhile, if you were thrown in this situation, there ain't no retries.
Yeah, there's no do-overs, bud. Like, you fuck up, you're dead.
Yeah, that's what.
And also, most of what everyone is trying to do is literally just survive to the next day. Like, only Ghost Main is really trying to find pro gamer strats to get through it, and he knows that if he goes around fucking covered in weapons and machine guns and shit,
immediately be a threat.
That he's going to be perceived as a threat and a walking loot crate.
Yeah,
pretty much.
That's why I think, like, okay, maybe if we were thrown in there, maybe because we are gamers, we'd immediately think, like, all right, let's get some supplies. Oh, this game thing? Okay, I guess we gotta go in, but let's, in case we, like, run into, like, another person, let's not immediately look like...
Well, okay, if we're gonna play the same thing he's playing here, we're gonna do pretty much what the main cast do. We're going to gather, like, food and an ability to cook food and survive, and maybe also, like... a knife or something we can put
we'd
in
immediately
pocket.
look for some way to defend ourselves just in
which
case.
Is what they do. They literally do the thing. So this guy is just like, yeah, but if it was me, I would have beat everybody because I would have had a machine gun and I would have...
In terms of, like, ways that they could defend themselves, I think they don't really do that, which is fine because they don't really need it.
No, Karabé grabs a knife.
Yeah,
that's right. He has the fucking steak knife from when he uses.
Yeah, and she's like, "What do you need that for?" And he's like, "Zombies."
Yeah, I forgot about
he's
that.
Wrong,
Thank you.
But it does being useful. But yeah, like I said, they literally do the thing within bounds that are reasonable.
Yeah, like carrying a knife or even possibly like a little pistol that you could hide. Like that's not within the realm of like outrageous, but if you were just like rocking like a shotgun and an assault rifle, you'd immediately be like, well, one, I could just take your shit if I can get like the upper hand. Secondly,
like even the thing he's describing, the people from the beach, they literally do that. They turn up to the hunting game with firearms because they were in a position to stockpiling them without it being a threat. Yeah. Whereas someone like Ghostmane, who is also on the pro gamer strats thing, like I said, he knows full well he doesn't want to be a walking loot crate. He wants to look non-threatening. He wants to look like he's just another dude.
As I'm quickly throw up the covers, and now I can throw up the copyrightism. I'm sure when it shows like other people from the beach competing in games, I'm pretty sure it's showing them gunning down possible competitors. Them just saying like, "Oh fuck you guys," like so they can have like that perfect advantage.
Well, only the militant core has the guns, even during the games.
Right. That was them saying that they're, or was it the next episode where
I think
we
it's the
saw
next
other
episode when people actually get sent out to compete.
Because I could have sworn it showed like a militant group just gunning everyone else that was participating in the games, just gunning them down.
Why would they show that? Because that doesn't help the narrative at all.
Becomes the hunting thing, and we see them absolutely fucking nailing the hunting thing because the rapist guy is on the carnival ride, and he's like, "Oh my god, this is so easy because he's got a fucking rifle."
I think it showed that beforehand. I'm looking for scene where General Guy just punches the tiger, and we see anime guy with katana.
That's literally the hunting game.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
right.
exactly what Slur is talking about.
Right.
Where they do have the guns, and they do really well in that game because of the guns.
Yeah, so they're doing the thing, but they do it after the fact. They do it once they're in a position where nobody's going to fuck with them, where they are the strongest, most well-armed force, not somebody who's like, I've got the pro gamer strats, and then these other dudes, even if they don't have as many guns, there's more of them because they can appear in force. And they're just going to take your guns after they fucking shot you in the head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what this guy is advocating for is basically exactly what Slur said. He'd become a walking loot crate.
Right, and
you paint a giant ass target on your back, and now everybody you encounter wants to murder you.
Then what the hell was I thinking then? Because I could have sworn we saw them drive up and just shoot somebody.
We ask that a lot.
Yeah, I don't think we actually see the military corps randomly shoot other competitors. That would be detrimental to their goal.
Fair enough. I guess I just went fucking crazy there for a second. Throw the main screen back up.
Pass through lasers, trapping themselves inside, where they find a table full of phones. They actually work, and they all have facial recognition, but they don't have any signal. This is highly suspicious. A computerized voice starts a 2-minute countdown, waiting for other players to join. That's when this foxy lady waltzes in and drops a truth bomb. They're now players in a game, and running away is not an option. This guy's ID tag got shot with a laser, and it came straight down through the top of the building. But it's important to keep calm because critical thinking and observation will be more important to you than ever before. If we were cautious and been more suspicious of
Rule 2, what?
Wait, was Rule 1 get a gun?
Yes, Rule 1 literally was. Hold on, I'll just. I was waiting.
He'll show it later in the video if we make it that fucking far. He'll bring up the whole rule list together. But yeah, he's basically making up weird survival rules that have nothing to do with the actual.
Is he trying to do the Zombieland thing?
He's trying to do like if he was making a Rust tutorial. First thing, hit your rock against a tree to get some wood. It's like, yeah, fucking no, I played the game.
Our surroundings, we might have expected that these lights were luring us.
First rule, Tarkov. First rule, get a gun.
They had no choice. If they didn't compete in a game, they would have been shot in the fucking head.
Yeah.
It's not like following the lights was a fucking trap.
Here for a reason. We won't survive this new world without learning how to be observant of every detail, no matter how small. Another girl runs in and passes the laser grid, trapping herself in with the rest of them. If this is a game, then these are either our teammates or opponents. Now everything must be thought about in terms of competition and survival, and whoever realizes—
No!
That's literally what gets everybody killed in the fucking Ten of Hearts game. You, sir, are a piece of shit. You would not be on my team.
This is the motherfucker that dies in episode 1.
Yeah, really.
this first,
he's definitely not off to a great start. Holy shit, we're 3 minutes in and he's screwing the pooch.
I have a feeling we're not going to make
This guy's a psychopath. This guy's a psychopath.
Advantage. I would immediately start looking for weaknesses in my opponents. This woman is dressed to impress.
Yeah, dude, you are supremely part of the fucking problem here, bro.
Okay, so this guy has set himself up to be a less competent version of Ghostbane, and he's the guy that Ghostbane is going to use as a pawn.
Pretty much.
This is the guy that goes in with his fucking uber mega rifle to discover where the fucking laser grid is, and Ghostbane is just going to be like, yep, found the laser grid.
Yeah, this guy would get killed just because he's just being such a spiteful little shithead. Because he's just like, I'll get a gun, and then also like I just shoot my opponents before the game even starts, and then I'll just win the game. It's like, well, fucking Jesus.
That's not how the
Christ.
game works, bro.
See, and
Yeah.
this actually harkens back to something else I pointed out earlier, which is the character design and how each character designs themselves. Like, there's intention behind the way they dress. Rock
Mhm.
climber girl dresses in sports gear because she wants to be maneuverable. Fucking Quila, the dreadlocks girl, she
Quina.
dresses in a way that's very sexually attractive because it's a way that makes her feel good about herself. We get justifications for that later on. Also allows her to maneuver very easily.
Yeah, so she
Whereas
can do
Ghostmane,
her karate
he's
chops.
just a guy in shorts and a hoodie. He does have a weapon. He's actually prepared for all this shit.
Yeah, he's got the
but it's
taser.
always something he can conceal because he wants to look non-threatening.
Yeah, because that's one of the rules of the beach. Like, you can't, like, that's why you have to wear the swim shorts. Can't hide a
Yeah.
weapon.
Although the way, remember when Har immediately said that rule is like, everybody wears a swimsuit because you can't conceal weapons in swimsuits, and I immediately went, false. And several times I was proven correct.
I was going to say, like, one false because I could, just very easily slip a pocket knife into the waistband.
Or the pockets of your swimming shorts.
That's true. Well, I'm not sure if those were swim shorts that had pockets. They probably were. Like,
I mean, a lot of swimming shorts do have pockets, but even Hatter himself has a pistol tucked into the back of his shorts underneath his robe.
Yep.
But it means she's more about perception than practicality. She also knows a lot, but doesn't seem helpful. So she won't share knowledge without a trade-off for her.
She's more about perception than practicality because of what she wears? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Okay, I will say that her insistence on continuing to go around in like a work skirt.
I was immediately
not
be
super
like, why?
practical, but sure.
I was going to say, like, this depends on, like, the universe. If we were immediately transported into this universe, I'd immediately be like, all right, guys, let's get some supplies, / let's probably change out of, like, our shorts and t-shirts, probably get, like, something better to wear.
Oh yeah, jeans are probably not what I'm gonna go with in this. I'll probably switch, like, cottons or tracksuits, because, you know...
What?
Lightweight shit we can move around in.
Athletic gear.
Okay, fair enough on that. Not wearing blue jeans? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you can wear blue jeans and you can try to fucking run long distance in blue jeans, motherfucker.
I have had to, but that's extreme circumstances. I get it. It wouldn't work in the long term.
Start looking for weaknesses in my opponents. This woman is dressed to impress, but it means she's more about perception than practicality. She also knows a lot, but doesn't seem helpful. So she won't share knowledge without a trade-off.
This is... Okay, so first off, you wouldn't know that. That's a hindsight thing. You wouldn't fucking know that.
Yeah, he's saying all these things as if he would have known these things right off the bat, when it's like, no, you've clearly watched the series and know these things about the characters after they were revealed to you.
Meanwhile, like, Ghostmane, like, realizing where the actual, like, cards were, like, because of a look, that actually makes sense because he's paying attention to not superficial things like clothing. He's paying attention to body language.
Well, yeah, he actually set up a situation where main guy was about to have his shit stolen without needing for that theft to be successful. He just needed the guy to feel the pressure of, oh my god, somebody's trying to steal it. And he's just watching his poker face. If it didn't work, Ghostmane was still in the clear. He could have done this again, and every time he just kind of proves his loyalty because he's giving up potential traitors to the executioner's block.
Right.
So his plan was fine.
I wonder if it is going to be mentioned in Season 2 how, like, from Harry Sue to Ghostmane, it's like, oh, I am going to kind of bring up, like, he might, maybe, like, as an offhand comment, well, it's like, oh, you clearly are willing to sacrifice us, because of him using him to figure out where the cards were. And he didn't
Yeah, but then even Ghostmane in that moment can just be like, the only reason I'm with you three people right now is because I recognize that it's beneficial to my chances of survival.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm beneficial to yours. So
What was your point again, Arisu?
Well, it's just something he would say, like regardless if there's
I mean,
a thing to
I'm
counter
gonna
it.
be happy enough if they have that conversation. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's really gonna lead to anything major. I think it's more
No,
of an
yeah.
address it and put it to bed kind of thing.
Yeah, like, because that's the first thing I'd bring up. Like, immediately, it's like, hey, remember that time you betrayed me? Is that gonna happen again? Or is that gonna...
And he's just gonna hold up the deck of cards like, remember the time how I betrayed you and it actually led to us having the deck of cards at this point in the first place?
Yeah, that's why, like, he's at an inherent disadvantage no matter what in that situation.
It's like, yeah, someone as ruthless as Ghostmane, because of the situation they're in, he's ultimately necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's in it to win it.
Yep.
Benefit, and all this means we can't trust her at all. They step out of the
I
elevator
also
into a
love
spare
that
room.
that's just his name now.
Also,
We're
I
not
feel
even...
like I know we're only like 3 minutes in, but it feels like he's spending a lot of time on the first game.
He is. He's got to really get... He's got 2 minutes, basically, because how... Was there a game in each episode? No, the last.
There's
two
a
were
total
like...
of 6 games throughout
So,
the 8 episodes.
So if he's gonna do this in like 5-minute chunks, he's got like a minute 20 left.
With 2 doors, live and die, and all they have to do is pick the correct one within the time limit. It's got a difficulty rating of 3 of clubs, and if they win, they'll be released from the building. The IT guy starts recording from his phone. This is a great idea, because they can keep track of information as it happens, but they should have been doing this from the very
But
beginning.
that's
The
not
woman tells
why
them-
he did it.
Yeah, also
Yeah,
you
he
don't
thought they
need
were in,
for
like, an
someone to
escape
record
room.
it on their phone to keep track of things as they happen.
Yeah, again, he's just...
In most of the games, you wouldn't have time to do that.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to record shit for the fucking... Oh, wait. The phone could have probably worked for the light bulb one, because you could have just hit the record button, toss it in, toss it into the room, close the door, and then looked at it again. But you would have had to be very efficient for that to work within the time limit. Like, to the point that it's almost kind of pointless for that strategy.
You would have also needed something buoyant for the phone to sit on while it was in the water on the other side of the door.
No, assuming it's just a dark room, then no, you just need to wait till it just lights
Well,
up.
no,
'Cause
the
camera
room
would see
has
through the
water in it the same as the room they're in.
But they're in waterproof cases. You can still see light, even if it's muffled by water.
I guess. I don't know.
Like, that's why I said, like, you'd have to be super fucking efficient with this strategy if it even worked at all. Because you're actively, like it's a resource, but it's almost actively fighting against your time limit.
to choose the door on the right, but doesn't give any reasoning. Now, a behavioral psychologist will look for signs of lying from shifting weight, defensive posturing, and avoiding eye contact. This woman is showing all 3, so there's no way I'm walking through that door. But we should first think about the bigger picture,
Well, hold on.
which is
You're a
not
big
lying.
smooth brain, aren't you,
know.
motherfucker?
Yeah, she's just sketchy, and we know from hindsight that she's willing to sacrifice people, so she's just making sure she's not the first one through each door. That's her only strategy. She's not lying, she just doesn't know.
Yeah, that's why ultimately, like, if she just kept needlessly say if everyone just followed her command, she would not have lived through this, because she would not have, she would have just seen it only as the 50-50, and she would have run out of guys really fast. Her method would not have worked.
Geometry
Yeah,
in
if
space.
they had listened to her, they'd all be dead.
Mm-hmm.
We need to figure out the bounds of the arena and its rules before anything else. This is a fake ceiling. I would get on my friend's shoulders and see if I could
How do you know that's a fake ceiling? That's real.
Also, what does he think is on the other side of it that's gonna help him?
Is he thinking he could just, like, at the end of the fucking phase 3 of the Hunter's exam and fucking, like, just break through the wall and just solve the... Again, laser.
Yeah, here's the thing, is like, in the Hunter exam, they stayed within the bounds of the actual exam thing. If they broke through the wall and it led out of the tower, they would have just fallen to their deaths or been attacked by the monsters. They had to work within the maze they were in. If this guy's talking, okay, just break the fake ceiling, go outside the bounds of the maze, get shot in the head with a laser, and then,
Profit.
wait. Yeah.
It's why sometimes the speed build-up glitches, like say Mario 64, where you just back jump into a wall to where the fucking momentum breaks through the wall. That could, like, if you did that in some other games, that just fucking kill you.
Move the panels to get a better view. There's an obvious possibility that a trap is waiting in the next room, so I would even consider unscrewing the light bulbs and throw them into the rooms to see if they trigger anything. Smoke begins pumping through the floor.
You can't do that. They literally show that as soon as you open the door, if it's the wrong door, you're dead.
Yeah.
I thought
This guy's just shitting things out of his ass.
Hold on. Let me bring the episode back up, because I could have sworn that, like, not only did she open the door, she went through it. So
it doesn't matter.
Both at the same time, but it's the fact that she opened the wrong door that triggered the laser. There's no implication that it was actually anything in the room that did her in.
Right. I was more just saying, like, was it passing through it? Because I thought, like, if you just opened it and then just pass through it, you could just close it and then just.
No, because we're never shown that.
Right.
You are never shown them opening the wrong door and then going, oh, that's the wrong door, close it, go through the other door instead.
Right, that's ultimately
because remember,
problem.
On the other side of the doors, they all look identical. It's just another room.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it's a semantics argument of, like, what actually caused it. Was it the opening the door itself, or her crossing through the barrier of that door?
Well, remember, the rules of the game are choose the door. When you've chosen a door, that's when the trap will either activate or not activate.
Opening a door is choosing a door.
They're going to suffocate if they don't do something. The woman pressures the schoolgirl to pick a door quickly. She panics and rushes through a door, getting killed on the other side.
There, see?
This is a
before she goes through the door frame,
she's already
there's
targeted.
already the laser thing.
Yeah, never mind. I thought it was like she went through doorway, bam, and I was like, oh, that means the path, because it's like, that was me getting into my semantics of, like, is it when you, like, choose to finally go through the door, does that mean you've chosen it? And it's like, no, you touch the door.
Again, it's not a trick. Things are pretty fucking simple.
Mm-hmm. That's why that's why I say I'm overthinking it.
Pretty much. And so is he. He's just trying to say, oh, this would be the smart thing to do. And it's like, no, you'd fucking be dead already.
Okay, hold on. Let's assume that he's even correct. And it's like, okay, don't go through the door until you're sure. So he and his big brain with the machine gun, he opens up both doors and doesn't go through either. Still has to fucking choose one, and he has nothing else to base it on.
And that's why he said, like, oh, then I'd throw a light bulb and see if the laser does anything, like it did with the ID tag.
Yeah, okay, so he chooses the door of life in this instance. He throws a light bulb, nothing happens. He walks through and gets shot in the head because the light bulb didn't choose the door, he did, and he chose wrong.
Yeah, because his assumption is that all the lasers work like the gateway lasers, when it doesn't. It doesn't work like that.
No, especially not when you factor in the fact that they're being watched by actual people.
Yeah. This whole thing changes the second that you've got, like, because I feel like winning through technicality does not work when you've got a person watching you, because the person could just go, what? No. Boop.
The stakes are real. All three men are horrified, but the woman doesn't blink and picks the other door. They follow after her as the room behind explodes into flames, and this time they have 10 seconds less. The woman tries to manipulate the others to open the next door, and Arisu here nearly falls for it, but he's too scared. The bartender Karube decides to take a wild guess, and they run through, as the group escapes another close call. Each room is giving them less time than before, and they've been lucky so far. But unless they find a pattern here, they're all going to die. Now with deductive reasoning, we can extract quite a bit of information to help us decide which doors to choose next. We know there are at least 3 rows of rooms from the door patterns, from where they've been so far.
Oh my god.
Hold on.
So,
now he's doing the hindsight thing, because we know there are at least 3 rows of rooms. It's like, no. He knew that because he made observations about the size of the rooms relative to the building they walked into. You don't know that.
That's
None
why
of the others knew that.
That's why I didn't get it until Harisu figured it out, because like the whole car.
Oh, neither did this asshole.
Yeah.
He's just he's just pulling it out of his ass, and he's basically going to show, well, of course I can tell you how to solve them now that I know the fucking answer.
Yeah,
So,
of
yeah,
course.
if we're in for another like
Oh.
25 minutes of this, I think we might be wasting our time.
I'm waiting till
Yeah,
like all the
this
rules
is-
are revealed so we could definitely point out how fucking stupid they are, because
Yeah, right
'cause-
now he's doing a lot of explaining what happened and how he would have been
Yeah.
too big-brained to fall for it, and yeah.
and that's
But
why.
he's basically just using information that was provided by watching the fucking show.
Yeah, so it's like, guys, display all your rules so then we can read them and then decide if we're like, I'm not really gonna. Oh, hold on.
I
we
mean, at
might...
this point, you might as well just skim through the video, find all 5 of his rules, and be like, yeah, the rules are fucking stupid, because his takes are fucking painful.
I almost want to just hear.
He's just going to
Wait.
say, look, this was the solution because they figured it out and they survived.
What's with this
Okay,
potato?
go before that because I'm kind of curious what the context is.
Yeah, just fucking.
leftmost side of the building because there are never doors on this wall. Also, the rooms are square, so the 3 rows can make a grid of 9 or 12 depending on the shape of the building itself. But observation here is the key to beating this thing, because if we were paying close attention to our surroundings, we would see from the evacuation map that the
I
building
mean,
is square, therefore
observation is how he beat the thing, I
Yeah.
guess.
This is why, I'm wondering, like, why he's establishing rules when he could just go. When he could just go explaining how Harry Sue, like, solved the solution, and then here's what he did.
So
Not
yes, step
basically-
1, recognize that Harisu is the protagonist. Step 2, follow the protagonist. Step 3,
He got
Die.
that thick
and that's
plot armor,
actually
baby.
kind of what fucking Ghostbane does in the tag game, so I mean, he's not wrong.
Step 3, die because you're one of his friends and he's the wolf.
Oof.
must be 9 rooms total. And by the process of elimination, it tells us which rooms are safe from where we've already been. Arisu here figures this out another way. Since he's a car
Who is
fanatic,
this
he would-
fucking video for, by the by? Like, is this for people who have never seen the show?
I was going to say this is for those.
confusing because this is just literally the same explanation we got.
I know exactly
in
who
the
this is
episode.
for. This is for those people that basically watch horror movies where there's like a either slight amount of like problem solving, and then they like how to beat the monster from It Follows, how to beat the one more death, that Happy Death Day killer. Step 1, throw yourself in prison. What?
It's just odd, I guess, because it's like, if this is for people who have never seen the show, then
no. This is
okay, I guess, but that's odd. And if this is for people who have seen the show, then
Yeah,
you're
he's just
literally not telling.
explaining that the thing they did in the show to solve the puzzle. He's like, yeah, I totally would have done that too. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
bro.
But
It's
with
also-
a gun. Like, I'd have had a gun in a
Yeah, with
backpack and a
big flame
flashlight.
machine gun.
This is just
Yeah.
one of those things. I think he's failing to do that thing where any person would do, where it's like you see that game and you're just going, yeah, I would have died there. I probably would have died during this game, actually, because I would have fallen for the 50-50 thing.
Yeah, I mean, most people would because it's implied by the thing, and that's kind of where we're getting a lot of
Yeah.
what the game is presented as is not always necessarily what it is.
Meanwhile, like the 7 of Hearts, I'm not saying I would automatically win it, because then that means like my opponents could still murder the shit out of me. But I was like, oh, I understand it the most, at least, because that's the one with the least amount of like room for interpretation.
remembers the model and length of the B&W downstairs and uses it to calculate the building's dimensions. He then measures the room size with his feet to extrapolate the complete layout of the game. This is the moment that hooked me into the series. Strategies like this just blow my mind, and the theory works
That's what hooked you into
Okay.
the show? I'm not
No,
saying
I
that that's
get-
not
I
invalid.
get what
I'm not
he means. He's getting
yeah.
into like how it's like the guy using a lot of logical deduction
Yeah,
is how
him-
he manages to get through these things, and it really hooks you in. It's like, oh, this is the kind of thing where we're going to be presented with these very complicated problems, and people are going to have to be very intelligent to get around them.
Yeah,
It's like, yeah,
like,
that's kind of what
I
hooked
can
us in too.
I can understand it. It's just like it's one of those like subjectively. I'm like, that's at the very least not what got me hooked in this game. At least.
I mean,
That's why
it's
I'm
what
like-
presented it to me as something worth getting invested in. It's like, okay, people's ability to make smart decisions is going to be life or death. That's fucking interesting. That's something I want to see more of.
The consistency is what got me, where it's just like, oh, his fucking leg's still burned. That means just consequences to actions, because cause and effect for most of the of fucking Hollywood has just been fucking upside down as of late.
perfectly as they
Yeah,
look
if
as
this was done in
yeah.
Hollywood, like between every episode, people would have been like fully healed. It's like, oh, I
Yeah,
had a
If this
3-day
show was
visa,
made
so
by
my
the
burns are gone.
CW, if this was made by the CW, you'd have to really focus on the theme of getting your leg burned and then just stop thinking about it.
No, you'd have to have Sam tell you to do better.
Well, no,
Another
yeah, he would have gotten his leg burned. He would have said, like, stop Asian hate into the camera, and then his leg would have been fixed.
escape until they reach the last
Yes,
room when he
that'd be great.
realizes something's wrong. They're in the back left corner of the building. The die door doesn't lead anywhere at all, but if they take the live door, they'll be back in the trap room where the schoolgirl died. He's completely stuck. Okay, every building is required to have a stairwell for fire escapes, and we haven't seen one yet.
See, what pisses me off about this video is he's projecting this or portraying this as if these are his smart things that he thought of. When it's like,
he's
dude, this is
literally
just
describing the episode.
yeah. He's just
Yeah.
describing what happens in the fucking episode, and he's like, look at my big brain.
And it's
Like,
also
no, bro,
it's al-
you didn't think of this.
It's also, like I said, it's coming across that highly pretentious, like sort of like Rust tutorial videos, like especially with the whole like steps that he was supposedly like trying to teach us, which is step 1, get a gun.
evacuation
Yeah,
plan.
step 1, get a gun. Step 2, be observant, and we're kind of still there.
Yeah, it's like, come on, what's step 3? Is step 3 get an even bigger gun?
Can
Maybe.
be calm.
No, step 3 was something about vegetables. Remember, we saw a little.
We saw
Also,
that
If
picture.
he goes to a fire escape and escapes from the building that way, he will have exited the bounds of the game and will be shot in the head with a laser.
Well, yeah, I was thinking like, oh, interpretation, the fire escape was the answer, but no, it was, we were shown as they were playing the game, no, it wasn't.
Well, no, each room they enter only has 2 doors. If one of those doors leads to the fire escape, then completely fair enough. The only objective was to leave the building.
Right.
But if one of those doors doesn't lead to the fire escape and you fucking punch a hole in the wall, go through the fire escape and leave the building, you will have exited the bounds of the game without having cleared the game.
Yeah, that's why this, like, he doesn't show the outline, but it's why this door would not have worked. Like, technically you would exit the building, but that's not correct, technically
Well,
correct.
no, you would have exited the building, but you would have fallen to your death.
Yeah. Because we don't know how high they were.
Several stories, at least, from what we saw.
Yeah, enough to where that fall would have definitely either
Well,
killed
they
them
do
or
end
severely
up coming
hurt them.
down the fire escape at the end. Like they are
Yeah,
going
because
down
they
those
exit out into
stairs.
the alleyway.
Yes.
Confident that the exit is to the right, but if I wasn't sure, I'd encourage the woman to open the door first. She's more likely to trust me if we made it this far.
Also notice you just threw her
That
against the fucking
doesn't
door.
exactly display trust, my dude.
Yeah, no, and she absolutely doesn't trust anyone, as you've established earlier, because she's the one willing to sacrifice other people.
Also, I'm pretty sure when Karabay did that, she basically froze up, didn't she? She was like,
Mhm.
I'm like, oh, you do it. It's your turn anyway. And she just went like, no. Crosses arms and panics.
Well, yeah, because she refuses to do it because she doesn't want to die. She wants somebody else to open the door.
Yeah, which is like, yeah, you're not able to
And
sit
she's
on the wire.
and she's even more likely to do that now that she knows they're even closer to the exit. Because
Mhm.
now there's less risk of her running out of people before they get to the end.
Exactly.
But if I'm wrong, at least it's not me or my friends that pay the price. The gamer remembers his friend
Sacrifice the random person.
You, sir, are a fucking psychopath.
Yeah, this dude is not getting through a single clubs game.
was recording and asks to look. The friend's video recording confirms that there's no door on the other side of the room, and they barely make it out as the IT guy burns his leg. They finally exit the building and get a message that they've beaten the challenge. The woman finds a playing card to the 3 of clubs, and their phones say they've each earned a 3-day visa, which begs the question, if they're not in Japan, where are they?
What?
No, that's not the question that's being begged, you piece
What?
of shit.
They get a 3 of clubs,
Oh,
which begs the
God.
question, where are they? It's like, okay.
No, they said like they
those
got
two
a
questions
visa.
are being presented, sure, but one isn't what implies the other.
No, they were like they
The
got a
question
visa,
of
which
where
means
are
they're
they
not
was
in
implied when they
Japan.
fucking... As soon as they went out into the world and there were no more people, that's what begged the question, did everybody else disappear or did we?
my god, this is so fucking. Because it's like,
Yeah, I
oh,
feel like we're just gonna frustrate ourselves if we force ourselves to get through this entire fucking thing.
Yeah, I honestly don't even care what his 5 points are. Let's just
I almost
either
want
pick the other video or call it here, because like this is retarded.
Do you
Yeah,
guys
if you
want
want to skim,
I
if
wanna
you want to
see
skim
what he
through and
thinks
find his
this-
5 rules,
I want to see
No.
what he
Okay,
thinks.
no,
of
no,
this
no,
game.
no, no, no,
Into
no,
the
no, no.
Hearts game, I feel like that's gonna be the most annoying of all.
No, he's just going to say the exact same thing that the other guy said, where this was the only viable solution, and what we saw was the game being solved.
Or
He's
the
going to do the
reflection
exact
thing.
same thing. No, he's not even going to say that because he's not that fucking smart. Just skip through till you find his 5 rules all shown together, because I think that's what you're wanting to see.
Yeah, fuck it.
It
Hold
would
on.
be towards the end. What are you doing?
I'm hoping that eventually he'll just have a list.
It's going to be towards the end of the video, not the beginning.
Well, for all we know, like he doesn't bring up like the rules in a visual format anymore after this.
I would imagine he would if he went through the trouble of
he
writing
would
them all
have
out.
to. It's kind of like the entire point of his video.
Oh my god, he explains like the last fucking rule at nearly like the 30-minute
Okay,
mark.
hold on. Press
So
play
keep
here. Let's see
going.
what the last
Where
rule
no one
actually
has to
is.
die at all. Now, we already conveniently
Okay, hold on. What? There.
Think like the
Think
game maker.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
that's exactly what the last guy said.
Oh, okay, hold on. Now we gotta see what rule 4 was. We didn't even get to 3.
Go forward. I bet he's got something at the end that has all 5 of them as a recap.
What
Is
are
it
you guys
just
doing?
me, or is he like weirdly selective with the
Don't
things he
assume
Hey,
does?
look,
anything.
there's more rules.
Oh,
I thought he
that's
said there
the-
was only 5.
That's the trick. Don't assume anything. There's a hidden rule, and no, he doesn't fucking list them in one go.
Wow, what an asshole.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
why I was like,
I
that's
think
why I
we're
was
done here.
skimming. That's like, so what was 3? What was rule 3 and 4? This is so fucking. This like, what is this shit?
At
This
this
is-
point, he's just making shit up, really. Like, I don't know. It doesn't. He's not actually saying anything.
Oh my god, were you fucking saying that like you could do like the
he's
splits
gonna
and
use
fucking
like. No, he's gonna say like, throw a shoe at one and hit the other button with a shoe at the same time. There was
No.
a way for one person to press both buttons, but like,
I mean, I don't
bruh,
doubt that.
if your
I-
aim isn't good enough, if your throwing arm isn't
If you're-
strong enough,
If your
those
timing is
kinds
shit,
of buttons, you need to actually put the fucking weight of your arm into them. Those things aren't actually easy. They're emergency buttons.
yeah, it's not designed to where if you graze against them, like they'll just activate. Also, your timing still has to be good because if I threw like my like a
Also,
pencil
you
at the
don't have
store-
time for this because there's a fucking gunner in the goddamn room.
Oh yeah, but he wouldn't have had that problem because he had a gun because he's got big brain.
Oh my gosh, fucking.
This is why you don't
Shit
treat
off. Holy fuck.
This is why you don't treat survival situations like video games. This is why you don't immediately be like, "All right, get a gun," and then like hold myself up. It's like when people approach the zombie apocalypse situation, and then when it was who made the very first zombie movie? It was I keep wanting to say George Romero. It was no, because I'm thinking John Romero plus somebody else.
John Romero, okay, he made the iconic one that would inspire like most of the genre, but he didn't originate the original stories.
No, John Romero had
original
nothing to
zombie
do with
stories were a
zombies
whole
because
different
John
thing.
Romero was one of the creators of Doom. That was
Okay, I'm thinking of someone else whose name begins with an R. It's me
Well,
and names. You have to
It's
take
George
with a grain of salt.
Romero.
it was
There
George
we
Romero. I
go.
was right. Okay. So George Romero was once asked about like people like how would you survive one of your movies, and he said to this person, "You think about this stuff too much. The whole like how to survive an apocalypse, that type of stuff is like not the point."
Well, I mean, I get it because he's looking at it from the storyteller point of view. Whereas, like, if you went up to Tolkien and you asked him, okay, Tolkien, Mr. fucking historian / linguist / mythologist, how would you have survived Helm's Deep? He's just gonna look at you like with a frown on his face, like, dude, I'm an old man. I would have been in the cellars with the mead, women, and children. I would have just been sitting there fucking praying and smoking. What the fuck do you want from me?
I would have just, in fact, more than all reality, I'd probably be at Hobbiton. Nothing happens there. I could literally just make up.
I mean, yeah, if he had the choice, he would have been in Hobbiton. Absolutely. Because it was based on his memory of, like, small town rural England.
Mm-hmm.
It's like before a lot of industrialization shit kind of really cramped up the countryside as far as he was concerned.
Right. This was really dumb. Like, this was so dumb that it's like,
It's not often that we are just like, shut a video off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
it's
normally,
pretty
even if the
fucking
arguments
rare.
are shit, we're like, we'll hear them out or we'll finish it up or whatever. This is absolutely useless. At least the other guy kind of made some points and had
Oh yeah,
some
it's like
arguments.
most of his video was fine. He got lost in the weeds towards the middle and the end, but the basic spirit of his video and the point he was trying to make, I respect it.
This isn't that.
Yeah, no. This is something where the very premise the video is based on. Okay, just a weird backwards endorsement
the
of the
cover up.
show. The show is smarter than this person.
yeah,
The
it
show is better than this kind of video.
I'm just wondering what the ending.
I guess
slang
his
thing
name
would-
should have given it away. His name is Cinema Summary.
Yeah, so he's just gonna.
He's
summarize
literally
the
just
points.
summarizing the fucking show.
I'm kind of curious what like another.
I
person
hate the
could-
fact that he has almost 1 million subscribers.
It
Oh, yeah.
kind of breaks your heart. Oh my god, this thing has 9+ million views. Jesus fucking Christ.
I hate
Yeah.
it.
I hate it so much.
So
This is like his actual career. That makes it so much. I thought he was just like some, teenager to early 20 something making videos in his spare time. It's like, no, he's a
he literally is
professional.
he is literally the fucking guy. I thought, like the joke I literally made, like how to beat the fucking.
Whoa, hold on. Scroll up. Scroll up. How to beat every stand in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Oh boy, I would need my fucking fighting gloves for that one. Jesus Christ.
We might need to do a mini then, like, because I was thinking like
Holy fuck.
shorts or minis would be when we can kind of just be angry, but so that way.
How
it
to
doesn't-
beat Would You Rather? Wow.
How
Oh
to
my
beat
god.
Final Destination? What the hell? Isn't the whole point of that is that literally death is like, hey, I should have gotten you. Prepare to die.
But no, yeah, it's like you were supposed to die, and now death is coming you to correct a bureaucratic error. There's no way to beat it. Death is
Yeah.
coming.
I would say the method is a lot more gruesome because I only know the first one. They were supposed to die in a plane crash, and I
Okay,
know
so
that's
just
pretty
out
gruesome.
of pure / curiosity and rage, go to the How to Beat Every Stand in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure as a weird endurance test to see how soon I want to just shut it off.
I almost want him to do a short about this now, just because.
No, let's see how far we can get
I'm
into
not
this
going to come
before.
back to this shit.
But just
Also, he's
let us
using
know
the
when you're
live
pushing the
action
eject
version,
button.
which is immediate cancer.
So, all right, here we go, ladies. Let's off topic, like tangent, like let's see how Slur's endurance test against JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Am I the only one here who has any frame of reference for this, by the way?
No,
Yes.
yes, you fucking are. I don't fucking watch
Okay,
this.
so similar to the last one, everything about what he's covering is far smarter, better crafted, and more well thought out than anything he's about to present it as. Just bear that in mind.
People in your town are being murdered by killers who can
reminds
summon
me of-
deadly spirits.
The
What?
fucking that thing that they were making fun of that got advertised on one of the EFAP videos they were covering, where it was like summarizing the books.
Oh, yeah. The fucking
Yeah.
we will cut out
Um,
most of the content of an already
Yeah.
highly edited,
a lot of
professionally fucking
I was going to
published
say, a
book.
lot of people give Spark Notes a lot of shit. Imagine how much shit, like, for those, like, we take, like, the Bible and we make it, like, a 13-minute lesson thing, and it's just like, oh,
I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, you can take the Bible, or at least the New Testament, and boil it down to a sentence.
yes,
Don't
like,
be a cunt.
Yeah.
well, that's, that's just life in general. Just don't be an asshole. Uh, but no, it's like,
If
we'll
you're
take,
gonna be a cunt for Jesus.
Yeah,
the
don't be a
Crusades,
cunt
the
and let's not
Crusades in a
heretic. Now
nutshell.
you're getting into the Middle Ages, which is a whole different thing. Because the Middle Ages also had things like debt equity and like premiums on loans that were dealt, and Jesus was not about that shit. It's like
Yeah.
Jesus was like, if you lend someone $10, they owe you $10. If you charge interest, you're going to fucking hell, baby.
Yeah, it's because give unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
Mm-hmm.
That is not what that means.
Well, it's about
Wrong quote,
taxes.
but you get the idea.
Because, like, it was like, how do we, like, give money to people? It was in relation to money. And yes, I know it was practically useless.
I mean, a lot of his things had to do with money because a lot of. Okay. We don't actually know de facto whether Jesus or Yeshua the man actually existed, but there were a lot of chosen ones and messiahs and religious leaders at the time. It's just the way that place in the world was. At the time, a lot of the people who were speaking out against the way the Roman Empire was running things were like, oh, a lot of it is to do with these financial institutions that keep the poor poor and the rich rich. Oh my god, modern world, this sounds familiar, this says a lot about society, etc.
We live in a religion, Batman.
Yes, exactly.
These things can control your body, erase you from existence, command an unstoppable army, and even freeze time. Locked in the most dangerous fight of your life, what do? I'm going to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the
he's using
stands.
the live action versions is giving me actual fucking AIDS.
Why?
Oh my god.
I didn't know there was a live action version of JoJo of all fucking things. That
See,
seems
most
physically
people
impossible.
don't, and they're better for it.
Because, like, live action JoJo sounds physically impossible.
I mean, it mostly is, which is why you see a lot of CGI-tisms. And a lot of the things that they're showing, it's like you saw that one guy's face in The Rock where it was all separating out and becoming all flumpy. What that's trying to depict looks nothing like the way they depicted it.
Yeah, I bet.
In JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Diamond is unbreakable. This killer is about to have the best night of his life. He's already begun murdering people, and the police are closing in. The cops bust into the room, but the killer escapes out the window and onto the roof before they can reach him. He makes it onto the streets, and as he's catching his breath, he sees a man in the distance hold up a bow and arrow. He gets shot in the throat, but as the arrow is ripped from his body, the killer starts to move. He's still alive, and the archer is impressed. He congratulates him on being chosen and walks away just before the police start to arrive. The murderer stands up to surrender, except now he can somehow control the water. And
see, everything he just described, I have all of the context for it, so to me, it kind of checks out. What the fuck does that even sound like to you two?
This is fucking nonsense to me.
Nonsense. Yeah, like it doesn't. At this point in the show, I wouldn't have come to any sort of opinion because I wouldn't have been provided with enough information.
Bear in mind, there's like the part that he's depicting here, or this live action version of it, is part like 4. It's like we've had a lot of shit go down up until this point.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't want to say JoJo was an example of like why I didn't watch anime. It's just I see JoJo and I'm like, I'm good.
Go ahead.
these cops will soon find out just how dangerous this guy really is. He's interrogated by the police, but they realize that the room is suddenly filled with water as it shoots up from the floor, killing them instantly.
None of this is from the manga. None of this is from the anime adaptation. All of this is exclusive to this live action version. So immediately it's fucking suspicious.
What, as like an adaptation argument, or like from me just
Not
like
even just an adaptation argument. It's like you have two versions of a particular story, and then you take one of like the very early villains of that story. It's like, okay, you remember how at the start of Winter Soldier, Captain America jumps down onto the boat and he starts taking out guards, and
Yes.
he goes on with his mission. So imagine if there was another adaptation of that story where we just get a good half an hour dedicated to Mr. Laleep and him being interrogated and how he learned to leap and what that would do to the structure of the story itself. That's what
it
we're
would
looking at right
fundamentally
now.
break it. It would fundamentally
Mhm.
make me go like, what the fuck am I watching?
And that's exactly what I'm feeling right now.
I mean, even without all this shit, I'm still going like, what the fuck am I watching? Because it's fucking
Well,
Joe.
also, yes.
Just let us
because,
know when you're pulling the eject button there, because at this
I'm
point, it's
close.
pretty much all you.
I'm close, baby.
I like how the eject button is still like, oh, no, and meanwhile the eject button is me screaming my fucking head off.
Finishing off the last guard, he strolls out of the building with the power to murder an entire police department. And there's only one person that can stop him. Across the city, Koichi here is a transfer student and has just moved to town. He's excited for his second day at his new...
Koichi? That's Koichi. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna just post it into the chat what the I know it's an adaptation argument, I just find it a really funny live action interpretation.
This is why you probably couldn't do it, because you're probably gonna send somebody that's insanely buff or somebody
Oh no
like
no no no!
insanely over
The exact
exaggerated.
opposite. Like, I want you to look at like the Borderline dreamboat on screen, and I'm gonna show you what Koichi looks like in the show.
Oh, is he actually like ugly as shit?
He's ugly as shit. He's also tiny as shit. Ah, fuck. Why can I never find a good fucking image of him? There should be plenty. He's famous for how flumpy he is. Okay, here we go. Dip, and it is going into the chat. So yeah, the one on the right is Koichi. The one on the left is the main character. The main
is this, a
character
post
is
or
normal
hits?
human-sized.
Your picture is super fucking tiny.
I work with what I have, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
No, I'm not like saying that as in like do better. It's just like so you're saying the tiny one is who we're supposed to be seeing?
Yeah, he's a very teeny tiny little manlet, is my point. Not this fucking dreamboat wannabe. Boy band member.
So, on a slight note, that tweet I just fucking like put in the chat, a professional comedy writer, quote unquote comedy writer, just said whatever the fuck this is.
Soren Bowie isn't exactly a professional comedian writer. He's fucking from crack.com.
Well, he writes for American Dad
person?
now. That's why I say that's why I said professional. He now works for fucking TBS.
That's unfortunate.
Okay, so for the sake of the stream, I'm going to go ahead and read this aloud. You're on a good date, but you remember you forgot to comb your penis, and you're worried it might be in a knot. You keep trying to privately check if your penis is in a knot, and like you're trying to find out without being obvious if anyone there has a penis comb. That's it. End tweet.
This was Elon Musk saying like, "Hey, throwing out SNL skit ideas." I would like to remind people that this man is being paid X amount of money to say this shit, or not say this shit, but like to then like use his creative muscle to make jokes for Seth MacFarlane / whoever the American Dad cast is, because I don't think Seth is involved as much as other characters.
Although, to be honest, isn't this more or less in line with where current day SNL is?
I don't fucking know, because I don't like modern day SNL.
It's really bad.
My
But as a point of
Dreamcast.
reference, most of the cast of 2016 Ghostbusters were SNL veterans,
Ugh.
and they were just set in to do whatever they wanted, and what they wanted was what we got in 2016 Ghostbusters. So
Yeah.
there's your
What was
point of reference.
my dream SNL cast was fucking Andy Samberg, Bill Hader, like pretty much all the stuff from like what was it, like 2000 something to like hold on. How long was Andy Samberg in
You can
SNL?
just say you like Andy Samberg. You don't have to say that he was,
Well,
I mean, yeah, it's like
well, like,
anything
'cause-
anybody likes from SNL is usually the people who went on from SNL to do bigger, greater things.
Well, I was
Because
more
SNL is mostly just how people get their start as comedy
right,
writers.
but I was going to say like around 2005 to 2010ish was normally like that was like my ideal SNL cast because we had a lot of people who then went on to make a lot of my favorite stuff. So are we hitting the eject button on this video, or because I was hoping
Okay,
you'd get a
give
lot more
me
angry.
another few seconds. Unless, like, you have something else you want to get to. I'm
I
mainly just kind of
I
fucking around
was
with this.
I was curious with as I throw the cover up. Hold on, I was curious with the whole like the previous come on
Could take off my
the ending explained just because I'm like, how else would you interpret that kind of stuff?
Okay.
I don't know. At this
sure.
point, I'm kind of almost like tapping out. Like it feels like these videos are kind of trying to ruin something that was like really good. Like they're not even doing a good job. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Yeah.
they're not. They're doing an awful job.
And
That's
those
like the
people
biggest
make
endorsement
videos
we've been
because
giving so far is that the show deserves so much more than what these YouTubers are giving.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So yeah,
Okay,
I
so
think
since the ending explained is kind of all we've got as coverage to go, I think we might as well jump into it because we're getting nothing out of this summary guy.
No, he's
Put on
pretty
your
much, as
swim-
far as I'm concerned, like a useless YouTuber. He really is not saying anything.
the how to beat every game or this guy.
The
No,
summary.
the other guy. We know nothing
okay.
about this guy. He could
Yeah,
be
that's why I was-
brilliant. We don't know yet.
All right, let me throw the cover back off. Okay.
Swimsuits and relax with a nice magazine.
Porn magazines in the 90s were the best.
Yeah, they were really good.
Because we have one hell of a twisted show that gives the Hunger Games a run for its money.
I volunteer as tribute.
In this video, we'll be exploring the world of Alice in Borderland, its
That was
major
odd
twist ending,
comparison, but okay.
Hunger
Well, it's like
Games
if you're gonna make a
reference.
comparison to something like this, would be closer to like Saw, or
Yeah, Saw
something
is the
like
most
that.
direct comparison you can draw to anything else.
Saw, Morty. You think I would? You're doing Saw?
You really think I do Saw? You think I'm that lame? Yes, I do.
It's just like Saw. I hate most of season 3. Drunk Rick, however, is the most hilarious thing to listen to, because they just got Justin Roiland just drunk and told him to just kind of stay in character. It's fascinating to listen to.
theories and
Yeah,
what they
those
could mean
episodes
for
where they just kind of are having fun with it, which is how the show started. Those are
Mhm.
always going to be the best ones, where you get a lot of the later episodes where they've listened too much to the feedback and they've listened too much to what the memes are that came out of it, so it starts to double back on itself and become a bit of a circle jerk.
That's why I think, like, Pickle Rick, I almost think, like, the outside view is kind of just fucked with it too much.
Oh yeah, the fact that
'Cause-
everybody started quoting that line without context, even though it was like completely not even the point of that episode.
Yeah, but
Or
Snot
even
Jump
that
brought
scene.
that up, how it's just like there was the rest of the episode.
Season 2. And don't worry if you haven't read the manga the show is based off, this video will be focusing on just the show, so there won't be spoilers for that. So grab your phones and
Well, first, I guess he just covered his ass with the adaptation argument, I guess. He's like, don't worry, there won't
Well,
be
I mean,
spoilers
it's
for the
kind of
manga.
similar to how we've been covering it. I made a small reference to the manga earlier when I was talking about character design and the way people look and stuff. I haven't read the manga. I don't know if there are things that are significantly different
Yeah,
or
I'm not
things that
really
are
gonna.
done in a way that they didn't play out in the manga. I'm slightly tempted to jump to the manga to read ahead just because I like the story.
No, come on, man. Like me, you gotta you should stay rooted in just what's
Oh,
currently out
yeah, I have
available
to
to
fucking
us.
handicap myself for the members of my own fucking cast that can't read. Got it.
Whoa,
it
I can read
wasn't.
manga.
It wasn't gonna be because we can't read. It's because we'd be
I know how
spoiling a
to
great
read
TV
from right
show.
to left. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know how to read. I just choose not to.
Consistently
Speak for
and
both of
all the
us.
time in every context, you choose
Yeah.
not to.
Exactly.
Why read the thing when I get? See, that's the thing. For a split
But
second,
you can't watch it, can you? It's not out.
I was gonna say when I could just read like a spoiler thing, and I was like, wait a minute, that's almost the exact reason about that whole like summarization app is when it's just like, oh, you're demeaning the
Yeah,
the
it's like,
actual
why
work.
bother going through an entire series when we have this guy who just made like a one paragraph summary, so now that you can think you've read some very important books.
Right.
And make sure to like and subscribe because the game starts now.
The game will now commence.
Imagine a completely deserted Tokyo, and no, I'm not talking about the 2020 Olympics, I'm talking about Alice in Borderland, a world where the vast majority of the population has mysteriously vanished, and the remaining...
Why do they still think? Okay, it's weird.
Okay,
that the characters,
he's lining this up with what the characters themselves interpret it as, so it's not coming from nowhere. It's fine.
I don't know. If I was making this kind of stuff, I'd say, oh, they're transported somewhere. I would.
I mean, most people come to that conclusion as well because it seems more natural, but in terms of what the characters themselves actually say, yeah, this is the conclusion most of them come to.
Citizens, or players as they're referred to, must compete in sadistic games in order to survive. Failure to obey these rules, well... Meet Arasu, our story's protagonist, a guy seen as nothing but a nuisance by his father and brother.
You're a parasite in this house.
Since the death of his mother, he has retreated into a world of video games, opting to live in a fantasy world rather than the shit one he's in now. He'll get what he wished for when one day he and his two friends, Karube and Chota, find almost everyone in Tokyo has disappeared. And this is one of the great mysteries of Alice in Borderland. How did this event happen, and who's controlling it? And is there a...
See,
Okay,
every video seems to start off this way, where they summarize the show, and a lot of
don't
it
know
feels
why.
unnecessary.
The only reason we did this is because we did a break. We're doing a breakdown of it while we look at this stuff. Fuck me.
But yeah, we're acknowledging that like some of the people won't know what we're talking about. Whereas if we were gonna make something that's like, okay, our theories about the Seven of Hearts game, if you're going to watch that video, we assume you already know what everything about that title means.
This is the
Now,
ending
we might put a
explained.
spoiler warning at the beginning just to like clear our shit, but like if you're here, I'm assuming you're up to speed. If you're not up to speed, go watch the fucking show. And away we go. Done.
way to stop the murderous games these characters will have to compete in. The games themselves are similar to something out of Saw. Okay,
Okay, somebody made the comparison. Nice.
But yeah, good job. Better than the tribute comparison, I guess.
Do you happen to like? I know it was only like for a split second, but Ninja, do you happen to remember which Saw that clip was from?
It's from one of the later ones where the games were shit.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like,
That was like Saw 5 or Saw 6.
Yeah, because I was about to be like, oh, so there just wasn't a solution.
Yeah, and that's part of like that series started off so good and then just became so shit.
Yeah, because like these followers, like they follow Jigsaw, but their puzzles pretty much don't have solutions.
Well,
Like,
but then
that's
Slur
what-
brought up the better thing because it's like, so the idea was at first John Kramer made his games with the intention that there was a solution, they were escapable.
Yeah.
And then his followers basically made games that were unwinnable. But then there's the twist that John knew his followers were breaking the rules and making the games unwinnable, which thereby makes John guilty by association because he did nothing to prevent them.
Yeah, they pull it out of their arse in the later movies just so they can.
Bring
Like at the
back
very end, when it's
actor.
revealed that the ones making the games aren't actually the Jigsaw killer, it's this other person, and then that person gets a twist. It's like, aha, now you're part of your own game. It's like there's a reason the previous movies didn't make sense. Don't think about it too much. Just trust me. Here we go. It's like, yeah, and that's kind of just where you are by movie 4 or 5.
And this is why, for the most part, I stopped after 3.
Honestly, you should stop after I think about 2.
Yeah, 2's kind of the last good one.
I thought some people even say like Saw 2 is shit. Are they just wrong? Or
it's more Tismy than the first one, but
yeah,
it's at least mostly coherent. And it's at that point, Jigsaw is still alive and
I haven't seen it in so long. I don't know if I can make definitive statements, but I remember it being mostly coherent.
I was about to say, is it the Return of the Jedi issue? It's good, but it's got some fucking problems.
Kind of.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'd make that comparison exactly, but sometimes your analogy.
See, the Return of the Jedi thing is where you talk about like the first half hour to 40 minutes where it doesn't make a lot of sense, but then you get back to the actual main plot of the overarching story, and that's all golden.
That's why I was saying, that's why I was generalizing by saying it's got some problems, because a lot of people say Return of the Jedi is the worst of the original trilogy, which it is.
Yeah, I can understand that.
But it's still good. Take. That's why I was saying
Oh yeah, so it's still really good.
You're comparing Saw 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, it's the worst of the 3. Well, Saw 3 is the worst of the 3. I don't know about Saw 2 would be like.
I honestly barely even remember Saw 3.
It's the revenge one. Revenge bad.
Saw 3 is the one that has the scale one, isn't it? Or is that
Wait, is Saw 3 where they go through like the freezer trap? And there's the
freezer trap. It's the guy has to make choices with all the people who are involved in the trial of his son.
Yeah, so, actually, I remember that one quite well.
Yeah,
see, and then at the end, I was just melding that with the fourth one, so it wasn't clear. But no, yeah, I remember that one quite well. Tismy as hell, but in terms of like what the traps are and the motivations behind them, it's not the worst.
Okay.
So I'd say 2 is actually more forgettable than that.
It's not really up to the person who's in the trap to survive it. It's up to him if they survive.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. He's the one being put on trial, and it's like, okay, you who hold other people's lives in your hands, here you are with the bare face of what your responsibility actually is laid in front of you, and then the fucking poor bastard who's actually part of the trap and has no say in any of this is just like, dude, what the fuck did I do?
Yeah, I just being one of those guys like, I didn't do anything.
Now, in some of them, it's not that. In some of them, it's like the person in front of you has the solution to get out of this room, but to get it, you would actually have to save the person who killed your kid. And that's kind of the thing. So, yeah, it has some stuff going for it, but yeah, it gets a bit flumpy towards the end.
Maybe not that similar, but they have to do things like solve a puzzle before the water rises and electrocutes them, or choosing between 2 doors, one which leads to certain death before the room bursts into flames. Completing a game grants the player 2 things, a playing card and extra days to their visa. Each player has one of these visas which dictate how many days they have left to live. By competing, you get more days. It's the game's way of making sure everyone is always.
Was it ever said if you could just build up days? I don't remember. Like if you just kept.
What do you mean build up days?
As if you have a visa for 3 days, but one day into it you go into let's say a 5 of spades game and you win. Do those 5 days stack to your 2 remaining days?
Well, the only thing that we get that's kind of similar to that is the dealers when they're talking about all the visa days that they were accruing.
So yeah, we do actually have something in the show that states that your days do in fact accrue, at least for some people.
Okay.
Yeah, but the idea is that it's big risk, big reward. Because if you're playing in multiple games in a row, your chances of dying go up dramatically.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah, absolutely. But no matter what, when your clock runs down to 0, you have to play in a game, and you don't know
Yeah.
what the difficulty will be.
Right. It's always going to be random. You don't know what it is until you check in.
Right. And so the
You
strategy
don't know the suit or the difficulty until you check in.
Yeah, so that means even if you were to be like, all right, I'm just gonna play as many games as possible and accrue as many days, so I don't have to play.
That's
Like,
going to be an interesting thing in phase 2, though, because now you do know the difficulty and the suit in advance.
yeah,
Yeah, that's true. Although, do we know definitively whether they do kings or queens high in their deck? Do we know
The
what's
way
more
that it was
traditional in
stacked, where
Japan?
aces were low, and it went ace to 10, and then it laid out jack, queen, king. So, assumingly, king is going to be
Okay,
the highest.
kings are high. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Although that's just from the Hatter's perception. That's not actually
Correct.
from
That's
the rules of
based
the
on
game.
the board that was in Hatter's, building. But I mean, up till now, everything that we've been shown indicates that.
right.
Yeah,
So-
everything the Hatter indicated was right in a different way than he thought. Also, we assume that he would have put kings high because that's just what's more common in Japan, so that would make sense.
Playing. If your time runs out, a laser beam from the sky rips through your skull and you die.
It doesn't rip through your skull; it just immediately goes, "Shoop," and you're dead. Like ripping through
I
your
mean,
skull implies
technically,
it's
along
done.
the way, it does rip through your skull, and also everything beneath your skull, and everything beneath what's beneath your skull.
Sorry, it's just that like that implies that it's like this like super bloody and like fucking visceral thing when it's like no, it just goes whoop and then you're dead. It's very clean, efficient.
The second, more mysterious reward are these playing cards. Each game is designated a card type. The suit determines what kind of game it will be, while the number is its difficulty. For example, spades are physical challenges, clubs a team battle, diamond a battle of the wits, and hearts a game of betrayal. You might be asking yourself, well, what about face cards? But we'll get into that in a bit. It's believed that by collecting all 52 cards, one...
Okay, again, we already know this. Go to the end.
Well, yeah, he's doing this thing where he summarizes it for people who don't know, and I'm wondering why he would do that.
Yeah, it's just fuck off.
Well, especially when you have like a 10-minute video and you've basically spent almost 3 minutes recapping or summarizing. It's like, dude, that's a third of your video.
Yeah, when the only people to whom this video would have any value already know this.
Yeah.
Dude, are we
may be
buffering?
able to escape the
No, I played it, paused it, and it created the buffering effect.
game, but no one has successfully collected all of them. You may have also noticed connections between the show and Lewis Carroll's novel Alice in Wonderland. Each story features a character venturing into a strange new world, with Borderland having characters based off Wonderland. Arisu is Alice, Usagi is the White Rabbit, she even has...
What?
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. How many of us actually know the story of Alice in Wonderland?
I do.
So I know generally enough to kind of like just chat about it, but not like in depth. I have not read the book.
Well, I know it well enough that there were any like serious parallels in the show to that story, I would have been able to pick them out. There is nothing about her that says White Rabbit except for the fact that she catches a rabbit once. That's it.
Yeah, because
and the way he's framed it in his language, if you listen, is this girl is the White Rabbit, to the point where we even see her with a rabbit. It's like, hold on, you just did a fucking language trick right there. You just said to the point where even, and everything that would lead up to that conclusion, you've left in the implication. You've not actually specified what it is about her that is similar or even analogous to the White Rabbit. She's not in a rush. She's not constantly late to things, nor is she particularly dapper or any other characteristic we associate with that character.
And also, Arisu doesn't chase her around, because the inciting incident of Alice in Wonderland is Alice chases the White Rabbit down the rabbit hole, into Wonderland.
Right. And it's like she's not leading him further and further into this rabbit hole. Like they're both stranded there and they're both trying to make the best of it.
This is
I mean,
really weird.
okay, this is getting like weirdly technical, but once he goes through episode 3, he loses his friends. She's the one who picks him back up so that he can go further down the rabbit hole if you really want to be an arsehole about it.
But she's following him at a
She's
certain
not what
after
leads
that.
him there in the first place. She's not what leads him deeper into the mystery. If anything, once he picks himself up, he finds a lofty goal, he kind of takes the lead. And
Yeah, he
she's kind
does.
of inspired by his ambition.
And also, I think the only connection that I made was Hatter, and I was just like, hey, his name is Hatter, and he's a little bit mad. Like that's the, and then that's it.
That's kind of
That's
it.
it.
In fact,
It's very
the
surface
closest,
level.
if I was really reaching, you know the girl who actually solved the 10 of Hearts games? You could technically call her the Queen of Hearts if you really wanted.
Don't
But there's
fucking
very
dare.
little else to work from. Like, there's nothing else there other
Like-
than she conquered a Hearts game.
See, if I was going to call anyone the Queen of Hearts, it would be the woman that they see on the video monitor.
Yeah,
at
the
very
game
end.
master.
Yeah,
the
honestly,
game master
yeah.
is the Queen of Hearts. Like, and
So, all the Alice in Wonderland stuff is really surface level at best. Like the writer wanted to have the playing card theme, and technically named his main character Alice. But
I mean,
other
that's
than
you're
that-
getting into like very you're getting fucky with Japanese pronunciation because Japanese, the way their language works, they don't actually have a phoneme for L, the letter L as we know it. So they always have to make some kind of approximation, and the closest thing to their alphabet that is close to that would be something like R. So that's why we have the stereotypes where they pronounce L like it's R. It's like, for whatever reason, to their ear, they sound really close. It's just a linguistic thing. So yeah, Arisu being analogous to Alice, I guess, but like I said, none of us caught that on our first watch, and I don't think you even caught it on your second.
No, to me, like I said, to me, I don't see it. Like you could maybe say there's some vague theme, or some surface level comparisons to the Alice in Wonderland stuff, but for the most part, all of this stands on its own, and I would draw way more parallels to stuff like Saw than to try to compare this to Alice in Wonderland.
That's why I asked, like, hey, are they ever gonna make that connection to Alice in Wonderland? Like, I asked a yes or no, and I don't remember if Slur was saying, like, just don't think about that, because it just doesn't
Well,
seem
yeah, I was just throwing out my own theory at that point that I thought it was mostly just a superficial aesthetic thing for branding. I don't think it has anything to do with the narrative.
Right. It doesn't seem to do anything, yeah. So, what the hell?
There's a scene where she captures one only to cook it later in a soup. Chishia as the Cheshire Cat.
Ghostbane is not the Cheshire Cat.
Okay, he smiles a lot, he's kinda tricksy, he's never strictly on your side, I guess.
The
I mean,
Cheshire
you're
Cat did not...
reaching.
The Cheshire Cat did not, like, sacrifice, like, fucking Alice to the Queen of Hearts or whatever in the
Well,
story.
it's more like dubious motives. The Cheshire Cat never strictly has Alice's best intentions at heart. It's like he doesn't actually want good things for himself, he mostly wants entertainment. He's kind of a trickster character.
Yeah, he just wants a laugh.
Which isn't this character at all. Ghostbane is all about winning the game.
Yeah.
It's like when their goals align, he's 100% on board. He's very helpful. But bear in mind that if he's going to lead you into a plan, if it seems like he's being very trusting of you, the chances are you're being thrown into the lion's den so that he can see where the traps are.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps the most obvious, the Hatter as the Mad Hatter. The final episode begins with a recording of...
Oh, so you're not gonna fucking, like, try to... So you tried giving, like, explanation for fucking what's-her-name being the White Rabbit, but you're not gonna go into the Mad Hatter thing?
I mean, I guess you could say that edgy tattoo guy is both Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
What about a Goonie? Or what's his guy with the Mac 10?
The fucking the jacked motherfucker of hearts. I don't know.
That's my point. It's like if you actually tried to do this for every character, you fucking couldn't.
Yeah,
And this is the thing, is like when you try to do it not just for any character, but for the most significant characters in the story, the ones who have the most impact on how it plays out, they don't line up.
Nope.
Two women the day everyone vanished. These recordings will be pivotal in Arisu uncovering the mystery of who's behind these sadistic games. The recorder, Asahi, talks about how she and Momoka were approached by someone offering them a job working for the game master, a job which comes with perks like extra days added to their visa. In exchange, they would help set up the games and sometimes even play in them, altering their courses and screwing with the contestants. For Momoka, the guilt of being complicit in other people's murders eventually got to her.
We get to live for another 2 weeks, but I don't even know how many people I can't do it anymore.
And in the second last episode, she kills herself starting the events of the bloodiest game yet.
Super nitpick thing. Slur and I both brought this up. She would not have been able to stab herself that way.
Okay, yeah, we actually did allude to this earlier, where the solution of the Ten of Hearts games, I don't know if we both did it, but I certainly did when Ninja paused it and kind of asked where we thought it was going. It's like immediately I ruled out the idea that it was she killed herself. It's one of the first things I thought of, and I ruled it out because of the way the knife was embedded in her chest. And it sounds super nitpicky, and it is, but bear in mind, in the way the mystery of this thing was set up, and the way the details have been so consistent in that show up to that point, small details like that, I'd been led to believe that they were reliable.
Yeah, and
so something like, and the knife going in such a way that it was kind of vertical. It was plunged through her ribs.
It'd have to go through the rib cage.
Kind of slipped in between them the way she would have had to do it to herself. It's nitpicky, absolutely.
You realize that ribs don't have to be cracked or broken for the knife to go through them, right?
Yes, that's true. In fact, more often than not, the easiest way to stab someone in the heart is to slip a blade between the ribs, which means you have to slip it in such a way as it will go between the ribs, not completely intersect with them. Do you see kind of where we
Yeah, I'm just saying ribs can kind of be pushed and moved a little bit. They're very flexible bone compared to like the sternum.
That's true, but in order to do so, you need to have some force behind it, which is why another person using both hands and plunging the knife into her absolutely could have done so. But to do it herself, especially because she's built like a fucking late high schooler, she
wouldn't have enough force to do it.
And then even in the scene where we see her doing it, it's edited in such a way that it looks like she does it with the force of a fucking cannon. So she really fucking fires that thing into herself.
It doesn't take as much force as people think it does to put a knife in someone.
To plunge it through your ribcage, it does take a pretty hefty amount of force.
Dude,
it's like a normal person would use both hands to plunge it that way. It's like if you just had one hand and you plunge, or you just thrust that knife at someone, and it was held vertically in such a way, that shit ain't sinking past the ribcage too far. You're stabbing them, absolutely. You're gonna get far enough that you've done a fucking serious amount of damage, but you haven't plunged a knife into their ribcage. And like I said, it's nitpicky. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's just that the way it was built up is we were paying so much attention to that minute level of detail that we ruled it out immediately, even though we had thought of it. And another thing, and I brought this earlier as well, and we never actually got around to it. Remember how I said earlier on when we were still in the spoiler-free shit, how the conclusion of the last game, I had misinterpreted what it was about it that bothered me in the moment? Okay, so tangent time. This guy can stay paused. So, you remember how we were getting a lot of reveals towards the end, especially how General Guy, he had gone crazy, and we got a lot more background detail as to how the Mad Hatter, he was starting to come unhinged, how being a cult leader had changed who he was as a person. And right in that moment, when we saw him in a room surrounded by dead people, I was like, aha, I'm a fucking genius. I called it. I'm amazing. And the reason that was is because that reveal, the way it was built up and the way everything culminated in that, it felt like it was coming to a payoff of something else, of a theory I had crafted based on other things in the show. And then it turned out that it wasn't that at all. It was this other thing that I had already ruled out. And that other thing, the fact she did it herself, is paid off with the investigation chick. It's like the forensic girl, she does the examination on the hands of the knife. We all said there has to be something about the way the prints were on the knife that immediately signified to her who did it. Either someone has a very special hand,
Which was
or
true.
the knife was held backwards, and that is paid off perfectly fine. That shit tracks. It's good.
I guess that scene that you're referring to, the one where, you know, Aguni and Hatter are in that hotel room, I guess I saw that more as kind of setting up the backstory and the payoff between him and Aguni, rather than that being something directly tied to the game. Whereas
I mean,
you
to
saw
me,
that as
all
like
of it was
something that
directly
was
tied to the game because this was when Arisu was giving his answers and shit. This was when like he was stepping forward as the protagonist. Is like, I've got it. It's like I know a way we can end this nightmare, and that's when this was kind of unfolding.
But it was when he was talking to Aguni and he was saying, "I understand because I killed my friends too." But all he was trying to say is basically, "I know that you killed Hatter. I just don't know why." And then
Well, see, this is where I was getting my theory from and why I had that moment of like, aha, I'm a genius. Because the murder of that girl, I thought was like a signifier of who the Mad Hatter had become. Iguni couldn't stand to see his friend be this person and therefore killed him to seize power. And he couldn't live with himself because of it. So I was like 90% of the way there as to what actually happened. It's just the fact that the Mad Hatter had become that person didn't pay off in him being the murderer. It was just kind of a thing that happened to push Iguni to be who he became at the very end, but it was completely unrelated in any way whatsoever to the murder. So it wasn't tied into the case. So it wasn't all kind of tied up in the one coherent thing. It
No,
wasn't all interconnected.
again, I think it was trying to specifically set up everything that was going on with the Goonie, because there at the end you kind of had two things going on. You had the solution to the game, which Arisu knew, and then you had him trying to basically resolve the issue with the Goonie, which was what was directly creating a lot of the chaos. Because Aguni at that point was basically straight up saying, "I'm the fucking witch." He was just trying to kill as many people as possible. So by Arisu understanding Aguni, he was trying to de-escalate that situation and therefore save as many lives as possible.
Yes, and in that moment, Arisu was talking to Iguni, and he's saying, he's like, no, you're not the witch. You're just going on a fucking rampage because you had to kill your friend because of who he became. And I think that could have very easily tied very well into the fact that it's like big reveal at the end of his epic speech. It's like, you had to kill your friend, points at the body of the girl, because he's the witch. He's been the witch this whole time. He's become a witch who's started fucking killing all of these people. His utopia is a lie, and then you get the reveal to the rest of the residents of the beach as to like the true horror of what their supposed utopia was. It's like all of this.
That could have
And this
worked.
is what I meant when I said I didn't articulate exactly what it was about it that frustrated me so much at the time. It's the fact that they had the opportunity for the reveal of who the witch was, being the Hatter, tying so closely into the disillusionment of the survivors, realizing that they never lived in a utopia at all. that it was a lie. It was them clinging to some charismatic motherfucker who presented them a dream in this nightmare world.
That probably would have been more thematically appropriate. Instead, I think they went the route of Momoko was the witch because she was one of the dealers.
Yeah, and I think
they were kind of setting that whole
forward
mystery
facing into the dealers, the reveal of the game master and the control thing.
Uh-huh.
All of that really only comes out after her reveal as having killed herself. So none of it played a role in the mystery building up to it.
Correct.
And I
Other
think
than the
that
video
specifically is what frustrated me. If we had more breadcrumbs leading off into this other potential trail before that, I think I could have. See, and this is the thing, it's not even about giving it leeway or anything like that. Structurally, it's still completely coherent and consistent. It's fine. It's just, in terms of personal subjective payoff, I wanted the things that built up to the mystery to pay off in the reveal of the answer to the mystery. Whereas the answer to the mystery kind of left into the breadcrumb trail leading into season 2, which works, but it automatically detracts from the payoff of that mystery, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that.
Anyway, this video.
Yeah, this video. I totally
Yeah,
wasn't.
why did that make sense to you, by the way? Because you're quiet that whole time.
I was just letting you guys talk, and I was just like, yeah, this makes complete sense. I don't know what else I could add to it, because I was never thinking about this kind of stuff when I was watching the show. It's like, because I just kind of, I liked where everything was going, basically. Because as in terms of like a way a sort of apocalypse story was being told, I very much enjoyed this. Considering I've kind of consumed nothing but like things like Fallout or The Last of Us 2, where we like embrace like our worst qualities and the idea of like cannibalism and this kind of stuff. So to see a cult that's like all about drinking, getting high, and fucking, it's like, oh, this is a different change of pace. Oh yeah, the leader's psychopathic. Oh yeah, his friend killed him because he turned into a fucking psychopath. This all makes sense, and yeah, he
Well,
wants to
I
die.
think you brought that up as soon as the beach was revealed, because the beach was revealed and you saw a bunch of like ladies in bikinis, dudes in shorts, everybody's drinking and doing drugs, and then like there's a bunch of rave music, and you were quite confused. Whereas both me and Ninja were like, no, yeah. If you want to accumulate people, you create an environment that will invite people to join your cult.
Right.
And you were just like, why aren't they eating each other though? Where's the cannibal cults? It's like, why isn't this Mad Max? And we're both just like, bruh, what?
Well, it's because this was the only sort of like apocalyptic. Because I view their version of Tokyo as apocalyptic. Like they're forced to play these games, and since the only version of apocalypse I have seen was like, I don't want to say a Western version of apocalypse because it makes no fucking sense. I don't want to say the fun is not allowed because people have fun all the time in Fallout. One would say the most hilarious thing about Fallout is the fact that while you've got all this dark and grim scenarios, you've also got like a reference to Indiana Jones with a ghoulish kid just hanging out in a fridge.
Oh, dude, one of the best scenes that kind of sums this up is from Mass Effect 3, when you meet Joker in that nightclub on the Citadel, and he's just kind of offhand commenting about how everybody's dancing and stuff, but like, these are the people who are dancing in such a way as to forget their worries. They're finding some small reprieve of joy and being able to just lose themselves in some shitty techno music and cheap drinks to, for 5 fucking minutes, forget the fact that the universe is ending. It's like, that one scene is really fucking good for that game.
Yeah, it's really powerful, and I forgot about that scene. Because it's so rare to see Joker outside of the ship. So it's possible.
Yeah, it's later on in the game. It's only when
so
he
it's
has
easy to
Edie
miss.
to help him.
Yeah, it's a very yeah. I was just like, why are you people having fun?
Good to know why we're bringing fun into the apocalypse.
Like, Survival,
Oh, dude, if we go
motherfucker,
into
do
the
you speak
apocalypse,
it?
the first thing I'm doing is trying to find the drugs. It's like, yeah, I will be non-functional for the first game.
Or just having to drag you by your ankles. Me just like constantly wanting to like, there's somebody just around every corner.
It's
They
like,
want to kill us.
you
They
two are
want to
trying
rob
to like
us.
fucking slap me on the side of the head. It's like, okay, Luke, it's a diamonds game. What do we do? And I'm just there like trying to lick the walls because I've taken a heroic dose of acid.
And I'm just thinking, and meanwhile I'm just like, God, I hope there's somebody on the other side of that door. I'm just gonna cave their skull in and take all their stuff. Like, then we'll be fine. We'll set up a
Yeah, the
base
guy
of
from the last
operations.
video, you try to fucking cave his skull in because he's a walking loot box.
I'm that guy's worst nightmare, because I don't see that guy and think, oh, I shouldn't fuck with him. I think that the second that guy's back is turned, he's dead. I'm gonna take all his shit. Because, like, I was telling you guys how I'm playing, like, the Walking Dead game on VR. I legit completed a mission that was basically get a spouse her wedding ring. I did the thing, got the wedding ring back, got my reward, then I shot her. I was like, oh, the thing I can also salvage for resources. Get fucked, lady. And then I just went on with my fucking day. Like...
You're also that guy who plays The Witcher 3 and, like, kills the succubus and the Doppler and
No.
everything because you need the mutagens, aren't you?
No! In fact, I actually kind of hate the mutagen system until you can actually start making actual use of them. And,
Well,
like,
no, you
breaking
can make
down
use of them
in the-
throughout the whole game. It's just through most of it, you can only make use of what... Okay, we're in the weeds. I'll be
Right,
back in about a minute. You guys continue ahead.
Hunt. According to the game master, the 58 contestants in this game must work together to solve who killed Momoka and dispose of the killer, known as the Witch, into the fire of judgment. The twist here is that Momoka killed herself, thus making her the Witch, but what's more important here is how Arasu and the others are able to solve this. In episode 5, Arasu and Usagi find themselves at the beach, a resort run by the Hatter where
Again, more just summarizing. Your video is almost halfway over, guy. Quit summarizing. Like, I don't know how much, like, if you were gonna make this kind of video, Ninja, what's the farthest back you would go to, like, help your argument of explaining the ending? I think I would just stick to pretty much the last game. I'd be like, alright, so they find out who the witch is. It turns out she killed herself. Because it turns out she was a dealer. We then watch the video files of them going into the subway. We then find out that a lot of other dealers were killed. Then the game master is revealed, quote unquote game master, because we don't even know if that's the real game master. And then season 2 begins. The game, like, the difficulty is increased to the point that they're not even trying to hide it during the middle of the night where that game is. There, I just I don't want to act like that smartass. It's just like, there, your entire video is summarized in like a few seconds. But it's just, he's almost going too far back for this kind of explanation. Okay.
players work together to collect cards.
Let's play together, united as one, and collect the remaining cards together.
Each person is given a wristband denoting their place in line when they will be the next person to ascend, but this whole scheme is built on a lie. No one that they know of has actually been able to leave the game.
Getting back to the old world by gathering a few cards was just a lie you came up with.
In opposition to the Hatter is his best friend Aguni. He's seen how the Hatter's original plan of making the beach a place of hope has deteriorated into madness.
Death to any traitor.
Arasu even uncovers a dumpster full of dead bodies of those considered traitors. It's this madness that ultimately forces Aguni to murder the Hatter and take control over the beach.
You could never forgive him for what he did. You wanted it all to stop. But it was too late. You didn't
Oh, fuck. I'm just gonna pause due to copyright tisms. Fucking... Yeah, I've heard... Ninja, are you there? Am I just by myself?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
What's up?
Oh, no, I was... Did you not hear my question earlier?
I did not. I was on a call. Sorry.
No, fair enough. I was asking... How far would you, like, say you're trying to explain the ending, how far would you go back in your explanation? Back in terms of, like, the show? I pretty much would only bring it up to the last game. That's as far back as I would bring it, and not summarize the whole damn show. It could be like, alright, they discover what's-her-face was the witch, and then we see them go into the subway tunnels. Oh, then the game master's real. Like, I know then I was saying, like, I hated to sound like that guy, but this was like, I went, oh, entire video summarized in, like, a few seconds. Like, I don't want to sound like that guy, but he's just taking too much time for this kind of shit.
Yeah, I guess, like, if my video was going to be ending explained and season 2 theories, like his video is, especially if you're only working with about 10 minutes, I would say the first, aside from your initial intro, the first maybe 3 to 5 minutes would be kind of about the finale and the way it ended. And then the other 5 minutes or so would be about, whatever I think is going to happen in season 2. But it feels like he's almost trying to summarize the entire Ten of Hearts game rather than just the finale itself.
He is, and it's really bothering me, because I'm just like, what is the point? Like, because I remember, like, the fact that I really used to be in these into these kinds of videos, like, Cloverfield ending explained, like, not Avengers Endgame explained, because that's easy to understand, anything that's left ambiguous, and it's like, ending explained, that's the only stuff I would look at. But now I'm like, no, I've seen this, it's pretty straightforward. What is there to explain?
Well, I feel like you're falling into the same trap that other person did. You know what I mean? Where it's like they're basically just summarizing what actually happened instead of like really giving impressions of it or whatever.
Yeah, it is just like a summary, and it's like, okay, you're not saying anything then.
Isn't that right?
As head of the military corps, Aguni staged a coup, and when this new game where they had to kill the witch to win, he ordered his men to kill everyone, not because he wants to win the game, but he feels they're the ones responsible for making his friends go crazy.
You killed your friend, I see it in your eyes, and now you just want to kill everyone here, because they were the ones who made your...
Pause for copyright reasons. Because I don't want to constantly just...
Netflix wouldn't come after us, would they? Yeah, they would.
Yeah, they absolutely 100% would. I just stared at your avatar, just went like...
promoting the show!
It's like, Netflix, we're praising your show. We're giving this guy shit. Because he's just being an idiot.
He's not as bad as the other guy so far, so I gotta at least give him that praise.
Did you hear what Slur was trying to explain to us? I was just like, what our survival group would be.
I think I might have missed that.
Oh, it was hilarious. Like, cause I was describing, like me playing the Walking Dead game and how I pretty much like I completed a quest which was find somebody's wedding ring, and then once I completed the quest and got my reward, I shot her. Because I just wanted the resources, and then they made the joke of like Slur would be just doing all the drugs. So their first challenge, if it was a game of wits, we're just like, Slur, how do we do this? And he's just licking the walls because of all the acid he's done. And then I made the joke of like, oh, this guy who decides to be a walking loot box. Yeah, that guy's I'm gonna murder the shit out of that guy because all I want's like the resources. It's like. Yeah, well, like
I feel like you're the guy that just collects resources, but you don't necessarily know what to do with them. You're just like stockpiling and hoarding. You're like, no, we need more.
That's why. That's why I'd be like, all right, guys, like say what we need, and if I come across somebody that has that thing and we're not okay with them, I'll murder the absolute shit out of them, and then we'll have that thing. You're like, you're thinking about this too casually. As I'm already slitting somebody's throat. I don't know what you mean.
I don't know. Kind of seems okay with me.
Like, I tried not to make the joke when we saw Katana Guy. I was just like, hey, look, it's me. It's like the joke, like, hey, you're a little too into this.
Fucking Wyatt goes up to him, slits his throat. You hear squelching noises from the floor, and then he's literally like stealing his tattoos.
I'm scalping him. These are my tattoos now. I'm wearing his eyebrows. Like,
this is more awesome.
I don't know why I find that hilarious. Just taking my like hoarding of like fucking apocalypse games to like its most extreme scenario. Like, I want your katana. All right, but that's my inventory. You know what? I want those tattoos. Give them. Just start skinning him.
Crazy.
Aguni is clearly in deep emotional pain. He even tells everyone he's the witch in an effort to be killed. But Anne, a former forensics investigator, was able to determine that the fingerprints on Momoka's knife were reversed gripped, meaning she killed herself. Aguni will get a moment of redemption when he later sacrifices himself to take down Iragi, arguably the most evil.
Nitpick. Definitely super nitpick. Like, way more bullets than he should have had for that gun, but it's not like
that was the super evil bad guy clip. It's okay.
Yeah, it's we had this conversation in private, but it's better to point this out as well. The difference between like something like this where the bad guy is just firing practically his infinite clip versus something like Joker where he has he fires 8 shots and we're not really sure if he reloaded. It depends on the importance of the plot. With Joker, that's basically the inciting incident of the clown riots and basically the class warfare of the movie. With this, I'm not really sure what else it really affects other than just he runs out of bullets and then possibly pulls out another gun. Like, he still dies via being thrown into the fire by a Goonie.
Of all the characters in the show. And one of the things this show does so well are how the flashbacks inform why and how these characters act the way they do. For example, Niragi's violence can be traced back to how he was brutally picked on in school. This guy with the face tattoos, known simply as Last Boss, was a Hikikomori, or some.
Was his name seriously Last Boss? That is.
Hold on, I'm gonna look on IMDb because I don't buy into that.
If that turns out to be true, I'm gonna laugh my ass off, actually, because that's fucking hilarious.
I mean, it might be, because I don't actually remember anybody using his name, but I don't remember anybody addressing him as Last Boss.
I don't think anyone addresses him by name. I think he's the one who starts conversations, and then everybody goes, "Yeah, tattooed guy, let's do that." Like with the whole, let's just kill them all.
Hold on. Because it's like a Japanese show, not a lot of stuff pops up on IMDb. Like, a lot of the cast don't have pictures next to their name.
Oh, that's sad.
So I'm trying.
I didn't realize IMDb of all places would be region locked. Like, because this is on Netflix, it is still a like widely distributed thing. That's really annoying.
Yeah. No, his name is Last Boss.
Can that be my name
That's
when we go into the apocalypse? If I'm just that level of tryhard, can I? As I'm like,
it is going to make it very confusing for everybody who you're the first person they meet.
Who are you?
Okay,
I'm the Last Boss.
So hold on, because apparently the guy whose name I told you earlier, basically Ghostmane, they're saying that his name is Cheshire. Like, in Japanese, basically.
That's weird.
That would be very, very strange because Cheshire is literally a region in England. So I don't know how that would translate.
Someone who isolates.
So Slurv, what'd you think of that out of nowhere just joke of me just scalping
Last
Boss?
I googled Alice in Borderland characters, and his name with the actor side of it literally says Cheshire, and then the character's name is Shuntaro Chishiya. I'm assuming Chishiya translates to Cheshire, maybe? I don't
Or it's
know.
just kind of a phonemic approximation, like it kind of
Okay,
sounds
so
similar.
here it says Shuntaro Chishiya with the alias of Cheshire is one of the main characters in Alice in Borderland.
Okay, the whole thing of him having the alias of Cheshire, that never comes up in
Yeah,
the
no,
show.
it's literally from the fandom wiki, so don't.
Oh,
I
from the
would,
Then don't touch
fandom?
it.
Oh, well, then we
Yeah,
can
exactly.
completely fucking
No,
disregard that.
Google was sending me to some weird fucking places.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can kind of get from just a purely aesthetic thing of how he would be the one they give the Cheshire title to, but narratively, it doesn't come into play. In terms of what his role is relative to the other characters, it doesn't come into play.
Yeah,
There's really nothing there.
really like a very surface comparison at best. And even then, it's a
Which
stretch.
is kind of how the whole Alice in Wonderland analogy comes into it. Honestly, I think it's just a marketing mistake that's being ad hoc accounted for. It's got nothing to do with the story.
So what do you guys think of that image I just posted in the chat?
Oh, the pizza with prawns on it.
That does not look like the worst thing in the world.
In terms of flavor, I don't know if it would be that bad. It's just on a texture level, you'd want those prawns to be cut up into smaller pieces so that they spread even
Or
more
you'd
evenly.
use smaller shrimp. So here's the thing. Minsky's Pizza over in Kansas City, they do put shrimp on pizza as like a topping option. It's not that bad.
I would say when I was in Maine, you can get lobster on your pizza. It's super common, and it was fine.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is.
I mean, as a flavor
it was,
thing, it's fine.
It was the
aesthetically,
smaller
it doesn't
pieces,
look
like
very
Slur
good.
was saying, but yeah.
Like, I don't, like, I'm, like, this isn't like a cursed image. This is literally just fine.
In fact, there's a combo you can get for like various soups and like toppings for usually quite niche Chinese places, but any kind of crab meat, wheat corn, and like a condensed soy sauce dressing as a combo is fucking delicious. You put that shit on some well-baked pizza dough, I'm sure that'd be delicious.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I just see this and it's like, okay, not a cursed
See,
image.
people get very precious about pizza toppings as though pizza dough is anything other than just like a bread.
Bread. Yeah, it's why when people go nuts over the pineapple on pizza thing, I'm like, it's whatever, it's your toppings. I will say,
Yeah,
don't
especially
just put...
depending on who does it. If you get like a good savory sauce that will contrast against the sweetness of pineapple, and you throw some hot sauce in that shit, it's fucking delicious.
Oh, I was just gonna say, just get some pineapple. Like, Hawaiian pizza is just fine because the sweetness balances out the saltiness of the ham. Like, that's just it. I thought about this with if I was gonna put pineapple on like a pizza I was making. I feel like I'd caramelize the pineapple a bit.
Or yeah, it's like you oven bake the pizza, and then when you've got the toppings and everything on, you whack it under the grill just to caramelize everything as a final touch.
Yeah.
Shit would be nice.
Alright. We're almost
Some
there.
cells from-
The ending is still not being explained. It's just being summarized to us still.
Yeah, I got that while I was downstairs. I was just listening in.
The world. And Queena here is a trans woman who was disowned by her father. I might do a whole video just on these
Wait, hold
backstories,
on.
but
I just realized, as a kind of a pattern recognition thing, Queen of Hearts. Is that literally the kind of surface level shit we're using as a point of comparison? Is she being drawn as the Queen of Hearts at all?
No, don't do that. Just stop that.
But see, that's how these people are arriving at the conclusions they are. They're just drawing like it kind of sounds like / word association shit, and that's how they've drawn the parallel.
Watch as you end up being right, and I'm gonna accuse you of Mr.
I know,
Sunday
right?
moving. I'd be like, you were just right because you just guessed. You basically just
But
would.
yeah, that's literally all it is,
Show
though.
has higher standards because of the writing quality we've seen so far.
Yeah.
The show is
I really
better
feel like
than
it's
its
a
fan
fan.
base. I think that's what we're getting from this entire stream, is that this show is so much smarter so much more well constructed than even its fans supposedly are giving it credit for, which is heartbreaking.
It really is.
Now we have to get to this ending. Momoka's body is put into the fire and the remaining players win the game and watch as the beach resort burns. Some of Aguni's men even try to kill themselves after they massacre dozens of innocent
One
people.
guy tries to kill himself.
Yeah, because that's the guy behind him is like, he's also one of Aguni's men, and he just went, eh.
Pretty much everybody standing in that group there was part of the militant corps.
Yeah.
That's like 5 or 6.
It was
Even if they weren't part of the militant corps originally, they were part of the witch hunt.
Yeah.
It's like, these are the people who were butchering people in the fucking hallways. All of them. Not just that one guy.
Jishia, who's become obsessed with collecting the cards, is able to get the...
I still... this is another nitpick. This is one of those things of like, burning building, maybe you guys should be having like this conversation right now.
Final 10 of hearts, the last remaining numbered card. But as he says,
we still haven't seen any of the face cards.
Arisu uses Asahi's phone to uncover her recordings which show dozens of these
It's
cylindrical-like
come up
structures.
more in this video than the other two, and we haven't drawn any attention to it yet, but the subtitling in this show is fucking atrocious.
Yeah, it's ass.
It doesn't
It's why
match
for
the dub at all. It was really low effort. There's almost no excuse for it. I don't know what the fuck happened.
It's why, like, for once I was just like, no subtitles. Like, it bothers me that I can't turn on the subtitles when we watch Hunter x Hunter on HBO Max. I'm like, fuck me, I want to look at subtitles as well while listening to them talking English. It's just something I picked up from video games. I'm just like, yeah, just turn on subtitles now.
Which act as control rooms for the world's many games. These subtitles offer several clues, like how these men and women place bets and broadcast the games to others.
This is what I was talking about with the Cabin in the Woods reference. They place even fucking bets.
You don't see much of it, but it is in there.
Is this game world just a front for some sadistic betting game for the rich? In my opinion, the best answer to what's happening here comes from Shibuki in episode 2, who said that she heard of an IT company from Europe who was able to establish a VR space and create a world identical to the real one.
No, do not do that. Well, okay, hold on. If it turns out to be well written, I'll accept it. But just doing that kind of stuff, I'm really skeptical. I'm like, just have this just be
this is the same scene where one of them theorized that it was fucking aliens. I don't know if it's reliable for theory crafting. Yeah, and then you've got his thing of like, is this whole thing a sick game set up by the rich?
And it's like, what the fuck?
Dude, the people in that control room also got BTFO'd by the Sky Laser. What are you basing this on?
My main theory is that the players' bodies are in the real world while they compete virtually for others to watch. In episode 1, Arisu's brother talks about how Arisu didn't show up to an interview he hooked him up with. What if Arisu did go to that interview, and this is...
Oh my god. Okay, so hold on.
Okay, this is getting into like Black Mirror-tism.
Yeah, it's like he never left home in the first place. And fucking,
like,
don't do that.
Black Mirror is literally just like a high teenager in rural England going like, what if your mum ran on batteries?
Fucking, the first episode of Black Mirror where the guy has to fuck the pig, like, it's like one of those situations.
Oh, the entire first season of Black Mirror and a lot of the second season, there's good episodes in that shit. It's just the tone of the show overall. It's too caught up in its own pessimism to make a coherent point.
I always thought it was, like, speaking of, like, the only episode of Black Mirror I have seen, the ending I personally find is just really weird. It's like how his wife is just really mad that he fucked the pig, and it's just like, well, he did save the young girl's life.
Is that the only one you've seen?
She showed me, like, the first episode. I'm like, that's why I'm like, I'm not holding any judgment against, like, the rest of the show.
There's other specific episodes I could recommend. And remember, it's kind of like Crypt Keeper anthology series.
Right.
Every episode is disconnected from all the other ones. There are specific ones I can recommend as being really good. Watching through all of it, I don't necessarily recommend as much.
Yeah, because, like, as I was saying, so he fucks the pig, and then like everybody's loving him because he's like, yeah, he just saved a young girl's life. His wife is just like, I fucking hate you. You fucked the pig, and it's just like he didn't have any other choice on that one, lady.
Well, you know why that episode was so particularly on the nose when it released, right?
That was basically after the 2016 election, wasn't it?
Come back.
Oh no, you have to go earlier than that.
You're in the weeds.
Yeah,
I mean, we're in the weeds, but this is also like a very interesting part of the weeds because there is
when
a
was
very
that?
high-profile British politician, former prime minister, and it was revealed that as part of like some frat bro bullshit thing when he was in that really like high-end private school for the ultra elite wealthy of England, he literally fucked a dead pig's head. David Cameron, pig fucker. And everybody found it fucking hilarious. And the man still to this day, despite being a former prime minister of fucking Britain, has no public presence whatsoever.
This is when out of nowhere the SAS just bust into your home. I almost wanted to make the FBI open up, but that's
The
like,
SAS?
that's us.
Fucking what?
Because I don't know the British version of the FBI. That's why.
No, yeah, they're called Imperial fucking Death Squads. And Thatcher released them into Northern Ireland. Fucking fight me.
I'm sorry. You just basically sounded like you were like talking about a science. Is it really Imperial Death Squads?
Okay, that terminology, I want you to listen to each individual word. Imperial,
yes, Imperial,
which means of the Empire,
empire, yes.
And Death Squads. They were sent in literally just to fucking kill, exterminate, and torch the infrastructure of whoever the fuck was causing trouble for the Empire. They're not from fiction.
No, I
it's
know.
just a thing that happened.
No, yeah, I'm sorry. It's just since I didn't know this existed, and
I think he's saying that maybe that wasn't their official designation. That's just what they were literally.
Oh no, their official designation was the Royal Irish Constabulary.
Okay, there you go. You just went Imperial Death Squad, and it was just like there's no way that was made public.
They went into Ireland. They set Cork on fire, so that anybody who came to put the fire out, they could gun down in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
And then they called the IRA terrorists. This is getting like real hot takey, so I think we should probably get out of the weeds.
Again, this is when they just take down your door.
Black Mirror to the IRA. God damn it!
How did we get anywhere to the IRA?
He's almost done. We're so close. The finish line is in sight.
But the ending hasn't been explained.
We have no theories about season 2. Are the IRA involved?
Possibly. Susan, they don't know what they do.
Susan's just like looking at our stream, just going, "What the fuck are these guys talking about?"
She's channeling fucking Rat Shack. Nuke it.
Signed up for. In fact, our 3 main characters we meet in episode 1 are all strapped for cash. Arisu doesn't have a job, Karube gets fired from his, and Chota is poor, having given most of his money to his pleading mother. They'd all have motive to sign up for one of these VR testing groups, and it's easy to assume that the game masters would have wiped out part of their memory so they wouldn't remember how they got into the game space. Shibuki also raises an interesting point in episode 2.
Hold on. Memory wipe wouldn't work because all of them very clearly remember their lives before this. Do we have anything in the show to suggest any level of memory wiping?
There's none. I think they're specifically... Oh, that's the dumb part. Because, like, they're basically making shit up. Like,
They're not just making shit up, they're ignoring details that contradict it. Because remember, when they start exploring the area immediately around them, there is food that is still steaming on the plates in a restaurant. So that implies that there is 0 time lapse.
It's almost, I would almost say, as if when people are transported to that world, it's almost like certain areas like are transported with them. Like, hence why some food is rotting and some food is just as if it was just cooked.
Mm-hmm.
Just time works differently in this place. What may be weeks in the game world could be hours or days in the real world. I also want to bring
Okay,
up
but
the
hold on.
fireworks.
There's nothing about that scene to suggest that she's any more correct than Kuribe, who thought it was aliens.
That occur as a celebration of their victory at the end of the season. These same fireworks are briefly seen in episode 1, supposedly before the event that launches them into the game. I think these fireworks hint that they're already in the game world at this point. Otherwise, what's the point of having them? They don't impact
Okay,
the story.
no. If you're going to look at the fireworks and draw a conclusion, the obvious thing that you would immediately jump to is that whatever the previous game was, it has been cleared. So this is a recurring thing, that this isn't the first game. I think that's the only thing you really could conclude that if you were going to reach.
Hey, remember, you're being super observant if you notice the fireworks and not the fucking car crash.
At the end, when they show like all the zeppelins and stuff, did it say stage 2 or did it say next stage?
Hold on, let me throw up the cover so I can
don't
switch
remember.
tabs. Netflix.
Because that's one of those moments where the wording makes a big difference.
Let's okay,
Because
episode 8.
think about it, like when they show you Hatter's chart, right, and it shows all of the cards that have already been crossed off the list. Like our protagonists, our 3, main cast, have only been in the game what essentially amounts to like a couple weeks at most. But the majority of the Ace through 10 games have already been cleared.
Yeah, the implication is that has been going on for months leading up to before they got there.
Alright, so they might be alien. Oh yeah, that's right. They said like that the game master might be aliens or even God himself, and it's just like what?
I mean, I think that was more his very sarcastic way of saying we literally don't fucking know.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
It
and
could
a
be
lot of
sponsors,
anime will
piece of
do that, where it's
toast,
like
it
you start
doesn't
off fighting giant rats and tiny goblins and things, and then by the end of it, it's like you're literally attacking God.
Oh, I was about to make
It's a Japanese storytelling thing, Final Fantasy, that's pretty much every Final Fantasy show.
Yeah, you think you're just gonna fight Sephiroth, and then suddenly God. It's like what?
Yeah, you're fighting against some fucking intangible divine concept, and you're like, oh, what the fuck happened?
It's like, okay, you've beaten Sephiroth. Now fucking fight the concept of entropy, motherfucker. And you're just like, I don't know if my big...
So... Man, they have really... Fucking... Alright. Hit the fast forward button.
It's like at the very, very end, dude. Like, it's one of the last shots. Go back a little bit.
Yeah, hold on.
Because they're looking at the building.
Okay, I need to go a little bit more because they're not saying anything. So
Is it before the Zeppelins show up?
I could have sworn
No,
it's
the
when they're in the
Zeppelins show
monitor.
up and then we see fireworks, I thought.
I could have sworn it's like so we have to fight again. Like that's why I was like trying to let her do her whole speech because I wasn't sure if she says it or if it's
Now
just
we know who our target is, and then it kind of cuts to them being outside.
Okay,
yeah, there's all
so
the fireworks. And then basically they're out on the street again, and they look at the building, and it says either next phase or.
I wonder if they used like Toronto, like how they use Toronto for like every other city, or if they actually did.
Oh no, this was definitely.
Oh no, next stage.
Okay, next.
So in theory, it doesn't say stage 2; it says next stage, as in we don't know if what's taking place is stage 1. I mean, it's kind of implied that it's still the beginning, but we don't know because our protagonist already came into the game in progress.
I mean, all we have to go on is the deck of cards, where they separate into number cards and face cards. You collect all the number cards. Now here come the face cards. There are no other cards within this framework, unless they
Right.
start
That's
going
what makes me
weird.
think that this was phase 1, and then the next thing is phase 2.
And that would be the only 2 phases, because unless there's like a third surprise phase where it's the Joker cards.
Right.
Because that's all you've got left in the deck.
Well,
Right.
I was about to joke about saying like the fireworks were just like some sort of weird way of that's how they
there
bring
was
in the
that
people.
weird cut, remember, where like they cut to it and it was like EMP thing? Like, I mean, I know they were trying to kind of say that maybe could be what it was, but I feel like if that's what it was, they wouldn't have done the fireworks later? I don't know.
Yeah,
it felt like a weird thing.
No, the EMP stuff is when they're exploring the world and they realize, okay, the only technology that works is stuff that doesn't have computer chips in it, because anything with computer chips in it has all the hallmarks as if it's been fried by an EMP. So it could just be a part of when fake Tokyo was made. That was a condition under which it was made. So it would be made as if it had just been hit by the biggest EMP ever. And then that was just the starting point, and then the people started coming in.
And it's just an added expense for the production to CGI these in. Back to the ending. Arasu and Usagi use Asahi's video to find the underground.
I'm sorry, did they just say the fireworks are too hard to CGI in? How hard would that be?
I think what he said was like they would have been too expensive for them to CGI in if they weren't important. Basically, like they had to serve some kind of purpose.
I mean, they could have just done it because that's how the panels in the manga looked. I think he's overthinking it.
Yeah,
that's kind of it's a little odd.
It's weird. Okay.
Ground control rooms, but are mortified when they find everyone has been killed, burned by the game's lasers. These guys aren't the game masters, but are pawns just like them. Shishia and Quina show up as well, having used the map
They're
uncovered
not
from
pawns just like them. They're the dealers.
Yeah,
they're a
they're a
step
different kind
above
of
the
pawn.
pawns. Yeah.
I was like, this was very clearly explained, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know how they got subway map out of this picture, to be fucking honest.
Well, honestly, it probably makes more sense if you're very familiar with the routes of Tokyo.
Yeah, the
Because if
Tokyo
you
subway
took
map.
the tram lines of Dublin, and you just like with very quick lines on a napkin like this mapped them out, it would look just like some random lines. But if I can see the two grouped together that go south, the one that cuts all the way across up into the top right, I'm like, oh, okay, that's the red line, and that's the green line. I see what this is supposed to be. Even though it's like a child's...
Yeah, I'm assuming at some
decade.
point he compared the drawing to a map of the subway and went, oh, hey, if I overlay this on top of this map, it forms a picture.
Right. I was then about to make a joke of like it's just an S. That wouldn't that wouldn't make me go like, oh, the Phoenix tram system, because we only have like the one tram, which is just F, like which just makes an S form through the city.
The taggers in episode 3, which he's found out is a map of the subway.
See, there you go.
Yeah, he connected one to the other. I'm more just wondering like how he came across the thing to compare it to, because maybe there were just the subway
Well,
map.
you know, if you
outside.
live in Tokyo, those trams are the way you get around.
That's right, because getting around in cars.
There would
very
be maps
inefficient.
for public transit like everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And so the map of what the overall transit system looks like is just something that becomes ingrained into your head as a resident of the city.
Yeah, meanwhile, depending on what American city you live in, you've never even touched public transportation.
Also that, yeah.
Like, that's why I was just like, what? A subway tunnel.
They're interrupted by a special broadcast by Mira, a tertiary character who is part of the beach's executive committee, who reveals herself to be the big baddie. In fact, she...
Possibly a representation
No,
that might be our...
So yeah, we don't know that. That's kind of a leap still.
Yeah, like if it was just her all along, I'd feel really weirded out.
Also, he's got less than he's got like 50 seconds to get out any sort of season 2 theories.
He's really just
reality one is
summarized
a
what
theory.
season 1 is and how it ends. He's actually said nothing.
Well, he said the virtual reality theory. Like, that's about it.
This show deserves better fans.
Honestly, it does.
Oh, no.
The show deserves a better kind of fan. And I'm gonna give
I
it.
just think how fucking rare that is for us to think.
Right? When was the last time you said that about a show?
Yeah, I've never come across the Tismy idea of like, oh, turns out the fans are just fucking stupid. Like, of a good thing, actually. Like, I could kind of point out, like, oh, Supernatural fans, but that's only because, like, that show is still going. Like, oh wait, no, that's right. I completely forgot that it literally is finally over.
They finally killed it.
Yeah, they finally fucking
They
killed that
finally just
fucking
let
show.
those dudes go. Because once they like are clearly like in their late 40s and they're still running around doing that shit, it's like, bruh, this is getting kind of sad.
He's gonna do Walker Texas Ranger now.
Who?
Isn't which one?
Jared Padalecki or the other guy?
The one that has the long brown hair, I think.
Huh.
So
yeah, honestly, I can see it.
What other shows have like the worst fans that are actually really good?
Well, the only other one that I can compare it to would be, I know everybody dogs on the Rick and Morty fan base, but that show deserves a bit of criticism here and there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you're talking about more how it got started. Like those first couple of seasons when the show started gaining traction, everybody jumped onto that bandwagon, and everybody thought that everybody else on the bandwagon was like, oh my god, yeah, this show's like really fucking thoughtful and clever and witty and all this other stuff. And then they realized that most of the people on that bandwagon with them literally did not get anything deeper than the very surface level jokes.
Yeah. This is better. This is a better show than Rick and Morty.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, unironically, absolutely it is.
Yeah, we're all saying that, and meanwhile, it's like, I'm like, yeah, it fucking is better than Rick and Morty, and I haven't even seen season 4. I don't want to.
I mean, I'm someone who's like, I don't factor the fan base into what I think of a thing because I don't have enough of an internet presence that I interact with people enough to let that sway me. So for me, it's like Rick and Morty as a show, really fucking good. I like it a lot. The fan base, everything I've seen of it is just cancer, so I don't engage with it. But even then, just looking at the show on its own, clever jokes, well written dialogue, all that shit, this is still a better show than that.
Yeah, season 4 is
solid. It's more clever. It's got more to say. It's awesome.
Then again, I would almost say, like, I was about to be like, oh, Star Wars fans are practically considered the worst, but that's only because now we've got to deal with the fucking sequel trilogy, and that fucking broke us. Of like, oh, now apparently now Star Wars fans are cancerous. You totally didn't think we were totally cancerous during the fucking prequels, when in reality they did.
Yeah, you toxic fuckers.
Yeah, how dare you like lightsaber fights? It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you child.
At least it's better than fucking Raylo.
Of hearts in this story, even sitting on something that resembles a throne. To celebrate their victory...
God. Fuck off with those... Oh my god, there's a chair in the background. It must be an analogy for a throne. I fucking hate that. Not everything means something.
It's almost why, like, for the most part, themes and theory crafters, I pretty much, like, I almost immediately dismiss.
Yeah, anytime something says theories in the video title from now on, that's a hard pass. Because it's just like, I don't care about your fucking theories, especially if they're not... Like, it's one thing to theorize based on evidence that's already been presented. Like, if you're following existing breadcrumbs, that's one thing. But if you're just grasping at fucking straws and making shit up, fuck off.
Yeah,
at that point, it's not even a theory. It's literally just an idea you've had.
It's headcanon. That's all it is. You're making up fan fiction in your head.
What's worse is when that fan fiction turns out to be correct, which is why I hated
that
Mr.
to me is
movies.
the difference between fan fiction and theory crafting. Theory crafting is based on actual evidence and foreshadowing presented in the content. It's grounded. You know, it's like, hey, they've presented us with A and B, so most likely C's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
this is just making shit up as we go. Maybe it's right. That's my theory, in my opinion, so you can say I'm wrong.
Which is like why we despised Mr. Sunday Movies with his fucking WandaVision shit. We just kept like, and with him being right, we're just like, this isn't based off anything.
The fucking screen pitch for Falcon and Winter Soldier when he was like, "Is Mephisto in this one?" I was like, that's such a nice little joke for him to throw in there.
Oh, honestly, yeah, that dude never fucking misses.
It's so great.
Uncannily consistent with how good he is with those things.
Yeah.
But yeah, hold on. I'm just gonna go ahead and like do the same thing he's just done, okay? So, we know that the games are set up by some mastermind we haven't seen yet. And we know the lasers come from the sky. You know who would have technology advanced enough to be able to shoot people with lasers from the sky? Aliens. You know where the aliens would have to be because they're aliens? In the sky. I'm a fucking genius. Give me my video.
I mean, you have your video. It's the stream.
True. Also, if it does actually turn out to be aliens, I will throw a shit fit. Oh my god.
Do you think the lasers came from the Zeppelins and somehow they were invisible in the sky because of stealth technology?
Which only aliens would have, obviously.
So here's the thing. I almost, like, this is maybe bog standard and just generic, but I kind of wish that there's, like, really no end to this, and this really is just in some insane AI that just wants to just be entertained by these games.
Well, honestly, an insane AI is my actual running theory.
Yeah, it's kind of my theory too, based on just the logistics of controlling like those lasers, how precise they are, how all this stuff is being like put together so fast.
Also, how it seems so amazingly focused on what to us would seem so trivial.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that's a very to make a human have that kind of obsession. You really have to break the human. They wouldn't be in this level of control. There's also the VR thing, which, okay, the way this guy tackled it was tismy as fuck. But, setting aside that the only foreshadowing we have is that one girl's speech, as an idea, it's not completely to be ruled out, because there are things about Borderland that don't make super clear amounts of sense. The boundaries of it just being around Tokyo, the fact that there are invisible lasers that come down from the sky, we don't know what's actually shooting them. There's a lot of little things like that, that apart from how realistic it all looks, it feels very video gamey when you add it up together.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, just the general lack of justification or purpose behind any of this. It kind of adds up as like, this seems like an AI thing or something similar, and there are parts of the world that mechanically we have no explanation for.
Right. My problem with it possibly being an AI, I don't want to say that might belittle some of the games, because then that means they could base it off technicalities now. Hence why that's why
No. The AI still has humans as dealers. The AI incorporates humans into the constructions and administration
I
of the
assumed
game.
that with that room being full, I thought by this point if this is true, then the AI doesn't need the dealers anymore.
Well, no, it doesn't need the dealers for that part of the game because the numbers games have been cleared.
Yeah.
It could incorporate a whole new system of dealers.
Yeah.
It's like perhaps there's a team of dealers for each Zeppelin, and the face card games are just much more complicated. It's like we have no idea.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying like
worry
it'd be
about
completely
it
wrong.
being VR is that if it ends up being VR, everybody's going to be making parallels and comparisons to fucking Sword Art Online.
I was about to say SAO.
I mean, that's honestly just inevitable, which even within Isekai and other things like that, there's other shit that's done it with VR. It's just that's the most famous one.
I was also going to say like there might be some Matrix comparisons as well.
Yeah, probably.
Well, other than humans for batteries.
Let's try to finish this up.
Yeah,
a
we're nearly
whole
there.
slew of new games now with face cards will be offered, and this likely means the face card games will be even bigger and more difficult. They're brought out on these huge zeppelins, and you can see just how many new games there will be. We know Chishia has most of the cards with him, so it will be interesting to see what happens once they collect all the face cards, and if Miro will show up more prominently next season. Whatever the case, Arasu and the gang will...
Oh god, if she just shows up every 20 seconds to be like, "Mahaha, how are you with this game?" I would immediately be like, "Why are
I don't
you doing
think
this?"
we heard a single season 2 theory.
Other than the VR.
we really haven't.
That would be
the VR thing is the closest we've gotten to a theory in this entire video.
Well, it's unfortunately you only could relate it to season 2 only in the sense of it would encompass the entire show.
For an even more difficult and bloodier season ahead. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you
I hate this.
That was shit. I mean, it wasn't as bad as that other video, but it was not great.
I don't know. I
It
feel like
was
I could have gotten a laugh out
mostly
of,
just-
and I bring a machine gun to this trial.
I mean, yeah, there's some comedic value to be over this dude with the mentality of a fucking 7-year-old. But this guy was just... Why? What was the point of this? What
That was
did you
a big
say?
nothing burger.
Yep.
He didn't say anything that we couldn't have gotten from the show itself. Zero. In fact, I would argue we got more from the show itself.
Yeah, unironically.
This was a really good show, and I really hope
Like a
we can-
show. Go watch it. It deserves better fans, so we need to spread the word and get it some better fans.
Yeah, that's
Honestly,
why I
yeah.
just added I forgot to add tags to the stream, so I totally just basically just went like all the tags I could think of and just jammed them into the stream so that a vague hope that somebody finds this like more than 6+ hour fucking stream of these.
Is that
of
how
us.
long we've been going? That's
6
actually
hours,
about
19
normal
minutes.
for us.
Yeah, well, for like the past before the break, and before we watched WandaVision, we've accidentally been going on 4-hour streams, but that's only because of busyness.
This is what happens when you're talking about something that you actually enjoy talking about. The time just flies that much faster.
Yes.
Versus being like
almost
angry.
makes it sad because we started off this thing so fucking positive, and we just ended up covering people that weren't worthy of the show.
Oh, I
It's a
know.
very
Getting part of this
strange
stream was the
background.
best. I'm sorry if you're watching this after the upload. You can pretty much skip all the video coverage because it's all jism and
Just
garbage.
wait.
But the
I'll just
beginning
put-
stuff
In
was the good shit.
between it, we do have just talking about the show and some things we forgot to say during the
Some of the
beginning, but
tangents were
honestly,
interesting. You guys went into some good weed tangents, you know.
I even enjoy the jokes, the jokes we're making about our survival group. I've already started thinking what would our survival group?
You just need an image of me being a ninja sneaking through the weeds, and I pull apart the grass, and there's a bunch of eggs, and there was a Wyatt here.
it also is Space Marine for no
His
reason.
natural habitat is in the weeds.
No, just
Okay.
I'm gonna hit him with a stick.
No, it's just like
I'm
an
gonna
egg
wax
carton, just an egg carton and a Guinness. Slayer and Wyatt have been here.
Okay, so to bring it all back to a slightly more positive thing and completely disconnected from all of this shit, we did actually we rewatched Avatar last night, and we
Ugh.
ended up coming away from it. I think most
Hold
of
on.
us, myself
We'll
at
say,
least,
I think
came
we should
away
save
from it with
that.
a more positive rating than we went in. And we don't want to talk about it now. Are we saving it for something else?
We're saving it for the original stream. There are some streams we're still gonna that may conflict with this new format, but that's only because we kind of started on something. We gotta finish those promises. So,
what did we start on?
Well,
Remind
that-
both me and the
Well,
quote
for this one, I
audience.
almost think we should do a short talking about Falcon Winter Soldier with Maxwell, just because we went through that all with him. We may as well just throw our opinion out onto the internet.
Would
as
it
a
be
group.
short though?
It would.
Or is it going to be
I
another
hope
one
to
division?
God it will be, because I don't
We're
want to
not
talk
gonna-
about it for that fucking.
No, yeah, it would be short, probably for a couple hours, because we're not going to do a whole show breakdown. We're going to talk about the bullet points. I'm going to even write down the bullet points. We stick to those. We chat about it, and then it's over. That's why I think the
Alright.
shorts. I'm thinking it's kind of the older style, but it's more concise and actually is, like, I say
I'm assuming
concise
those
when
are
I'm
all
talking
just
about
going to be
myself.
recorded, not live. Is that the deal?
I'm gonna try to make them. I want to try to make them live, but the problem is, like, then it goes to the possibility that a quote unquote short may end up being like 6 hours long. It's like, oh, then it turns out it wasn't a short.
Yeah, it's just another stream.
Yeah.
Which isn't necessarily a problem
Yeah,
if that's how much we have to say about it. That's just how much we have to say about it, but I
Mhm.
do kind of foresee it happening.
Yeah, that kind of stuff would end up being inevitable. So it's either it would possibly be a short, because I was talking about this with Ninja, is like the idea of this short kind of stuff. Like, I almost thought of it like a way to keep us sharp, but then that makes no sense whatsoever. I even joked about it in the text. But I don't know. There's ways to do this kind of formatting. We might even not even address it as a format change. We might just go on as a sort of like, oh, this, like, while we're being positive, this episode today we're fulfilling that thing we talked about with Falcon Winter Soldier, and then with the thing with Avatar and a certain other movie. Because those are the only two ideas I've been thinking about for it. And we could probably do shorts for things like breaking down like a single topic, like a short possibly talking about like video game difficulty. Like, we've had like tiny little conversations about streaming certain difficulties.
Like, yeah, they've come up here and there.
Yeah,
I think shorts is probably the way to go with those, because even when having those conversations, both myself and Ninja are like, these are okay questions. It's just they seem to have quite simple answers.
Yeah, they're not worth having a full stream over.
Yeah.
When we think we don't know what much to talk about, these might just end up becoming streams. That way we can at least throw our hat in the ring and not need to like stream for 17 hours just to come out hating ourselves.
Or if we ever get like a pile of them up together, we can just have one stream where we fire through them if they end up just being
kind of like a super
half
chat
an hour to
catch up.
hour-long conversations.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that too. So, I think with that, I think we are ready to end this stream, our very first stream with coming back. And even though this only had like I don't want to say like we didn't have any viewers, because we had like somebody. It's still fun to be back. I love doing this stuff. This was amazing.
I don't know how well we're doing in terms of our whole a positive outlook from now on, but we're trying.
We're trying.
We're trying, and not to mention it's we've originally kind of thought about this with the whole, like, when we defended The Mummy, when we talked about guilty pleasure movies. We just haven't been.
We may need to screen some of these videos, you know. We can't just go, oh, this seems like an interesting concept. The title seems interesting. We should check out these videos. We might need to pre-screen them a little bit and go, yeah, this is Tijimi schlock.
Even with where we ended up going with it, I still think it's to our benefit focusing on a show or a movie that we actually like overall. So even if we're dealing with unworthy fans, as we seem to have dubbed them, even if we're dealing with that, we're still arguing from a point of view where this is a thing that we actually hold in high esteem.
Absolutely.
It's like, even if I'm arguing against something that sounds really fucking stupid, I'm arguing about a thing I have some investment in.
Yeah.
I like this thing.
Well, and I'm ending the stream like disappointed, but I'm not ending the stream like pissed off and just fucking drained, you know?
Yeah, in fact,
we're not constantly trying to argue the same points over and over as to fundamentally why a show is broken and other people just don't see it for some reason, because it's an uphill battle. It's kind of thankless. It just leaves us ending the stream feeling bitter and salty. It's not worth it.
I concur. And so I think that we need to try and spread the word about these good shows and good movies and try to get more people to experience the same types of things we do, because exposing yourself to good things that you haven't seen before is a better way to convince people that, to change sides than it is to tell them that the things they like are shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
dude, as soon as Wyatt finishes Hunter x Hunter, we're doing a stream about Hunter x Hunter. Just talking about the entire show.
Once I finished,
I think it'd be so good.
Once I finished Hannah season 1, I'm totally showing you guys that just so we could, because I think it's pretty good.
After Hunter x Hunter.
Oh yes, after Hunter. How many episodes do we have left, though?
There's a lot. You have a lot of the show. You've barely fucking started.
Strap in, son. Buckle up and binge this shit.
Yeah, you've got to sit through it. And it will be a fucking pleasure. Do you hear us?
Yes, I fucking know. Jesus Christ.
You're gonna fucking love it as we spoon feed it down your goddamn throat.
It's like that meme of the guy holding like the jug of water, holding it to like a little kid's mouth. That's gonna be. It's like you guys, Hunter x Hunter, me. Oh man, that might end up just being like an idea for a short, just multiple shorts of like introducing something to another person, like us trying to get Ninja like into 40K once Darktide has come out. Like through the lore,
okay.
I mean.
Once Darktide comes out, we'll play it together for a little bit. Whatever lore is delivered in the game, we'll just let him absorb it organically, and then at some point maybe try to talk through how the world works.
That's the problem. If Darktide is going to be like Vermintide, there's just going to be nothing. Because that's the problem with a lot of these Warhammer games.
For any one game, it's far too much to expect to understand even most of the lore of that world. If any one game even tried, that game would be fucking indigestible.
I would almost say, like, maybe just... this is why I think of all the games that could, at the very least, try to do something like this, I would say...
I mean, you have something like,
I was going to say Darktide would be the
games
perfect...
where you have all of the different factions, and by playing the different factions, you learn about them that way. That's not bad.
Well, I was going to say, like, you could try to do some explanation for Darktide, because if you're an Imperial Guard people, you could make them all recruits, so they would have to learn something about the forces of chaos. They would, like, well, although they wouldn't be able to learn.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just listen to the sentence you just said, that,
yeah, as a
if
guard
you're an
player,
Imperial Guard, you would obviously have to learn about the forces of chaos, like, the Inquisition would like to know your location.
I immediately just reached for the fake pistol I used to make my Inquisition jokes. I was just like, I was just like, oh, and learn about chaos. Like my body reflexively just did the thing that I do to other, that I do as a joke to people who talk about 40K. Oh, the Tau seem all right. That's some heresy right there.
But anyway, yeah, there's a bunch of these things going around. We'll end up talking about whatever we end up talking about. It'll be what it is.
And other things that we also need to, that I need to watch. I need to sit down and watch Blind Manor as well. Yes. This whole fucking list that River wrote down.
You do.
So River wrote a list down that that was things we were supposed to watch during the break. Yeah. We didn't even get through half of this. We haven't even crossed Hannah off.
I mean, during our little break, most of what I did was play Witcher 3, so I mean, I can't exactly talk.
Yeah, I think we were supposed to get project stuff done, but...
Yeah, we were supposed to...
I mean, I did get some. I got some project stuff done.
Yeah, I know. We're still working on it. We're still working. It's a big project, guys. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be great.
Oh man, literally as we're streaming as of right now, Jake and Maxwell. Like, cause I was like, huh. Like as we were talking about like exhaustion levels, I went like, am I in the mood for an after hours stream where I talk with like them plus any of you guys if you were still awake? I was like, oh, they're covering stuff right now. Never mind.
Are they covering things right now? What are they covering?
I don't know. I can't even look because
we literally could just migrate over to their stream if we wanted.
Well,
I think I'm gonna head out.
I was going to say with hold on. With that, like, we'll see you all like next week. We're still fucking. Bye.
Yes.
Bye, guys.
This stream is over. Let's just call this one, and we'll figure out what the fuck we're doing.
I no longer wish to play.